If you hear me, everyone watching all around the world, live via remote broadcast, we bring you the IESF 2023 World Championships for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Renmar Santa Cruz as we bring you the second day of groups. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I expect 100% excitement, 50% to 80% thrill. Half that multiply, you're gonna get awesome MLBB action, up to 200% of that. My math may be off.
Hey, that just spells an amazing time for everyone watching, and buckle your seatbelts and grab a drink if you can, because we're in for quite a ride. We have a set number of series for the evening. That's going to be 4. So stick with us as we run through the groups for the remainder of what will dictate who makes it through to the playoffs. Real quick, before we get on with the action, we would like to let everyone know that we are figuring out the situation with our Facebook stream. I know some of you guys are wondering, hey, yo, we're watching you right now on YouTube and maybe a few other channels, but what's up with Facebook? Well, bear with us as we figure this out. The production team on site, the production team all over the world, we're all working together to make sure that you get to watch the IESF World Championships in the platform that you're used to. So keep refreshing, but while you're at it, stay with us right here where you're watching.
Yeah, we still have our YouTube, so don't worry about that. And yeah, you definitely do not want to miss the action that we have for you for the first match of the day, Indonesia versus Turkey. And you brought it to my attention earlier, Leo. There's some surprising things happening in Group B.
Yeah, that's the first match we're seeing. It's going to be Indonesia versus Turkey. Not a surprise, given that these are two countries, two teams that have competed on the world stage in the MLBB Esports landscape in the past couple of years. But one team that's surprisingly on top of Group B is Kazakhstan.
We haven't even seen Kazakhstan in action yet. That's why we're so surprised. We just looked at the groups, the scoring, and then suddenly that's 2-0. That means Kazakhstan got to defeat Turkey and United States.
What's going on? What are the Kazakhs hiding?
Yeah, I wonder what's going on, and I'm so excited that later on in the day, we'll actually see Kazakhstan in action. But for Indonesia and Turkey, I feel like this is a matchup where, of course, whoever gets this, I think it really looks like it's going to be down to, we'll be able to secure that playoffs slot. We're going to have to do some math a bit, but right now, if ever Indonesia's the one that actually wins here,
it's clean.
It's clean, and then they'll just be fighting for the top spot against Kazakhstan.
Your team
but then again, you know the format, folks. In case you don't, it's top 2 from each group moving on through the playoffs. Let's get into the draft, and we're shaking things up here quite a bit. It's Indonesia on the play, Turkey answering back, and we see here the Martis first band out.
Okay, so Martis getting taken out. I feel like this is a very specific approach to banning here. Indonesia probably knows about something about how Turkey likes to play, so they're going to take that out. And Turkey taking out the Angela. I wouldn't be surprised if later on they're going to take things out such as the Kadita, maybe even put in a first phase Paquito ban. Things that we're used to seeing against Indonesian teams.
Yep, as well, you got to ban the Kaj, man.
The Kaj against Vin.
Yep, Vin knows. And now we're talking about Vin, maybe the Franco, if not in the first phase, in the latter. Here, again, you mentioned all of the boogie people are still out there, the Kadira, the Joy even, the Fanny. Oh, there it is.
I am the power of light incarnate.
So they're going to be the ones taking it out, and this makes it a little bit easier for Turkey in terms of deciding what to ban. But Indonesia confidently taking out the Kaja means Turkey might need to watch out for a potential second to third.
See value in me?
If it's going to be open there for Indonesia.
And there's the clapback from Turkey taking out the Fredrin, who is a wee bit of a flex.
Yep.
And the fact that the Fredrin comes through in a lot of international professional tournaments these days just proves that despite the changes in the jungle, he's still a mainstay. Talking about what else is left open here. Again, the Joy, the Kadira, the Valentina.
Oh, the Valentina.
And the Eve. Don't get me started on the Eve.
Oh yeah, there's so many picks still available. Eve has fallen out of favor. It seems like more teams picking up the Farsa. It's weird. Going into the newer patch environment, Eve fell out, more Farsa picks. Then somehow, Farsa fell out, and then Eve's coming back up, and then they keep trading it out. But then Indonesia's like, no, you're not going to be able to take it. So very targeted, and Turkey does take out the Kadita, so this opens up heroes such as the Valentina, still available, maybe even a surprise first pick Claude if Indonesia's feeling it.
Put it in the hands of Sakin. Oh, and no. Check this out, folks. This is a different configuration, a different programming for the Terminators, for BTR. It's Key and Vin playing this time around with Moreno, the Talking Terminator, taking a seat. This is going to be a first pick Paquito. Great flex for Team Indonesia.
Yeah, and we mentioned that it could have been a potential first phase ban for Turkey to take out the Paquito, so they go ahead and pick it up themselves.
Whoa.
Hovering that seems like a throwback to an older meta style if they're actually going to be locking that in.
Yeah, this early too.
Yeah, this early. Still so many power picks available that you can go for. I'd like to see them prioritize getting the Valentina if they want to. They don't need to go for the Valentina Franco though. They can just pick up the Valentina early on.
This is weird, man. It's like we're throwing back to early 2022, where when you see a Paquito, you pick up the Karina because she has the iframes, but nope, not gonna happen. Or like Karina, as we pick up the Novaria and the Grok. Early Grok, this is as early Grok as it gets. We don't usually see this.
Yeah. On the red side, though, it's weirdly enough becoming more common the past few weeks.
On the up and up.
Yeah, on the up and up. There's something about picking a Grok early. One of the things probably is because they're thinking about how it can still be a flex pick, because if ever they pick up the Grok, I mean, it's still flex. The Paquito can still go into the jungle or the XP, as you mentioned earlier. Valentina and Franco look like two very solid picks for me right now if they want to. If they're going to play something else in the EXP lane, though, then it's going to show that the Paquito will go into the jungle, and then whatever their XP laner for will be. But it's a switch up. Indonesia says, man, the choice open. We're going to lock that in. If they lock in the Irithel this early on, though, I will be surprised if it will be a Cloud instead.
Yeah, the fact that the Valentina and Franco are open, I think Team Indonesia is reading into it and saying it's a trap.
Yeah.
They're making like Admiral Akbar saying that's a little too easy for us to get into. Let's not.
Hey, come on, like, why is the weakness point of such a massive spaceship just so available for the taking? So Indonesia says, you know what, we're gonna surprise you. You want to surprise us?
They use the Force, bro.
Yeah, they use the Force. Picking up a different hero pick here. So I think now Turkeys are really mulling their options. They can lock in their gold laner now so that they just don't need to worry about not having a favorable gold lane matchup.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they're up against a Joy, so your choices
whoa.
There's always like a Bruno. I like it. It's spicy, but we're not seeing the picks that really empower a Bruno that much just yet. Considering that they're up against the Joy, it will not be that difficult for the Joy to find out the Bruno. That's really gonna. He needs to make the most out of that little dash that he has, that sliding tackle, to make sure he's safe. And right now, if ever this Grok will go into the roam, they don't have that much hard of a crowd control to stop the Joy from going. And even though if it gets momentarily knocked up by the wild charge,
yeah, they're gonna need a Riz. I'm guessing there's a very set number of choices that they have in the XP lane that could make this lineup work. And the past minute, as we wait for these picks to unfold, we have the Kufra band out. I'm just imagining, man, what if you go Astral Echoes? You kick off the Worldy. Will that help kind of bounce, right? Will the bigger hitbox kind of like, you know, overlap and then make heroes that would not usually allow the bounce let it through?
Like, that's a big question. That's
interesting interaction, yeah.
That's something we'll have to watch out for, because there's a usual just set distance, right?
Yeah.
The Worldy can bounce off of. So yeah, we're going to need to watch out for that. But Turkey, though, if ever they want to control the lineup here of Indonesia, I wouldn't be so mad at if they decided to just pick up something like a Ruby, just to help out with a little bit more crowd control.
XP Ruby?
Or the Rogue. They can actually
switch it up?
Yeah, and switch it up. And I was thinking they'd actually go for something with a tankier jungler. Then this time around, they actually ban out the Baksha. So Indonesia's reading into the possibilities here of Turkey. And that's just for safety, they take out the Valentina.
All right. So they know that Indonesia doesn't have a mid laner yet, and they see the switch up. What else is left?
The Farsa's wide open.
They can go Farsa, but it's not as safe because, again, there's so many bits and pieces that Indonesia have to protect.
Yeah.
But it's kind of scattered. I understand. Look, you have a Claude, you have a Joy, and you have a Farsa. That's enough damage.
Yeah.
You could sit on that, and it'll be fine. But is that what Team Indonesia is thinking?
Yeah, it's a high-risk, high-reward type of thing, because then that means your approaches to team fights aren't going to be so usual front to back. There's going to be heroes coming off from weird angles. Everywhere. You know where the Claw's coming from, the Joy just dashing everywhere. The Paquito's coming off from the left or the right. And so, okay, we're going to be seeing it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Indonesia decide to pick up the Farsa. They do need to pick up a much tankier jungler, though, to help survive the onslaught of damage.
a tankier jungle, or they can go assassin and then a tankier XP.
Yeah.
It's one or the other. Folks, we've gotten word that we will have to actually restart the draft. So with that being said, I'm hoping that up to a certain point, we actually keep the draft.
Yeah.
Because I'm excited. I'm hoping they draw the line at last ban.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense so
Exorcist
far,
of the
especially with the
Dragons
whole
here.
experiment that they're going with the whole Astral Echoes worldy. I want to
Yeah.
see that interaction for sure.
Yeah, and so far it's making a lot of sense right now with how they're drafting it. A little bit more, well, of course, since they picked up the Bruno on the side of Turkey, there's a lot more questions there. It's not a pick that we usually see. Theoretically, though, there are a lot of people have been thinking, why isn't Bruno popping off more? He hurts so much. There's so much damage. Easily dealt by Bruno early game. One item, along with the Assassin Emblem. As long as things are close, he's already so difficult to deal with.
Hey. You know how you're seeing GDS on Clint these days?
Oh, yeah?
GDS after a world, he sounds amazing right now.
Oh, yeah. Get that crit. You get a little bit more extra movement speed after using the ultimate.
Yeah, you kick it off and then what? You have a choice. You lean into it or you disengage. It's up to you. You get that movement speed buff. So yeah, I'm hoping. We're very optimistic about this Bruno.
Yeah, that makes the ultimate then of the Novaria so much more important for the lineup of Turkey in terms of being able to empower the Bruno specifically, right? Because of all the slows that can be dished out. If you can land 4, 5, an Astral Echo, that will set up the Brody for success. The Bruno for success. If ever they actually go down that Great Dragon Spear route, because everyone's load, you're walking around a little bit faster, that Bruno will be happy. It's sort of like a modified version of pairing it up with a Rafaela.
Yep, and we've seen that do quite a bit, right?
The old history of that.
That or Diggy.
Yeah,
One or
Diggy
the other.
Bruno also,
Yeah, and he's not walking anymore, he's running. He's on the pitch, as they say in the business.
Yeah, exactly. On the pitch.
I know my basketball. Wait, no, I don't know my football.
I love the Patriots.
You mean the Sixers, right?
Right, yeah.
All right, folks, jokes aside, do bear with us. We are setting back up our lobby, and we need to go through the whole motion of it, and that allows for us to actually catch up. Talk to me, Mr. Santa Cruz, about what happened yesterday. How was the rest of groups last night?
Oh, I will be honest, a part of me, it's a little bit hazy right now. It was a weird hour in the morning.
This morning.
It was this
For
morning.
some folks watching, it was the
Yeah.
morning. What was that like?
The thing that I can remember, though, was the show put on for the final match of the day, Ukraine versus the Philippines.
Series 3.
Series 3, yeah. Unfortunately, again, the fourth series in day 1 was rescheduled to this day. And again, there are so many more games happening outside of the broadcast because a lot of the groups, a lot of the times actually overlap. So
16 teams, man.
16 teams. So we have to select what to show. But the Ukraine-Philippines game, Ukraine, I have to say, I said it yesterday, I'm looking forward to seeing how they play, how they controlled the early to mid game in game number 1 to really make it look like Team Philippines were going to lose that game until somehow Philippines decided, you know what, we don't need order anymore, we need to inject a little bit of chaos, let's surprise Ukraine. And they did that over and over again. Nico with a game-winning set to surprise Team Ukraine to take the game number 1. And the game number 2, that was just Team Philippines saying, we want to rest. We want to end it now. And Unigo kept landing hook after hook as a Franco.
It's been a long day. Game 2 is what I actually paid more attention to because, again, I agree with you. Game 1 took quite a while, and it was in an ungodly hour, safe to say, so I kind of clocked out while I was watching. So, yeah, Game 2 is when I was watching, and a good friend of mine, Defender, who's making his way back into international competition. He says personally, I spoke to him earlier this week. He missed it. Again, you guys spoke about how this team, how Team Ukraine actually qualified back-to-back, undefeated, just could not make it onto the actual world stage. Now that they're here, I was watching Game 2. Not so fun to be Defender last night.
Yeah.
He was getting beaten up. His Edith, sadly, just did not have a good game.
Yeah, Team Philippines got to adjust to the Edith because one of the biggest reasons why Team Philippines struggled against Ukraine was Defender, their expeditor, on the Edith. With how the draft went, him being the tankiest member of the team.
The lone one.
The lone one. He beat Flapteasy in terms of, or as we call him, Canon. From Team Philippines in terms of the map presence early on, him rotating quickly, it was artful to watch what Defender was doing. But then in game number 2, Team Philippines really kept tabs on him.
Yep, so game 2, AP Bren, Seabolt, Team Philippines, whatever you want to call them, kept tabs on the equalizer. Denzel Washington ain't gonna do nothing. You know that movie's coming up? Did you know that there's an equalizer 3, if I'm not mistaken.
There was an equalizer 1. Oh, I remember, yeah, equalizer 1. I never knew there was an equalizer 2.
That's what I was surprised with as well. I thought they stopped making these movies. But, folks, jokes aside, all right, before we get sidetracked, because I know you and Midnight talked movies last night. I paid attention. I believe we are about to catch back up, all right? We have word that the draft is almost upon us, and we are just cycling back into this once more. You are smack dab right in the middle of game 1. Well, about to get into game 1 between Team Indonesia and Team Turkey. Something to note, the MTC is actually about to start back up. They are ramping up to the second season of the Mobile Legends Turkiye Championship, or Championasi. And that tournament will actually be, if I'm not mistaken, the qualifier for M5. I'm wondering if this team's performance here will be a prelude to what Turkey will look like. Because year after year after year, they've always shown that they got something.
Yeah, ever since I feel like M3 when we first saw them
Bedell.
under Bedell, and then eventually Incendio for M4 World Championship. Yeah, Turkey is just a team that it's slow growth, but it's there. You see shades of something that it's like they're on the brink of something special, and it is special in its own right. But it's like there could be so much more. That's why in tournaments where we know there are Turkish teams fighting, it's always exciting to watch out for.
Yep, always a spotlight on them, and here the spotlight is on them as they face off against arguably one of the strongest teams in the world right now. I'd say, no question, top 5, BTR, Team Indonesia, they're up there. This is going to be quite the hurdle, the mountain.
Yeah.
I was going to say hill, but no, they're much bigger than this. Terminators, we don't call them that just because they're small time. All right, here we go. They drew the line where we wanted to. All right, we're going into phase 2, bans for Team Turkey.
I wonder if the phase 2 bans are going to be different, or if it's just, earlier we saw the last ban was a Baksha on the side of Indonesia, and then they had just one more. But so far, yeah, they're still following the trend. So everything we've talked about up to this moment seems to stick. We're waiting. Last what we saw, this was a Baksha ban. If this changes, that might be the point of change, though.
All right. Let's see. I do like the Baksha ban, though.
Yeah,
if they do that,
it makes sense. It makes sense.
There you go.
Oh,
If
there
they
we
do
go.
that,
There we go. Yeah.
they deny Turkey the easy protection for the Bruno. There you go. There's the Valentina. Same ban. What's Indonesia going to take away here? I'm guessing it's going to be an XP laner. Or a jungler. Are there any utility left?
Might be a tankier utility. Yeah, they already took out the Fredrin.
No Fred, no Martis.
They don't need to worry about something like a Bane. Oh, they'll take out the Franco. So they're sort of trying to funnel the Grok into going into the roam.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that was this is what you call a pricey ban for Indo, right? You kind of see that they already have the Grok. Just to make sure that Grok doesn't flex, they ban out the Franco as well without having a rover themselves.
Yeah. But then it also makes sense because, I mean, with their first 3 heroes, Franco would just love to catch any single one of them, and that will mess up their tempo.
Yep, hooks are so precious then.
Exactly. So now Indonesia wrap it up. They pick up a Lolita and then a Faramis, which will help with their survivability. So it's a different approach in terms of how they want to play around the mid lane. They already saw the Joy. We have magic damage. The Faramis will provide it as well. But Turkey is hovering over a Fanny. And that's just, part of me sort of feels like that's a surprise Fanny last pick.
Yeah,
it is surprising because it looks like, looking at the lineup of Turkey, a tankier jungler made a lot of sense.
Yes, but that would make them all in on the Navari and the Bruno.
Yeah. So now they've added more options to it.
They've spread out their win condition, but it worries me, folks, because sometimes the best way and fastest way to get from point to point is a straight line. This is not a straight line. They drew a good bunch of circles, maybe sketched a Mona Lisa along the way by picking up the Fanny. But yeah, no, interesting.
I feel like with this now puts pressure onto the EXP laner of Indonesia to be able to play it so well that the jungle of Turkey is pressured. Fast clear, go into the jungle field post.
I agree. We don't even know yet who exactly is going into the jungle, the Paquito or the Joy. And there it is, Super Kid gonna get his hands on the feisty little Leonin as she sings and dances on her way to the land of Dawn. That means it will be Sorizo on the Paquito and Vin checking in. Sees that Costa goes for Orange Star. Interesting to note, Indonesia, this is a dive, this is a front-to-front composition, right?
Yeah.
Turkey, it's a zigzag.
Yeah, they will be zigzagging everywhere. The Fanny pickup as the last pick changed the picture. of their draft. And now this is what we're talking about. Cereza will just clear lane and then he'll go to the purple buff here to mess up Kostra's attempt at getting to this purple buff. This could go wrongly for Turkey for the first purple buff rotation here.
And see,
Exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, you had to see it, man. It's called the cast the curse. You call it and it happens. They're not done. Vin pulling back, purple, part of its hell. Here comes Kostra.
Oh, again, no, Kostra still. He gets taken out, but he is still going to be able to come back just in time to secure his purple buff. He lost he lost his life once, but at this point, he's happy that he actually got to make it back to his purple buff in time. But little by little, already, Indonesia are creeping into his jungle.
Say what you will about the little moments, right? Yes, he did get his purple back just in time after respawning, but let's look at the net worth, Reptar. They are down 500 gold. Under 2 minutes? That might as well have been a mile, and now, Wakasa!
Oh, can he get it? Sakin and Vin there.
Oh,
Itachi showing up! Safely under tower, had to flicker under tower just to make sure he wouldn't get taken out by Super Ken's Joy. And now Turkey are just going to be grasping at straws. Again, this begins with your first rotation. Very questionable that up against an XP lane Paquito, you would start orange side. Usually Fanny's would start purple because he knows the Paquito will be able to fast clear and then go to the purple buff if he started orange.
Basically, the whole principle is you start away from the Paquito. And here it was a perfect read. You should have gone purple because you would have gotten that important buff that you needed anyways. But now, from top to bottom, everything. Indonesia threatening Team Turkey. And yeah, no, as we speak here, Super Ken pulling the turtle. This is the first turtle, by the way. About 30 seconds late to the scene. They've ballooned up to 1,000 gold ahead. Indonesia.
Yeah, Turkey will not be able to take this. If they somehow do it, it's going to be miraculous. If they got Costa gets a lot of damage out of that. He's dashing in and out. The damage from Cereza already too much for Indonesia to handle. The turtle goes to the hand of Super Ken. Purple buff. It's going to be another purple in Fanny.
Oh no. Grand Theft Purple. 1 count Super Ken. Guilty. Where can Turkey recover from? Because as we speak, man, it's just been a minute since I last checked. And now they're close to 2,000 ahead.
It has to be starting off from the gold lane. They need to get Wakasa out of lane immediately, but Indonesia are also really set. Knocking off Kostra and Itachi find Key. They're going to take a bunch of damage onto that Paramis. Not going to be able to take him down. They're going to be resetting. So this is what we're going to be seeing over and over again. They're going to be there's going to be a clear in the jungle from Kostra, and then they're going to try to make a play, try to get a kill. If they don't, they'll back off and then clear again.
Oh, they're making like Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris. Enter the dragon! Cereza!
1v1, getting to dodge each other. Good read. I love the micro showcase between these two.
It's like a fighting game.
Yeah, Zeus continued fighting, knowing that he'll be able to heal back the damage that Cereza dealt to him.
Yeah, could have sworn there was a weigh-in before we saw that. Down bottom. 4 minutes in, we're just about 45 seconds away from this next turtle spawning in the lower quarter of the map. And yeah, no, between Indonesia and Turkey, this upper quarter has been super big. The Astral Echo thrown out.
Super Ken gonna be dashing in and out already. The beats are out. You see there again, Kostra will not have his purple. Hasn't gotten his purple buff just yet. Let's see if Indonesia will actually focus on the purple first before going around the turtle. If they do have a lot of time, that's the right place to go.
Quick update. Cereza scores a TKO, sending Zeus home. See the minimap? He got a recall, won that 1v1. I count that as a victory.
That is a big victory, especially if the pressure onto the purple buff will continue.
Oh no!
Another one taken away from the hands of Kostra.
Council. There are now 2 counts of Grand Theft Purple in the hands of this young man, Super Ken. How do you plead?
He pleads guilty, but he's fine with it. He's happy that he got to.
I did it.
I did it. I got away with it. You ain't gonna lock me down. I'm locking Kostra down.
And there's not much of a lockdown now that we're talking about it, right? It's so expensive. It comes at such a cost. It's just Zeus with an ult and the full combo, or Itachi with an ult and a full combo that takes him down. Speaking of, what happened to Wakasa?
Top side, a dive under tower by Indonesia with the lead that they had. They knew that they can just leave Super Ken to the turtle and then go into the gold lane. Absolute decimation right now is what Indonesia is dealing. And again, it all began from a questionable first rotation in the jungle. that really set the tempo for this game already.
And they're feeling it. Again, the ramifications of one decision, right? It reverberates throughout time. It's like 5 minutes ago, you got Mandela effect. I should have done this. And now you're feeling it like, oh no, Indonesia's deep inside her base. And they're cutting up atop. They're taking away the orange.
Taking away everything. How many counts now of how many Grand Theft? 2, 3 Grand Theft purples. The second Grand Theft orange. They all played a complete guilty and they are proud of it. They know just how well of a lead they got to build. That's going to be Itachi with a massive wild charge, but not enough follow-up just yet. Zoo's going to be dragging around the Petrify combo. That's going to be the Lolita taken out. The Cult Officer make that Nether Realm actually almost used up by Indonesia just so that they can continue fighting. And look at them continuing the fight. Super Ken diving to the back, taking down 2, but Indonesia ends up with a 2-for-2 trade, but they will continue the fight here. They have the men and the flicker with the Stampede.
Get over here.
Catch a shout, Wakasa.
Could have sworn it was a great trade for Turkey, but they overstayed their welcome. And is it just me, or is Key playing this Faramis in a different tempo? He pops the Netherrealm at a, I'll say off-kilter time that it even throws Turkey off. It throws his own team off.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we're safe now. Wait, he flickered? Wait, he pulled us back? And that's one of the creative things that you can really do with a Faramis. Oh, Vin, actually, the Cyclone Eye helped him land that onto Itachi, who's taking a lot of damage right now from
Chorizo!
But he's surpassed Chorizo from the off angle. This is what we were talking about with the team fighting of Indonesia. They're coming from everywhere.
Everywhere, all the time. And now Wakasa, look at this. Again, from the backside, it's Vin's turn. And now Key looking for a pull.
Oh, yet again. All around, all over. Turkey can't tell where Indonesia's coming from.
And that's it, folks. In the blink of an eye, the map has just turned blue. Not a single turret Turkey has gotten their hands on. And I'm wondering, throughout all this mayhem, Reptar, how has mid lane tier 1 kept standing? What's going on here? Is there some weird pact? Some weird hollowed ground in this? We don't touch this.
The hardest working turrets in the game right now are these 2 mid lane turrets, especially the mid lane turret of Turkey.
That's right.
It's going to sword at some point, but they're doing a great job of clearing each minion wave that comes in. I feel like one of the reasons why they got caught out and overstayed their welcome in the mid earlier was because they were just like, can we clear up the minions first? Because we really don't want to lose their our tower.
Yep, something's got to give, and that's something from Turkey. It shows that, hey, wait,
A solo kill.
by Chorizo.
Top side onto Kostra. Fanny gets taken out 1v1, but it looks like, yeah, which is a 1v1.
That's what happens when you don't have the energy. That's what happens when you don't have your purple buff.
Oh man, this is a nightmare right now for Team Turkey. Trying to grasp a straw, trying to do everything, but because of the massive lead, Indonesia can just split up. They don't need to stay together.
Oh, Numenor blast!
From the side, the conceal play was perfect. The Astral Echo finds the info, but Turkey can't follow up. They need all 5. Their marksman was taken out.
It was good for all, but just to say, yeah, definitely, they're here. That's
Yeah,
all of the Astral Echo bought for Turkey. It's like, yep, definitely, that's all of them.
Oh, you got taken out by 4? Yeah, I see them.
Confirmed it's 4.
Confirmed it's
so
4.
with that said, folks, we are going to actually iron out some kinks, make sure that our athletes here get the best experience at IESF Romania for this World Championship bout. Again, this is a game 1 in a best of 3 in the groups. So this allows for us to actually digest and break down what happened, right? A little bit of a breather. Real quick, if you're Turkish, if you're an MLBB fan, it's not looking. Indonesia is knocking on your door.
And it's just Indonesia knowing that with like 500 goal lead so quickly.
Under 2 minutes.
Under 2 minutes. Where a lot of us are thinking 500 isn't that big. Yeah, in the late game. Mid-game, late game, yeah, that's close. But in the early game, especially if you have an assassin jungler on your side, that's devastating. And then you have a lineup on the side of Indonesia that can go around, rotate fast. We were talking about this yesterday. This is how the Indonesians like to play. Play fast, play aggressive, skirmish. Not necessarily let's clump together as 5. It's let's do our own thing. That's how good we are. GMT +7. Yeah, GMT +7 wherever we are in the map. That +7 throws you off.
It's so different, and again, you were saying?
They're playing from a different time zone.
Yeah. And they are in a different time zone. Exactly. Romania, +3 GMT. I need to look up what Turkey is, but yeah, no. Back to the topic at hand, back to what matters is the fact that Team Indonesia, I was about to say, even on an individual scale, right? You take it from the gold laner all the way down to the roamer, they all have their own timings.
Yes.
And I can definitely see here, maybe Key is the one who's a little bit off key, given that this is his first bout with the team, because yesterday we were watching Moreno.
Yeah.
So here you're seeing his Faramis play a wee bit different. You see how he keeps the Nether Realm and how he keeps the Flicker Shadow Stampede,
Yeah.
and it comes in at the very last moment. And so far what we're seeing is Team Indonesia getting the flow of it, getting the right tempo for it, and that's what you're looking at right now, 9 minutes in.
Yeah, they can afford to really hold on to their skills until the last possible second of a fight because of just how massive their lead is at this point. They don't need to blow out all their abilities right away. They hold on and they unleash everything just to wrap it all up. Turn what is usually just a kill or two into 3 or 4.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what's afforded you when you're about, on average, 2,000 gold ahead of your opponents roll per roll, right? You are an item and change in some cases ahead of your opponents, and you can afford that. And here you're seeing what? Super Ken walk in on Kostra, sending him away. What is this? Numero blast that up! No one home.
Oh, no, man. That was a cheeky attempt there by Indonesia to try and cash out Costa. I think he would pass by in front of Vin. The info locks in the information that, yeah, that is going to be...
Oh!
Lord secured and a solo kill by Sorizo. He saw the magic carpet laid out by Rontgen and said, oh, thank you for telling me where you are.
Now I know.
Now I know.
The enforcer spots out the spotter. And now 11-3, 10 minutes and change in with this Lord marching down mid. He is massive. And again, they're just taking care of business. Look at that, the purple.
Again, Supercan gets it. Turkey, if they're able to hold on to this, it's going to be a miracle, short of a miracle. Tower's going to fall. Members of Team Indonesia knocking at the doorstep of Turkey. Focusing on the turrets first. Not going to rush anything just yet. Still trying to look for the perfect moment. Supercan dashing around. Key, is he going to get the stampede? No. They're not going to force anything just yet.
The only real thing that's keeping Turkey in this is Koster split pushing. He made this call about 30 seconds ago and said, you know, I'm just going to cut the waves where it matters because truth be told, folks, I'm not going to mince my words. Turkey's lineup, their wave clear, it's abysmal.
Oh, Chorizo got to stop the recall of Kostra, who was around the purple buff area.
Oh, he's running!
Now he's in the orange. Look, Chorizo's still going after
He's hunting him down!
He's hunting him down. Can he actually interrupt it? Oh, he does! He interrupted it again. You can see it in the upper left corner of your screen. Oh, he knocks him up, and he gets the 1v1 kill onto the Fanny. The Enforcer does it, and in the base, they pull the trigger. Indonesia, Vin, and the rest of Indonesia are focusing right now on the base, but that's going to be the wild charge committed by Turkey to try and buy time, but it's not enough. Game number 1 goes to Team Indonesia.
This was inevitable, given the performance, given the early game that we saw here. Indonesia did not miss a beat. Just, this is how the story goes.
Yeah, and how that story ended felt, it was poetic in a way. How it started was how it ended, with Chorizo just stopping Kostra, not letting him play his game. And that was a story there for Team Indonesia. The moment they saw, oh, he started orange, oh, he hasn't gotten his purple buff yet, yeah, this is ours.
Just go.
Yeah, and the fact that even though Kostra got his purple buff, him going down wrecked the rotation of Team Turkey.
Yeah, say what you will about him recovering in time in the early game to get his purple. That was, if I'm not mistaken, his only purple.
His only purple, yeah. Trying to count it. Yeah, it was.
His first and last purple.
Yeah, it was a starving game for this Fanny.
So with that said, folks, one can only imagine and one can wonder, alongside the millions of Turkish MLBB fans, how do they recover? What's the mental reset like? How do you even start with the draft? Where did it all go wrong? Were they a little too brave to consider the whole Novario Bruno kind of thing? Because we didn't see it do much.
Yeah. I think now for Turkey, they really need to acknowledge the requirements and the strengths of their draft, and then whatever the pick will be for Team Indonesia. Because again, it felt like Turkey didn't get to properly acknowledge what the Paquito brings to the table. Again, fast wave clear, invade right away into the jungle of Kostra, which is what we saw. Hence why maybe they were thinking about that, and for some reason they thought that the answer would be to start orange. But then the fact that you already have the information, the opposing team started purple buff, meant that they'll be able to invade alongside Cerezo when Kostra got to his purple buff. So little things like that need to be really put into consideration and thought about properly.
As the song goes, all the small things, they add up. So with that said, we hope Turkey goes back to the drawing board and assesses. It's not like it was all bad, right? We've seen much worse. Truth be told, in MLBB history, esports history, that is, they can work with something here. It's not a complete wash. So I hope they pick themselves up by the bootstraps and strap in, because this is a best of 3. So after game 2, or as we load into game 2, that's where things matter, because it's match point for Team Indonesia, who, by the way, even in the absence of Moreno, just looks great. Like, you could have sworn, you know what? Never mind. I can tell it's a different dude. I was going to say, you covered the name, you couldn't tell, but no, I can tell it's different.
Yeah, Vin and Key, a different, how do I say this? Different chemistry between them two, but chemistry that works nonetheless.
Chemistry.
Chemistry. I like that.
That's free for you. That's gratis for all the Indo fans.
And what we were mentioning earlier about Turkey not acknowledging certain things, that's why Indonesia won this game. They did. They checked all the boxes perfectly.
Yep. So with that said, we are going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, the possible conclusion, or maybe the pivoting turn, the canon event in Turkey's history, wherein they take it all the way to Game 3 for Indonesia. You're going to find out when we come back. You're watching IESF 2023 World Championships. So, what do you want to talk about? Because we are right in the middle of a best of 3, and it's down to Turkey pulling something from somewhere that I have no idea where, and it's up to Indonesia to just do Indonesian things.
Man, Indonesia right now
Woo!
got adrenaline in their soul. Every thought is out of control, and you see it in their gameplay with how they're doing it. Turkey, they're gonna need to dig deep here.
Yep, as we go into the draft here once more, this is Reptar. I'm Leo at your service. We are gonna go into the draft, and there's a lot that Turkey can actually go back to and learn from going into game 2. And for Indonesia, man, this opens a Pandora's box, doesn't it? Going into red side after starting off in the blue, they have all the options left, and now more so because they know exactly how to press Turkey's buttons, what makes them tick.
Yeah, and I like the approach, though, here of Turkey to take out the Joy and the Claude.
Both of them.
Both of them. And then still respecting the fact that you cannot give the Kadita away to an Indonesian team.
Kirita.
Especially one that has been Enki playing. Because now you're going to be thinking, who's going to go, where's Kadita going? Is that mid? Is it Rome? It's usually Rome, but with these two on the board, it's a huge gamble. So many question marks. So now, first pick, they could go lock in the Valentino if they want to, but no, they're taking away the Paquito. So their approach right now is literally just, we'll take away the power picks from the last game.
Yep. And again, when your backs are against the wall and you want to correct and you want to, again, get on the board, this is one way to do it, right? Yep. Take it away from Sorizo. But now this opens up the question, are we going to see Xborg?
Oh, it could be. It could be. I wouldn't mind. Well, they can save it for later.
Not this early.
Not this early.
Yeah.
Actually, even third pick, I wouldn't mind.
Seems to be, you know that meme, right, with a big jug of water?
Yeah,
This
that
is
one.
Xborg for most teams right now, especially BTR in the early days.
Oh, okay. But now they're going to be hovering over the Angela, and yeah, it's left open.
Oh,
So they
no!
can go Angela Ling, Angela Assassin, or an Angela Baksha type of deal if they want.
Angela Fred, because, oh no, Fred's not
Fred
open.
was
Never
banned,
mind.
Fred was banned.
Never mind.
Okay, Angela Turizla also. Something that, this is actually a common trend that we're seeing in the Indonesian league, in MPL Indonesia, is that if ever the draft looks like this, you don't necessarily need to go for pocket picks. You go for, power picks.
Yep.
You go for pocket picks instead. Pick up the Angela because later on you know whatever you're going to put in the jungle will get empowered by it, or you will use it to actually empower the Turizla. And then another response that we're seeing up against a Paquito is a Turizla, not because of dueling, but because of just clearing the minion wave and map presence.
Yep, when it comes down to it, the Paquito can knock people out faster, but the Terizla is a bigger threat in a team fight situation. Going into their last picks for Phase 1, we have here Turkey locking in the Franco and the Valentina. What can you steal as a Valentina right now? You have a solid penalty zone. My question, though, is Indonesia going to budge? Are they going to check on this Valentina? Are they going to draft around it? The fact that they have one solid ult. Are they going to provide one more?
You know what? On the back of my head, I feel like Indonesia could approach this is that if they really want to be annoying against this Valentina, very cheesy strat, pick up a Valir.
Right now?
No, later on to surprise them. Again, it's a very cheesy strategy.
And even if you do pick up the Valir, you're still keeping up the whole flex because we don't know where this Angela's going. And we have seen, I'd say roughly 1 in 5 Angelas go to mid.
Yeah.
So, safe bet.
It happens. So that is an option for them. That will really disrupt the Paquito's team fighting capabilities. But a part of me is thinking that will likely not happen. But if it does happen, you heard it here first, folks. So to take away the Baksha this time around, now that they're going for the Ling, that's another automatic response. If your opposing jungle has a Ling on there and the Baksha's open, you'll pick up the Baksha because of how fast you can clear, and you can sort of match the map presence and rotations that a Ling brings to the table. So we might end up seeing an Assassin versus Assassin matchup if ever Turkey feels like there's enough room in their draft for something like a Hayabusa or a Lancelot.
Yeah, no, if you're Super Ken specifically, and you feel like, not feel, actually, you know what? If you know you are the superior jungler, mechanically speaking, you try to bait out the assassin. You just win.
Yeah. So if ever that's actually going to be an assassin for Turkey, their XP laner might be something unique, wherein they're actually going to put the Paquito into the jungle.
Yeah.
And then the XP laner will be an Edith.
Which is a dynamic we've seen before, wherein at the time, it was the Paquito who was the predator to the Ling's prey.
Yeah. So that's an option that Turkey can go for. Because right now, up against Ling, Angela, and then a Turizla, they're going to need to have at least one really tanky presence to soak up the damage. That's not your Franco. The Franco's in the back. He's the one who's hooking. He's the one who's biting. And then eventually he'll leave. You're going to need another tanky presence for it. It cannot just be the Franco.
But again, that's considering that the Pakito goes into the jungle. We don't know quite yet, but it looks like that's what Team Indonesia wants. They want to make sure, hey, you better be sure that you pick a better jungler, if not the Pakito, because we're taking out the Fanny.
Yeah, not a lot of people right now can junglers can match the rotational speed of a Ling. It has to be an assassin or someone who can deal a lot like the Pakito. I'm really thinking if there's something I'm missing out for tanky junglers. But it doesn't feel like there's any.
Bane ain't tanky, man.
Yeah, Bane ain't tanky.
Bane shows up like once in a blue moon as like a perfect pick, but I don't see it here, not like this.
A lot of questions right now for Turkey. Indonesia can lock in their marksman first and then go for the surprising last pick to throw them off.
It's a good marksman here.
Could be a Brody. Beatrix, well, better wave clear, yeah.
Yeah, Brody's dangerous, man.
Yeah, but they have an Angela.
That helps, I guess.
Yeah, that they don't always need to put on the Ling.
Yeah. But with a Pakito and a Franco, kind of scary. You win against Valentina. That's one good thing, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, Beatrix makes a lot of sense. Just so you get that poke wave clear. And this also actually makes a lot of sense. A lot of movement speed.
Just dive on dive.
Yeah, dive on dive, and you can go. There we go, the Akai. I knew there was one more that I was slipping out of my head. Like, tanky jungler, I know there's one more.
The Dragon Warrior!
Dragon Warrior, here's Poe. He shows up, and yeah, typically that's what we see going up against a Ling in terms of the turtle fight. So now it's just going to be up to Turkey to match that rotational speed. Turtle fights, if they can keep the rest of the game close, it'll be a 50-50, and Turkey will take away the Beatrix.
All right. Well, again, Beatrix wins most 50-50s if you know what you're doing. What's left for Team Indonesia here? We're going to find out if the Angela goes through to mid or if it will stay a roamer, and then we get a little bit more bursty hero, which I think they need.
Yeah.
I think you need a little bit of bursty here. Burst? Now I'm wondering, do you need burst or do you need, like, sustain? Because could be a roamer.
Angela could be. Ooh, okay. It looks like they're going to be going for burst. And then the Kagura or the Novaria also.
I get the Novaria. It's for vision.
The Novaria, yeah. You get the vision. Those slows will help greatly here. Such an aggressive lineup for Team Indonesia. And again, this will, if it's going to be a Novaria, same story as earlier. This puts a lot of pressure onto Cerezo.
It seems to be aggressive to a fault. If they lock this in, then they mean business. As soon as the Astral Echo is up, it's hunting season, folks. And indeed it is. About 30 seconds before we deploy into the land of dawn. One thing I can say about Turkey, something I think you will agree with, is we both like the Akai.
Yeah, we do.
Wuxi finger hold.
Oh, what was it again? Oh yeah, it's like skadoosh.
Ah, there you go. All right. So we're hoping that this was enough of an X factor, enough of a. Now I'm questioning if we did it right.
Yeah, hopefully we did.
Hopefully that was a good pickup for them, so that Super Ken doesn't get free reign over the map, because that's dangerous. If you have a Ling that is confident, 150% early game, first buff, and then he starts roaming around like he owns the place, then that's half the battle lost.
Yeah, looking at the lineup right now of Indonesia, it's SNS, man. It's speed and slows. They have a lot of heroes that are fast, and they have a lot of abilities that's slow.
I guess
both.
Soft CC.
Yeah, soft
seems
CC.
to be the name of the game.
A lot of soft CC that will just layer on top of each other. So if on the side of Indonesia, there's a lot of pressure on Cerezo. It's the same for Zeus, but also for Itachi to land those guns.
Yep. If anything, it's Turkey who's playing with the absolutes.
Yes.
While it's Indonesia stacking these 20%, 15% that build up to what will eventually be the 100. Here we go, game number 2, match point, and they're just cracking down on Saken, man.
Oh, and right away a counter from Finn, actually. Able to dish out some damage as well onto Itachi and Wakasa with an Astral Recall. We talked about the hooks, and another one onto Wakasa. Wakasa needs to sort of hang back a bit. He'll be able to get that. And Zeus already cutting the pressure onto the purple buff. So now Zeus is doing what Cerezo did to Costa earlier, but this time, Super Ken actually able to get it.
And who goes and gets the Little Wanderer? It's Super Ken. All right, so we're off to a fast start for Team Indonesia, but given how quick Indonesia is rotating, this allows Turkey to play a little safer and actually build up about, 10 seconds ago they had a small lead.
Yeah.
But again, it equalizes.
And now you see there. Ooh, actually putting back the gold card. Wonder if Vokas is going to be able to get it. And you see Saken actually playing. Not clearing the wave just yet. Here, top side though. That's going to be key. Already committing a flicker. Kasha already with a knockback.
Whoa!
The back. And that is going to be the Tempest of Blades. Heavy spin also committed. That is the Paquito down. That's one kill for Indonesia. Looks like they might get another one. Kasha was a little bit too eager to get a kill early on. There's the Ling. There's the Teresa. Can they get to him? And Super Ken from the wall to wall. Taken out Kostra. 2 early kills for Indonesia, and that is not the start you want to have if you're Turkey.
I'm gonna propel him forward, almost going up 1,000 gold here, and just in the nick of time for the turtle to spawn. And I bet Turkey, specifically Kostra, specifically, what was that? Itachi, and Zeus rather, Zeus.
Yeah.
They're kicking themselves right now saying, oh, man, why we commit? Why we commit? It was a 2v3.
Yeah, a little bit, not a little bit, too aggressive was Turkey there to make that call, especially with the turtle so close.
A lot of bit.
A lot of bit. Now let's see if Turkey can clap back those. Zeus and Cerezo dancing around the turtle. Presence here around the mid. I wonder if Turkey reads a situation that the Ling is still in the orange buff, but a decision by Koster to also just focus his orange buff as well. Now with a reset from Indonesia means that should be a signal for Turkey that, yeah, they got their orange buff first. You know that the timer is up. So the Ling is most likely at the purple buff right now. Turkey has all the information in the world to work with.
Turtle's been delayed up to a minute now, and it's not like Super Ken is in a rush. If anything, it's Kostra to the scene first, going for the pull, and there's the Astral Echo. Spots the Dragon Warrior. I wonder how much they're gonna commit.
A lot of information already used. Kostra already forced to get away. Super Ken going in, and there goes the hard guard. Look at the damage and the regen coming in from Indonesia. That's a heavy spin, locking in Cerezo, but Cerezo still surviving through it. And who didn't survive? Cerezo, he actually fell. Kostra gets taken down as well. Super Ken still has under tower, dancing in and around, opening up the double kill opportunity there for Vin. Rodgen, can he get something out of this? But Vin has way too much health. He sidesteps the Astral Recall, and you see that actually Zeus was chasing Super Ken, who was really low. Great aggressive play there by Indonesia, but Turkey able to get some scraps out of it. That's a good sign. They got a kill there, and it could have been worse.
Yep, I'd say Indonesia got everything they wanted out of that exchange. But again, it's not as free. It still is an exchange.
Yeah, they had to work for it.
Yeah, much like a negotiation, neither walks away completely happy. More so Turkey, because again, this gap is growing ever so slightly. Not as quickly as it did in game 1, but just the same. You're looking at about a 2,000 gold lead at 4 minutes in. And you're looking at a lineup that scales, I'd say, much faster, because, oh no, they're gonna get Zeus here.
Oh, that was quick. Super Ken and Vin, you know that was coming the moment Ken spotted out Zeus. Easy and fast hard guard for the Ling.
As I was saying, man, if this lineup by Indonesia scales up this quick, what more in the proper mid-game? Because it looks like they've expedited the early game. It's like we've left the laning phase, yet the turrets still have their shields. And wait, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd the buff? All right, so Costa still got it.
Yeah, Costa still got it.
Wait, Rodgen stole the hard guard.
Yeah, he stole the hard guard and committed it right away. To be surprising that he pulled the trigger there. It really looked like Costa was going to get that without a problem.
Expect, folks, that that's going to be one of the first and last few times that Rodgen actually gets the hard guard, because I expect, especially when we leave the laning phase, right about now, he is going to make himself scarce. He's not going to want to show himself to Rodgen so that the ult doesn't get stolen away. If anything, he's playing with the fact that maybe he wants to give the ult, because it's better than actually getting a penalty zone stolen.
Exactly. And now Indonesia. Oh, Cerezo in the penalty zone! 3-man and plus the flicker to the back. But Saken takes a good amount of damage as well. Turkey is not going to be able to get this turtle. Perfect penalty zone to zone out Turkey. Stop them from being able to contest that turtle easily.
Y'all heard of a defensive penalty zone? You've heard of an offensive penalty zone? How about a perfect penalty zone?
Perfect indeed.
Spacing out all of Turkey. I'm pretty sure folks watching at home also felt like, oh, yeah, we won't touch that turtle right now. But wait. Wakasa's been working. You see bottom lane.
Yeah, bottom lane gets pushed. Good call there by Turkey to open up the map. you were wondering where's the damage of Turkey, they were saying, oh, we need to open up the map, we need space. We can't keep getting drawn into these fights, into these skirmishes. We need to find wins elsewhere. But now, as we go into the mid-game, power spikes kicking in, which was, as you mentioned earlier, expedited by Team Indonesia with how much damage Ken is already dealing, as well as Vin on that Novaria. The window of opportunity for Turkey to turn this game around is slim, but it's there. It will come from a turnaround or an overcommitment from Indonesia and not reading into the Matrix. But then they read it, they've read Wakasa, Super Ken, and Vin together. Wakasa has nowhere left to go. The easiest dive under the tower of Super Ken's life. Turkey are making the right calls, but Indonesia just have the right picks to answer it.
Yep, that margin of error was 10 miles wide as Sorizo drew a line even behind Tier 1. He's like, all right, no one's crossing this alive. All right, we are going to get our hands on Wakasa. We're going to punish him for actually pushing that gold lane Tier 1, and then we'll go from there. And now Sakin actually goes for the capital objective. Now, speaking of which, we're about to hit the last turtle of the game, about 15 seconds in, and you see that Katathon up top.
And I'm pretty sure there are some people here asking, hey, why isn't Zeus having the same performance as Sorizo as a Paquito in the last game? And the answer is simple. He's up against a Ling and an Angela. It's much harder for Paquito to be able to do Paquito things against a Ling and an Angela that had a great early game.
Yep, ain't no free rotations.
Exactly.
He can't just chill in a bush and wait for his prey. It's not as easy when you're going up against this combo, and of course, what more, against a team like Team Indonesia. All 5 members from Team Indonesia here working to secure this last turtle. Kostra gonna be able to see just but the remnants of the turtle. All right, guys, confirmed. They got it.
They got it. Info locked in. And now Indonesia, they just need to continue this game. Constant invading, stop Kostra, aggressive, just keep going. Their margin of error is incredibly slim at this point. That if Turkey find a way, Indonesia tripped somewhere along the way and Turkey made the right call to just punish them. Because, again, we're getting close to the point where it's almost, it is a massive lead across the board, especially in the jungler realm. Look at that, 7.8k on the Ling, just 4,000. Almost there for Kostra on the Akai.
Not even 4,000 as you were saying it, yeah?
It was
so, look at the items on the Dragon Warrior, man. He's playing with scraps. Not a single fully built item. Got a pair of pants, got a couple belts.
2 belts for the pants.
Yep, nice. Nice little, you know what? I actually like the Molten Essence here.
Yeah.
In my history, in my experience playing with a poor Akai, you kind of just need the extra help farming.
Yeah, especially in a situation where you're just trying to come back. You need all the help that you can get. And Indonesia here, I wonder, I guess the hook back, but the timing just wasn't there for Turkey. If Itachi got the hook that back in time, just so Kostra could get it, it was there. But Indonesia, the damage is just way too high, way too fast to secure objectives. Saken already locked in a Haas clause. That is one happy Irithyll.
And he's having to dive.
Beautiful hook and a bloody hunt and the heavy spin to cap it off. Turkey, get your wins and then get on out of there. Tremendous play by Itachi to get something. Now Indonesia read the push into the bottom lane though by Zeus. He's hugging the shrub. Let's see if he can continue the turret. He'll cut the wave. He needs to get on out of there after that because look at that Ling. He's making for a beeline. Straight to the Paquito. He sees him. They're going to be fighting. Zeus is down to almost 30, 20. Oh! Gone! Gone! It's 0%!
Point blank. Astral meteor to the face. It's like Zeus slipped on a banana peel there.
I don't think slipping on a banana peel would hurt that much.
Well, what if your HP was that low?
Then yes, it would definitely hurt that much.
There you go. Quick rotations from Team Indonesia, making the most of this relatively quiet moment. Because Turkey, yeah, they can rotate out of their base. Yes, waves are pushing up, but it's exactly where Indonesia wants them as they make quick work of this Lord. Scored just underneath the 10-minute, 30-second mark.
It's 2 games in a row now that Team Indonesia got drafts that they just really shine with. Again, we talked about it earlier. This is a very current meta game. Team Indonesia, call them Bigatron Alpha type of draft. And they look comfortable. It's the best way to describe it. It's an entire series where one team looks incredibly comfortable, and Zeus is super uncomfortable right now, though, as he gets spotted out by Super Ken. Will they even commit the hard guard just for it? Oh, Zeus is able to deal enough damage, but Ken says, no, Vin, hold on to that. Oh, Key, hold on to it. I got this, and he got it indeed.
Yep, that's round 2 that he's done that. Round 1, he needed help. This time around, not so much. Let's see if they can take care of the Lord. Looks like the answer is yes, but there's still a good amount of waves, and Turkey's going to clean up. Not a single inhibitor is going to fall here. Not today.
Yeah, it's a slight tickle. 2, 3 basic attacks needed by Indonesia to get that middle turret down, but Turkey will do everything to hold on for dear life onto it. After delaying, oh, look at the damage from the Assault Regal onto Wakasa. Brought him down to 50%.
Oh.
Are they going to go away? So goes in with a flicker penalty zone. That's going to be the heavy spin messing up the team fight here of Team Indonesia, but they are okay with it because Saken on the Irithel, on Leo, the Tiger, not the caster, is just going around everywhere, free hitting. The inhibitors, top and mid, are down. Is the base up next? And look at Wakasa gets taken out by Super Ken. Super is the play indeed, and Team Indonesia lock in the sweep of Turkey.
2-0. In the upper half of their group. So they now join the safe zone as it is, trying to make it through to the playoffs of this World Championships under IESF. All right, let's talk about it. This is a much better game for Team Turkey, but against Team Indonesia, who is, again, as comfortable as they are with this draft, with the tempo of the gameplay, really can't expect much, again, especially with this whole Angela Ling situation.
Yeah, and you could tell that the fact that they first picked the Paquito, not just a way as to take it away from Team Indonesia, but more of like try to emulate what Cereza was trying to do. The difference is it was a different hero it was up against. You saw there clearly, Ling actually started orange buff, but because of the rotation, the clear speed that Ling has over the Fanny early on, Cerezo just not Cerezo, the Zeus just barely got there in time. He actually just got there in time to see that Super Ken already got his purple buff. And then from there, they still made some right calls, but then they were just caught out in key moments.
Key moments.
Key moments, exactly.
And that happened several times in the game, which just shows and proves that Indonesia is but a step or two ahead of Team Turkey, especially when it comes to these big objectives and huge encounters. Yeah. It's always like, oh, yep, confirmed, it happened.
And that's what we were talking about beforehand, speed and slows. We didn't see a lot of the slows, we saw a lot of speed though early on. Fast is how Indonesia likes to play. Talked about in the first match, and they did it here perfectly.
Congratulations to Team Indonesia, and GG well played to Team Turkey. We are going to go on a quick break. Once more when we come back, more best of 3 action coming your way. His name is Reptar. My name is Leo, always at your service. Stay with us. You're watching the IESF World Championships 2023.
Welcome back to the IESF World Championship 2023. My name is Reptar, joined here by Leo for an awesome second series of the day. We're going to witness Team Colombia versus Team Philippines. How are you feeling going into this one?
I have to leave all biases at the door, given that this is for the playoffs, all right? Both teams want to make it through, no doubt, but I have to be honest here. Colombia is staring down the barrel of a loaded gun because Team Philippines, no doubt, despite having fallen to second place in the past couple of world stage tournaments, they came here to Romania to do business.
Yeah, and now you are actually witnessing the drafting phase here. Colombia on the blue, Philippines on the red. And pretty standard banning and picking patterns that we're seeing here as the Fredrin goes into the first pick. Valentina Terizla is a lock-in for Philippines. And are we actually going to see it again? Back-to-back series in a row.
Actually,
getting picked in the first phase.
You know what? This might be the whole time zone situation, but it's actually flipped around.
Oh, it's flipped. All right, okay. The Team Philippines now is actually on the blue side. It's Colombia on the red.
So now, consider this. You talked to me earlier tonight, or for those watching today, about how last night or earlier today, Unigo's hooks were on point.
Oh, yeah.
He was hovering a Franco.
Yeah.
Why would he hesitate? Especially in the face of a Terizla and a Valentina. Would that not be an easy solution?
Yeah, it sounded like it would have been a perfect pickup, but Philippines, maybe a similar case to Team Indonesia wherein, hey, the Franco's open, no, we're not going to buy into the bait, we're going to shake things up with our drafting, so it's going to be the Novaria. Good chance that will go into the hands of Arcangel in the mid lane,
That's
while
right.
Recutano locks in an early Brody, so that Colombia will think about maybe locking in the marksman now, so that they can avoid the whole marksman getting banned phase going into the second phase.
Yep. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
They are going to go into this marksman matchup, the gold lane 50-50, between the Iritel and the Brody. Wherein if the Iritel actually overcommits, it's over.
Yeah.
But they're a little bit more mobile than the Brody, especially when you're talking about the early to mid. Going into the second phase, let's start with the bans. Interesting.
Ooh.
It looks like they're forcing the Fredrin to actually be the junglers. Like, all right, you know what? We know you're packing heat with a Fanny. Saison, we respect that. Get out of here.
And I
Respectfully.
Respectfully. But I think Saison is still fine with it regardless.
For sure.
This is a Fredrin pickup that in the jungle has proven to be lethal in the hands of Saison. So now Philippines will be taking away the jungle options here for Colombia. They don't want that Baksha. They want a slightly slower rotational speed here for Colombia. But we saw earlier that even though these are the picture of the picks for the first three heroes of Colombia, you can still slot in here an assassin type jungler. You can still bring in a Lancelot, you can still maybe even potentially bring in a Ling, but you're gonna need to pick up a much tankier roamer.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially since you're seeing here the Novaria.
Yeah.
There's no going back on the Novaria. If you can pick up the Novaria easy, then that's already a -1. And
Yes.
most Novarias that can't protect themselves just goes down really quickly, and you might have to force Canon to respond. And a reactive Canon isn't a very good Canon.
Yeah.
As great as the world champion Canon is, if you take him out of that comfort zone of him being proactive and calling fights,
Exactly.
it just changes the dynamic.
Yeah, he can't be the one just playing after his opponents. He's going to be the one telling the opponents, no, you play my game. And now it does feel like Philippines or Colombia are playing Philippines game in the drafting and banning because of them taking away the Lancelot and the Fanny. Philippines will automatically take away that Martis. So some really good options that could have been great for Colombia are now off the board. I honestly thought they'd leave something like a Lancelot open, that they wouldn't overthink it. And they'd say, yes, that will be a threat in the jungle. We'll leave assassins open for ourselves. But that isn't the case. So now going into this sort of a thin pool now for their tankier presences.
My friend, would you say that maybe Colombia closed the door on themselves?
It feels like.
Right? They shut the door right on their face like, oh, wait, we meant to... no, never mind. I left my keys. It's over.
Yeah, it's like they saw someone chasing after them. They saw a house, and instead of going in, they closed the door of the house and like, just looked at the person chasing them.
I guess I'm trapped in here with you. Or
Trapped
you're...
out here with you. That was a punchline. I'll workshop it.
I'll allow it. Now, going into the final picks for Team Philippines as Colombia picks up the Lolita. Could this be Could this be Renmar, a swerve? Because they can actually send over the Frederick into the XP lane and then put an Akai in the hands of Saison.
Oh, that could be a possibility as well, considering that they're now going to be up against that Lolita. Having the heavy spin will be great, but because of all of these that they have on the table, is it finally a jawhead? No, okay, I'm going to calm down. It'll make sense if that will be a
Don't do it.
clue, though. Benedetta. A lot of options that they could go for here, honestly.
The Yuzhong gonna go try to hunt down the Valentina and the Iritel, makes sense. And then you give Unigo here his Kufra. Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. This is front to front. And then you have one back, which is the Navaria. So
Yeah. What I like about this, though, or rather, on the side of the Philippines, them picking a Yuzhong into a lineup that, let's be honest, looking at it, is quite mobile, is quite risky. Even though the Petrify would be fantastic.
Wait.
I have to stop that. Yeah, it's a YSS. A YSS in the jungle.
Yu Sun Shin is back and in the hands of Team Colombia.
Interesting. Very interesting.
How does this change the dynamics here? What's the equation looking like? This is an unexpected element in the formula.
This might end up becoming another star performance by Inigo. He has now, with the presence of the
All the more.
YSS,
Yeah.
the Kufra looks like an even much better pick.
Yep. Good luck making your passive tick.
Yeah, and that was the point I was trying to make earlier. The Yuzhong, quite risky, but then with the Kufra on the board, sort of helps balance it out so he can dish out the combo with the Petrify, the knockup, and all of that. But then the YSS shows up. Philippines are looking at it, it's like their eyes are watering, their mouth is watering, they're salivating at the picks. It's like, oh, this is good for the Yuzhong and Kufra.
Colombia's eyes are watering.
Yeah, the Colombia's eyes
So
are
can
watering.
confirm, yes, they kind of shut the... We're forced to pick a hero that was way out of the metagame for the better part of a year now. Welcome to game number 1.
Let's see how it's going to go. There was a lot of talk about how fast now that the YSS can clear. We'll see it, but kind of a greedy setup here. It's a double core with Zeno and Prime Marigod both playing marksman, and we know YSS to be a hybrid marksman assassin on his side there. See how this is going to play out. The Philippines aren't careful, though. This Colombia could run away with it in the mid to the late game.
If they make it.
If they make it.
If they make it, because you mentioned the double core setup. Not to mention, Abyss Cutie kind of wants to get some farm on him as well. It's not like the Valentina is as low to the ground as a roamer or even, a tanky XP laner. Here we see a scrum already to jump in by Unigo. Bouncing ball, keeping them in. That's the Little Wanderer scored by Saison. Happy to be here. Now jumping in, knocks up Marigod and pushes him right out of that scaled lizard.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about here. The tanky jungler up against a marksman assassin hybrid. They are happy to just go into the jungle, get info. They're not going to commit it, so they're going to go around, but that is something Colombia needs to watch out for. Philippines going into the jungle.
Finds Abyss Cutie, another one. Mount Shocker keeping Inigo at bay. And with that big resource spent by Colombia, because they're not going to be able to use it when the turtle comes up in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, and in the bottom lane, you actually saw... Oh, Arcangel! I was just about to say that Prime Marigod was brought low because of Arcangel and Saison, but Arcangel gets the first kill of the game, and this is not the start you want to have in a double core setup for Colombia.
2-time SEA Games gold medalist, was playing the game ever since the MLBB Esports was established, and here he is live from Romania showing everybody how it's done. Team Philippines first to the scene here, pulling the turtle out and just as quickly taking it. Well, what's going on? Is this Unigo? Is this Unigo on Prime Marigod?
Yeah, he's just there in the orange buff. He pushed him out. Not the hottest start here for the Isan Shin, and similar to what we saw in game number 1 of Indonesia, they know the Philippines that they can just continue this, that they can just mess up this YSS.
Ain't nothing but a thing. And now they're going to try to sandwich him. Enzo, or rather Ito de Nazaret, drawing a line between Colombia and Team Philippines. Sending Unigo home. All right, so count your blessings, right? At least you were able to save yourself a jungle dive and then buy time and, I don't know, open up the map here for the gold lane? Because, look, they're sending Reketiano way back behind Tier 1.
Yeah, and it's a scary game right now for Prime Marigod. It seems like for the majority of the game, he's just been staring into the edge of oblivion right now. And another one by
Whoa!
Unigo!
And there's a Astral Echo, 3v4 waiting to happen. Make that a 4v4 coming in. An Astral Echo from Colombia, thrown out themselves. There's not enough damage. Both teams call it out. Delta split.
Big bulwark there by Chief, who actually blocking the Astral Recall of Arcangel. Would have been bad for Colombia because that would have forced them to go back to base so that they could regen. But now at the bottom side, there's going to be a play called by the Philippines, 3 versus 2.
Oh, Chief was very low, and the jump in. Unigo misses by about an inch or two, and they disengage.
Oh,
Rekitiano gets a maximum range, torn apart memory as he tears Chifu a new one. And he keeps Zeno right at bay, a knockup from Saison, and a bonk! Appraiser's Rat, not enough damage.
Didn't have the damage just yet, and because of the ultimate of the IESF, Rekitiano, who was already low, gets taken out by Colombia. So Rekitiano's, I wouldn't call it greedy. He got something out of there, but it hurts just to see for the Philippines that you see that there's a death onto Rekitiano, and Zeno is now sort of like laughing to himself like, haha, I still have 0 death. You got taken out.
He can't even actually get away with it because of Mount Shocker. And now another big fight. Primary God secures the turtle. And you see Abyss Cutie just dancing around. Big Black Dragon keeping Philippines at bay. And Team Colombia, they're happy with what they got out there. There was no possibility for them to have actually gotten that turtle if it wasn't for that scrum, if it wasn't for that long, drawn-out fight that led to nothing.
Despite the rough start here of Primary God and Colombia, they have now kept it close. Still pressure onto the purple side here of Colombia from the Philippines. But the Philippines cannot just run away with this just yet. See there, just helping out their juggler, Unigo. Might get caught out here, Chifu. Looking into Saison, Arcangel there as well. So, information right now, and actually a solo kill by Eto de Nazareth onto Canon on the top side. Terizla taking out that Yutong. Seems like a little bit of an overextension there, or a miscalculation by Canon to take that 1v1 duel, but I think it also really greatly helps the global presence of the ultimate of the Sun Shin, helping out in the damage output to make sure that if you are in an unfavorable 1v1, well, you can get it.
And because of this whole situation, the past couple of minutes of Colombia-Philippines trading, they've opened up the map. Up top, Chifu gets caught out with a full combo from Unigo. Able to flicker on out of there, saves himself, and Zeno.
Whoa. Chifu able to flicker out of there just in time. And Colombia are responding to everything that the Philippines are throwing to the table. So now, it seems like Unigo and the rest of Philippines might actually need to pick their fights a little bit better, because right now we've just been seeing them trying to up the tempo here, rightfully so, but it might not be at the targets that they'd want to go for. That was an attempt to try and take down the roamer who was so close to under tower. Yeah. They were able to take the flicker away from him, but then you're also out of resources yourself. You don't have the ultimate just yet with the turtle about to spawn.
All right, you're saying all of this, and this has given me time and direction to say, you know, what's going on with the Philippines? Because they haven't even spent any of their battle spells, nor have they spent their ults. So something tells me they're playing the long game. Oh no, here's a big fight near the river bush. Astral Echo thrown out, Luminum Blast as well. Big 5-man squad from Colombia coming in. Black Dragon form from Canon. Turtle very low, down to 10 of its health. Saison gets the retribution, and he bonks all of them. Primary God falls, Unigo gets the kill, and Canon survives with just sliver of health. Abyss Cutie taken down. 2 for none so far. Make it 3. 2K for Bulletproof Marco as Team Philippines continues to crack down on Colombia, retreating underneath tier 2. And they're not done. Saison once more. Chifu walks away.
A massive win by the Philippines, taking out the turtle and getting 3. We're talking about the long game. Just before that, suddenly Philippines said, let's make the game and let's play it now. They get a massive win. They take down the turret in mid. So what was Colombia's great play to keep the game close, if they're not careful, can slip out of their hands here. One more major loss would mean that going into the mid to the late game, Philippines will have the lead. But Saison might get caught out here by the members of Colombia.
He's got some backup. There's Canon and Unigo at his flank. It looks like he's going to get away scot-free. And just like that, look at Canon playing footsies with Eto de Nazareth. And here comes Unigo one more time. Catches 2 with the combo. Canon coming in, Black Dragon form from the west. Finding Chifu. Can he stop him? The bulwark ain't going to save you. Canon gets 1. 1, 2 for free going over to Team Philippines.
The energy shield will not stop the Dragon Tail. Philippines have upped the tempo. Now that they have more items, now that they have more damage, those setups by Unigo are finally paying off here. And this is what we were talking about going into this game. This might be another star performance by Unigo, and so far, it is. He has been the catalyst for Team Philippines.
He does not disappoint. One thing we can note about Colombia is they know how to find where resources are. And after Team Philippines picked up the tempo, Colombia actually switched up themselves. They stepped on the clutch and said, you know what, we can't get away with what we were doing before, right? Yeah. Chifu, you gotta get better at finding your Numenal Blast. And no, Unigo catches him in the off tempo. He knows how to dance.
Oh!
Astral Echo, the answer back from Miss Cutie. Chifu falls. The penalty
Nazareth
zone coming in from Nazareth. Not enough damage just yet, but here comes Zeno! Taking down Canon.
Saison is now holding on to the Lord as Colombia are close enough to contest it, to maybe even steal it from under the noses of the Philippines. It's 4v4. Saison spots out the other members. Colombia do not have their roamer, they do not have a tankier front line, but they have a lot of damage. Oh, but the Turizla's there, and Eto de Nazareth seems like he's enough. No one's gonna fully commit just yet. Will we get a reset?
Alright, there's not enough O's in Lord or Canon, but I'll allow it.
Yeah.
We'll let it happen here. Lord, you have
Let's
help, and now Saison can only watch. Here comes the rest of Colombia. It's a 5-man effort, but Saison still steals it at the cost of
Unigo!
nothing but his life. Down he goes, the Biscuity takes him down. Canon dancing around this crowd. Unigo goes down, 2 for none so far the exchange. Colombia happy to see this, except Marigold falls. Now Chifu flickers on out of here as the Biscuity goes ahead in Black Dragon forms his way.
Oh!
Safety! But Arcangel says, thou shall not walk away from this scot-free as he throws out an Astral Media.
The Archangel descended from the heavens and like a devil sniping down Chifu from a distance. What a read by Arcangel. But we've been seeing a trend. Philippines have been winning fights. Unigo has been playing a star performance on this Kufra. But Colombia, because of their double core, we've been seeing it. If you cannot take Primary God and Zeno out of their comfort zone, don't stop them from being able to free hit. Colombia has the tools, even with a 5K, close to 5K deficit, to turn a fight around. That's something Philippines needs to watch out for. Because this is the sort of gambit that Colombia is going for with the lineup.
Cancels Chifu's Numenon Blast, and now they're forced to fight. Astral comes in with the pull, and the Appraiser's Wrath. See value in me. You should, says Saison, and now it's all falling apart as 2 fall. 2K goes over to the jungler from Team Philippines as turrets fall as well. Mid and top, it's like Lord of the Rings up in here.
Unigo from out of nowhere with that step back. It was a step back flicker tyrant's range.
It's a Euro combo.
A Euro combo. Euro stepping all the way from Romania. And look at the damage from Arcangel.
They don't have minions though, so they can't overstay their welcome. They'll have to bide their time and tempo themselves, temper their steel as they try to go for a penetration. And oh, Abyss Cutie felt that.
Abyss Cutie forcing to get back there. Saison able to get out from the potential penalty zone catch that Eto de Nazareth would have set up for Colombia. So now Philippines are in the lead. We still have to watch out again for the condition that we mentioned, but Philippines has a lot more wiggle room for errors in team fight. A little bit more wiggle room to not just fully commit right away and try to look for the Irithel and the Isanshin right away. It's sort of like they can fight. Okay, they're free hitting us, but it's fine. Because we're going to be able to take down their frontliners and then they'll be forced to retreat anyway.
And it's that, how do I say, confidence, conviction into team fights that have allowed Colombia to, how do I say, even put anything on the board up against Team Philippines. Because if you remember, in that last Lord fight, if only Colombia was able to Retribution the Lord, that would have been all them. But it's just, I don't know, Saison just knows what to do, even in such dire situations. Dude, that was a 1v5.
Yeah, 1v5, taking the Lord. Classic Saison things. So now Colombia are actually making the right call here to try and push the bottom lane instead. So they're sending their marksmen so that they can push faster. IESF will not get hits there onto the turret. The Irthel will go back right away. Colombia are trying to play it safe for their cores here.
Oh man, they could have spent a second or two longer there. Canon wouldn't have punished, not as hard.
Yeah.
They could have taken down tier 1.
I think Colombia was more worried about the potential of the rest of Team Philippines just jumping on their heads.
Yeah, no, but then again, hindsight 2020, we see the mini-map. I guess Colombia's just playing it safe.
Yeah, they were playing it safe because now here is the threat. The Lord marching down. 9,000 is the gold deficit. Philippines have the tools to end it here, but again, Colombia might just be able to hold on.
Look at this well-synchronized push coming in from Team Philippines. Mid has fallen. Bottom might be next unless Zeno has something to say. Top has fallen as well. It's just one last bastion. Colombia's final base turret. Here comes Shifu setting up a Numenon blast. No one home. But just the same, they are in defense mode. Colombia trying to clean up house, trying to make sure that they live to see another day.
Without the ultimate of the Lolita up, that's a good sign for the Philippines to just try to force a dive under turret. There's a lot of info coming in from the Navaria.
In goes Onigo, finds 2 behind the base. 2 Black Dragons on the scene, folks. And Colombia takes down 1. Canon falls, the first casualty in this big fight. Now, Eto de Nazaret falls as well. Zeno looking for damage. In comes Inigo one more time. The bonk from Saison, forcing back members of Colombia. The Mountain Shocker, making sure that Colombia knows exactly where Team Philippines are. And they're still going. But just like that, both teams actually survive with 4 members apiece.
That got really scrappy there for both teams. Looked like, at some point it looked like they were gonna knock each other out.
Both at the same time.
At the exact same time, but they only both lose 1 member. Both teams, just a lot of micro maneuvers were seen there. A lot of side steps. Arcangel popping the immortality of Chifu with somehow being able to thread the needle with an astral recall. What a team fight right under the base turret.
Can I just say, in that one moment, I can say, man, Colombians know how to dance.
They know how to dance.
That is a defense if I've ever seen one.
That was a spicy dance.
Oh, wait, let's see. Saison, does he know there's 3 here?
So tanky.
And yeah, he's playing with fire, but he does have an immortality, if I'm not mistaken. Goes for another one. Appraiser's Wrath, still not done. Gets the knock up, very low. Chief charges it up, but Zeno falls. Oh, so quickly. Eto de Nazaret follows up, traded 4 by Canon. 2 for 1 so far, the exchange. Philippines happy with this as they send Colombia back.
It was a trap. It was a trap. Saison was just like, go ahead, hit me. Yeah, I'm gonna hit them. The rest of the Philippines finally answered and said, thanks for the time that you bought and the opportunity to get those 2 big kills. That's just a clear evidence of how massive the gap is. Saison got to stand there for so long.
Colossal.
He was a colossus there. Zeno was peppering him with everything.
Is that not just a moment of brotherly mischief? You could have sworn, man. It's like Arcangel was playing a little contest with his brother. All right, I bet I can get it.
Yeah, I'm going to get the last hit here. I was seeing there trying to get the last hit of that purple buff. We're going to go into a pause here. So far, we are seeing the Philippines in the lead. 10,000 is the goal difference.
Huge.
What was a controlled effort by Colombia for the early game. Suddenly, here comes a string of
But, say what you will, the Colombians know how to make good of a bad situation.
just like that.
They can dance, can confirm, all right? If credit where credit is due, if this is Unigo's greatest hits showcase as a Kufra, this is the Colombians listening to this final boss music, right? You know, when you're playing video games, like, you know it's final boss music.
Yeah. I'm terrified, but this is fire.
Exactly, that's what they're doing. That's what I'm seeing from Colombia here, and paint me impressed. I'm enjoying what they're doing here because, specifically, in that last moment, let's throw back to it, right? Abyss Cutie, he knew, I'm not so sure if it was a heat of the moment kind of situation or he very tactically and strategically picked up the Black Dragon form that may as well almost single-handedly bought the defense for him. He was dancing around the enemies, dancing around the minions, like, I got this, guys, don't worry.
Yeah, and those little micro knockbacks and stuns will throw off your team fighting out of your game. Even though it's so small, at that point, since they're all fighting under the base,
Yep.
those little moments that they could have been not stunned, well, suddenly it's out of your hand anymore. You're at the mercy of your opponent. So that was a nice little chat. And hopefully, you know what, I wish we could see more of that. That was an entertaining team fight. And how Colombia are trying to get back into this is entertaining to watch.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm here for it too. Despite the lineup that they have being double core, they know they have the damage, they're still fearless in their movements.
Yeah, the punish is imminent, though. I wouldn't say inevitable because, again, you are playing up against Team Philippines. This is the SEA Games 2023 gold medal winning lineup, so you can't just pull something without there being the threat of punishment. But, again, you mentioned the double core setup. If they somehow give Team Philippines a false sense of security and find them lacking and just leaning hard on this quote-unquote advantage, and somehow, man, something's got to give. Given Colombia's, I don't know, innate talent, the fact that we can see that they know what they're doing, who's to say that maybe there's also some conditioning being done on Onigo's point, right? What if they're like, all right, one more Onigo, I swear, we're going to find out, we're going to figure this out.
It has to be near perfect here. The play of Colombia to somehow defend and turn the fight around. We talked about it yesterday when Philippines went up against, I believe it was Indonesia. No, Indonesia went up against the
Ukraine.
Yeah, when the
PH
Philippines
versus
went
Ukraine.
up against the Ukraine,
That's right.
something crazy. One crazy play to surprise the Philippines.
Local.
Something local here from Colombia. Let's see if they can pull it off.
All right, here comes the Lord, 17 minutes in. Mountain Shocker, so Colombia has all the information they need. Black Dragon form coming in
too
from
much.
Canon. And look at the base, folks! It's just critical mass. Too much, too soon. Team Philippines takes game one.
Colombia could have tried everything, but at that point, said it too much. The Lord was there, did not have enough of the damage to melt it down. Requetiano was looking at the base and said, I'm going to end it right here. And he did. What a game there from these two teams. But the Philippines, again, Onigo's greatest hits continues. This young man, this roamer, we call him Ogwen here in the Philippines. That's his IGN. He's making a statement. He wants to be seen as one of the best roamers in the world.
And he's well on his way, man. He took home a gold medal for the Philippines in Cambodia, and he is well on his way to taking another big trophy back home, straight from Romania, as they compete at IESF. You know what? The only thing that I feel bad about in that last moment was the fact that we didn't see the dragon-on-dragon defense again. Because again, it could have happened, but Philippines had to bring in the Lord and spoil me there.
we missed out on the cha-cha, but that was only game number one. We could see game two, number three, where we get to see more hot dance moves from these two teams. Some really great salsa. Spicy is the matchup that we have here. Again, Philippines able to take that game number one against Colombia. We've given PH their flowers, but Leo here real quick, what are some of the good things that you also saw from Colombia?
Man, I already talked about it. They know how to dance. They got great defense. Their drafts are leaning on greedy, but maybe you just need that much. You know, you have a little bit of confidence, and as we mentioned, a little bit of loco. Because again, it's what you need against a team that is so tried and tested like Team Philippines.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Unconventional, yes, but just enough confidence that it looks like they can pull it off. They were making the right calls. It was a close game, and that was coming off of the YSS sort of being pressured early on.
Oh yeah, no, I have to say, man, talked a bit of trash when the YSS was picked up. Because again, there's a reason why this hero's on meta, right? There's a reason why we don't see it as often, but they did their best. I have to give kudos to Primary God. He worked, and man, it's just making sense to me now. Colombia, right? South America. They got a big MLBB scene there. So there's a reason why Team Colombia is so good.
And let's see what Team Colombia can do to force a game number 3 against the Philippines, or will the Philippines end it here with another sweep for the day? My name is Reptar, joined here by Leo, the IESF World Championship 2023 English broadcast. We'll be right back after a quick break. Welcome back. It's game number 2 of Colombia versus the Philippines in the IESF World Championship 2023. Are we going to be seeing more spicy dance moves? It's the biggest question heading into this game. My name is Reptar, still here with Leo.
Me llamo es Leo. I just learned that Colombia's language is Spanish. I had to look it up.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure that our puns were on point for game 2.
All right. So we now have our puns loaded. We're going to be loading into the drafting phase in just a little bit. I wonder if there are going to be any major shakeups in the picks and the play style here. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if Colombia looked at the double gore setup again. It seems like that's something they're comfortable with.
I was going to say that's one of the few keys in their road to success in upsetting Team Philippines to make it to game 3. Is because it's just that little bit of spice that keeps Team Philippines undefeated, because if they don't go fast enough and somehow they allow Team Colombia to scale up, then it's over. It's on them. So that's what I'm looking for here. That's what we're all looking for here. All of the millions of Colombians watching. All of South America, MLBB Esports is watching as we go into game number 2. Colombia on the play.
If you are a South American fan, hello to you. Hola. Hopefully I said it right.
I think that's right.
Yes.
Muy bien.
And thank you so much. It's a massive community there, as you mentioned before.
Huge.
Huge. Like, I think it even rivals Southeast Asia close. Like, maybe because of the language barrier, we don't hear enough from them. But there's so many of them, so many passionate fans, and of course, esports lovers there. Colombia, though, it seems like they're going to be shifting things up. It's not going to be a double carry type of setup. Because of them showing a Franco Faramis and a Fredman together, this is going to be something a little bit more textbook that we're used to seeing.
It's so low to the ground.
Yeah.
So now they're leaving all of the firepower into the second phase. But I'm afraid that Team Philippines is onto them. Because Team Philippines, it's not like they're going to turn a blind eye to this situation, right? Given that, what's up there left? The marksman. Oh no, there's a lot of marksmen left. And that's what I'm afraid of, is because what if they invest... Farsa's out there.
Farsa's still available.
No, there's no room for the Farsa,
There's
though.
no room for the
Farsa.
Farsa.
There's Faramis already.
Unless the... Oh, yeah, for Colombia. And Philippines, yeah, it doesn't look like they need to rock the Farsa. Ooh, yeah, Farsa. And the Franco would have been perfect, actually, for Colombia if they decided to go for it. And because of them no longer having to worry about the Farsa, the Melissa showing up here was already perfect for
It's
Philippines.
so good. Team Philippines won that out. Something tells me Colombia was of two minds when they were going into the first phase. It's because the Franco and the Faramis, despite having the first letter shared, it's not much of a combo.
Yeah,
it's an odd combination.
It's more of just like, let's pull them together.
Good intent, but
yeah.
not so good in execution.
Yeah, not much to it. So now Colombia now really needs way more firepower. Their marksman pickup here needs to be massive. And whoever they're going to be putting in the EXP laner also needs to be someone who can deal a good amount of damage. But unless they're planning to pick up something like... can't be an export, can it?
There's no room for... Who are we talking about? Colombia?
Colombia in the EXP lane.
Maybe. Xborg has been rising up in stock, but if we're talking about firepower, what are you going to look for to go toe-to-toe against the Melissa? I'm a big fan of Beatrix. I love me some Beatrix, but...
Maybe Leslie, but then too much single target.
Yeah, no,
focus.
Leslie is just going to fold to the Terizla and the Grok, man.
Yeah, and the Kadita as well.
Yeah.
It'll be a really difficult game. Oh, wait a minute. Are they going to gold lane Lilia? That is ancient tactics we're talking about here. If they're
That is M3 Onic PH Marky levels of tactics, man. But I can see it.
Oh, it's a gold lane Lilia.
Can confirm, and then XP lane Laps. All right, so they're going to be... Did I just say Laps out loud?
Yes.
All right, so they're just going to live on the re-engage. They're going to invest in the fact that, all right, we can go forever. Yeah. Much like the Punisher says, I can do this all day. He didn't say that. Captain America says, I can do this all day. They're going to do this all day.
Colombia, still spicy. Not the spicy we were expecting.
It's a spicy on a whole nother spectrum.
Yeah, it's like you bite into a cuisine, you're like, hey, what is that?
What's that?
Ooh.
They broke the Scoville scale.
Yeah, let's see how this is going to work out. A throwback to mid to late 2021 tactics.
Yep, we're throwing back to Singapore here.
Interesting play here by Colombia. Now the Philippines, they wrapped up their draft with a Novaria. So they have firepower, loads of it. It's a Novaria Kadeta combo.
We got range too.
They got
Anywhere,
range.
up in your face, from all the way down south, coast to coast, we can hit you. We can find you.
They have tanky presence. They have a Grok and a Terizla. Let's
So much
see.
coverage.
Yeah, well-rounded, good coverage lineup on the side of the Philippines versus another spicy approach. A little bit of throwback by the Colombians. I will honestly mark out if Colombia gets this game.
I like it. It's a mark out.
Yeah, mark out. Exactly.
The solution.
I love that Gold Lane Lilia pick before. She was my girl. I love playing the Gold Lane Lilia. Let's see if they can translate that to mid to late 2023 metagame.
I am not going to hide the fact that Colombia has already won my heart. So I'd like to say gracias for the game so far, regardless if we make it to game 3. All right, this is already quite the showing. Look at this, purple buff side. Abyss Cutie already very low. Unigo, ooh, all right. See, even Team Philippines, they picked up the pace. Tell me, does this not remind you of yesterday, their series against Ukraine?
Yeah, just like that, where the Philippines, after winning game number 1, they're like, all right, let's play fast, let's end it now. And they're going to continue that. Good thing Abyss Cutie, I don't know if that's something that he considered that, oh, I'm gonna stop walking towards this way because I don't want to get comboed, so I'm gonna get on out of here.
Well, he walks away with his life, so that's a win for most here, especially in the first minute of the game. Zeno put down about half his health. And now we're forced out. Oh, coming in. Oh, can Reketiano survive? Not enough damage coming in from the Gold Lane Lilia. Not in the minute that the game has elapsed. That was close though.
Masterful by Chifu. The flicker forward and automatically pressing that hook to lock it in.
Chifu.
Chifu. Reketiano needs to watch out for plays like that. So does Unigo on this room Kadeta, taking care of the Melissa. Primary Guard will be able to get the Skilled Lizard away from the Philippines, and Reketiano needs to go back home. First turtle is going to spawn top side. So far, the Terizla and Lapu-Lapu just doing a lot of minion wave clearing in their face. Let's see who's going to hit level 4 between these two. First, looks like it's going to be Eto de Nazareth.
Eto de Nazareth. We haven't really seen much action coming in from the XP lane matchup, right? Between the Lapu-Lapu and the Terizla, literally these two can go on forever. Between the damage reduction in the Lapu-Lapu and the Body Smith on the Terizla. Here we go. They're breaking out. Penalty zone coming through. Watch the turtle. Very low. Who's going to score it? It's Saison on that Grok. Interesting. We really didn't talk much about this jungle Grok going into game number 2. As perfect, as Destiny put it, gives us enough time to actually break down what's going on. Man, I got to be honest with you. In the 2 minutes and a half that this game has elapsed, I just noticed we're playing with the jungle Grok.
Yeah, it flew all over over our heads.
We were too busy marking out on the whole Gold Lane Lilia.
It's the Gold Lane Lilia! But now, looking back at it, now that you brought it up, yeah, that's a dance I did. Not the Gold Lane Lilia, the jungle Grok.
Yes.
Makes a lot of sense because of, again, the interaction with Power of Nature, charging it up beside a wall, and then the fact that Wild Charge, it's great. Going up, knowing up that you're going up against a Tharamis, Franco, and Fredrin who has loads of crowd control. That Grok, he can just commit the Wild Charge as a way for him to just easily secure the turtle. Similar to how Akais would just use Heavy Spin when the turtle's almost low so that you can easily retreat. Don't worry so much about getting slowed or crowd controlled so much. We do have to watch out for, though, that the Franco here really needs to be holding on to that bloody hunt and just keep looking for Saison. Even though he's not the main target that you want, but the fact that you can just stop the Grok from potentially knocking someone up, stunning them, would be already massive and stopping him from committing a retribution.
There's very few targets for the Franco to actually bite down on. And that's what makes it difficult, right? That's what makes Colombia's roamer, Chifu's job harder, is because there's so many good targets, right? If you bite down on Reketiano, yes. You bite down on Inigo, yes. You bite down on Arcangel, yes. But you really want to bite down on Saison.
Yeah. Gonna need to stop that Grok. Primary God able to secure his purple buff without a problem. Both jugglers right now. Across the map, on the book, Onigo.
Knocking up Chifu, very low. Gonna pop him. Onigo draws first blood in the water.
Onigo just made that look like the automatic response. Hey, you're standing there? Yeah, I'm just gonna combo on you. And that was a great play there by the Philippines. He didn't even need to commit that Petrify, so he still has that next up. Did commit the ultimate, but not that long until it comes back. Already, the Melissa just picked up the first item. Kuroju Scythe already locked in. And it seems like this relationship with Lily and the Golden, it just seems more of like damage control or potential damage control with how fast he can clear minion waves.
It looks like it's about to break out into a huge fight. They knock up Zero, not even giving him a chance to press. Black Shoes as they take down another member. Colombia suffers a loss, 2-0 under 4 minutes.
Saison looked like he was just looking at Team Colombia and saying, call an ambulance, but not for me. Automatically turning on to Zeno. That combo, and then Unigo was there with the response right away. Now Colombia, they're still keeping it close, but they really need to pick their fights a little bit better. Seemed like they were a bit too eager, but then at the same time, not on the same page in terms of what do we do with the Grok. We see him, but what do we do?
Yep, this is what you get when you're playing up against a dive comp, a front-to-front. Much like Team Philippines is playing, and it was set up so perfectly well, orchestrated by the idol of the kids, Arcangel, 2 times SEA Games gold medalist, world champion. He's the only one that's in the back, right? But wait, we'll talk about this later, as there's one big hole coming in from Chifu, biting down on Unigo, serving up a kill over to the Zeno gold lane Lilia as we go into a pause. Most unfortunate timing, but it is what it is. We have to call for a pause when our players call for it.
And Unigo got caught out there. So there was a response committed by Canon, actually committing the penalty zone to try and buy time so that they knew already at that point Unigo was a goner. With so many members of Colombia there.
Mermaids up for dinner.
Exactly. But then the fact that he got to get the penalty zone, bought just a second, not a second and a half, maybe just a second, meant that there's a little bit more room for Philippines to get closer so that they can counter punish. So when we get back into here, it might actually be a double, a 2K for Colombia. Also going to take out Canon. But let's see if the Philippines will be able to get at least one, or maybe even balance that with 2 of their own. Granted that they still have a tanky presence available for them.
Yep, that's what makes this front-to-front versus the re-engage lineup of Colombia interesting. Is because you said that, right? But as we load back in, when we do resume, something tells me it's going to turn around for Team Philippines. Even if Unigo has fallen, if I'm not mistaken, he did get the Ocean Ode off.
Yeah.
So that should have done enough damage to actually give the rest of Team Philippines enough time to finish the job.
Yeah.
But again, there's only so much I can recall from a single snapshot before the game was paused. I do not have, folks, contrary to popular belief, photographic memory.
People said that you have photographic memory?
I wish I did.
Well, let's see what the type of picture these two teams are painting as we head into the fight.
And there you go. It's a trade-off, and who took the turtle?
It was actually Team Philippines. Saison has it.
All right, so it was a trade and then eventual. All right, so the 2K didn't happen. I guess Body of Smith was enough to keep Team Philippines up.
Now, Canon, the entry with that penalty zone, and Body of Smith, massive. Primary God going down, massive as well for Philippines. And now Colombia, it's like Colombia, every sequence is always so close to tasting something so sweet. A sweet victory. But Philippines are always responding, oh, but that's a solo kill. Make that a 2 versus 1.
He got ganked, man.
By Unigo and Canon, getting that kill onto Eto de Nazareth up top.
Yeah, one can only imagine what kind of skills were committed, but something tells me Eto de Nazareth kind of saw it coming and did not respond. Didn't spend an ult, didn't even spend the flicker.
Now the Philippines with a win up top. Map has opened. Low now is Zeno.
Oh no!
Little girl going for the skips to try and survive.
Yeah,
he
he
was there for the spawns.
Not gonna want to use Black Shoes. If he clicked Black Shoes, he would have been in a worse spot.
Yeah, he would have brought himself back to a more dangerous location.
Yep, he would have gone from back to under.
Yeah.
Prepositions.
Philippines right now. Oh, Chifu, I thought he actually got the last hit there onto the gold crab.
Needles go faster than the hook.
The needles was a little bit faster than the hook there. Big sequence here for Colombia. They might go for the Quintiano. No, Biscuity doesn't commit it. Even the primary guard was there.
What?
Whoa! Gonna stop him!
That's a unique interaction there. you could have sworn he put down on the hook, but not this mermaid. And in comes Saison, hitting Marigal with a wild charge, and that's one jungler down. One member from Team Colombia as Team Philippines calls for it. Yeah, we're gonna break them down here. We're gonna go ahead and commit 5 members trying to go ahead and crack down on this tier 1 turret, forcing out a flicker from Chifu, and they're not done. There's another realm committed, coming in with the bravest fighter. Here comes Leonel Nazaret and gets knocked up one more time. There's a wild charge.
And here comes the Philippines with a turnaround. Xenobrod low and Chifu with a block on the Astral Recall. It looked like because of that cool interaction with the Franco, but wait, hold that thought, to Rizla.
Still going.
Still going, Canon.
Canon, Onigo, the connection, you were saying.
As I was saying, it seemed like at that moment, Colombia saw that interaction between the Kanata and the Franco, just went, oh, hey, that's, what? Oh, what, the rest of the Philippines
That's
are
right, yeah. I would not put it beyond them because, again, it's one of the first few times I've actually seen that. And it can happen, folks, apparently. I guess they just used the skill at the very perfect moment for the animation to still trigger. And no, fight continues. Zeno's very low, but not low enough to go down. He walks away with his life.
And as Colombia gets pushed back, the Philippines will be going for the turret down bottom. This Melissa has had a tremendous game so far.
And there's a hook, and you have to call it, man.
Caster's Curse.
It's real.
It's true. And Reketiano gets taken out. Hell of a hook there by Chifu. And that is a little bit of reprieve here for Colombia. A little bit of breathing room, knowing that, okay, we finally got a shutdown onto this Melissa. A little bit too easy has been the life of Reketiano. So now what can they get out of it? Again, this is what hurts about a lineup that doesn't have that basic attack damage that you want. This is them with a lot of spells, a lot of abilities, a lot of AoE that just need to layer onto each other perfectly for it to work. Well, for the Philippines, they really just need to protect their Melissa.
Yep.
If ever they can survive Eto de Nazareth coming in, that's it for Reketiano.
It's the Melissa that's actually keeping things in check for Team Philippines. It's the thread that binds them, all puns intended. It's because it's the only one that's really what you call a right-click hero. Everyone else needs to fit with the full combo, right? You got a penalty zone, you got the perfect Astral Recall, Astral Meteor, speaking of. You have the full combo from Saison and Unigo. So yeah, when all of those fail, it's Reketiano who's actually holding down the fort. And up top, there's a lot of action going on, and they're gonna get done. Oh! 2K for Reketiano.
We were just talking about it. The Caster's Curse still strong. This time around, Philippines is the one on the positive note of it, being able to take down 2 on the side of Colombia. It's dire news for Colombia because Philippines can, yes, do exactly this. Just send Canon to the Lord, jockey for position a little bit, and get something elsewhere. Nice minion wave pushing up top. They can sort of position around here, actually in the mid if they want to push it. But the play for the Philippines is, let's focus on the Lord.
Yep, you see here Saison and Reketiano already posting up. And Abyss, Cutie, and Chifu looking to punish. Penalty zone coming in. 3v1. Can Canon survive? Make it a 4v1 and a hook. And forcing out a flicker from Canon. Astral Echo thrown out. Unigo helping his ally survive. Saison pops the Lord. Took a while. And in comes Reketiano with the Inspire. The full combo. 3 goes down just like that. 2K for the big bad Croc.
Oh, El Loco Unigo does it again. What a local play from the Grok. 2 days in a row now. Make it Saison rather on the Grok with that wild charge.
Man, it all happened so quickly. I barely knew what was going on. Imagine what was going on in the minds of Colombia. They were on the receiving end of this whole situation. Team Philippines now calling on the Lord, marching up top. Oh, look at this, how they've synchronized all the waves. Another Astral Echo thrown out. All members catching wind. Saison with another wild charge, point blank. Serving up a kill to Arcangel.
Seems like Saison's been taking notes from his fellow teammate Unigo. Like, oh, I saw your performance yesterday. Can I try to emulate that? But this time as a jungler, and he is doing just that. Philippines now knocking at the doorstep of Colombia. They will have enough firepower to hold on here unless the Philippines goes for an unexpected local play to end it right here and right now.
Top lane inhibitor falls. Team Philippines have penetrated Colombia's base. That's permanent damage that Colombia have to deal with constantly. Another Astral Echo forcing out a bravest fighter coming in. Eto de Nazareth just clearing up the waves, making sure that there's less for the rest of Colombia to deal with. But the Philippines are relentless. They're gonna break down mid and then follow up, finally finish down bottom.
Philippines might just be 2-3 steps away from ending this series right here. See how the action unfolds.
Oh, you wanna go nuts? Let's get nuts, says Eto de Nazareth as he flickers on through, going through the wall, forcing a go away from Requitiano, and in comes Canon! Down goes Nazareth, down goes Zeno, another Astro Echo, he's got these for days, and now Chifu's gonna fall, Canon gets 2K, and that's it! It's a wipeout! Team Philippines gets the sweep!
Ding, 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 ding! Ring the bell! What a victory by the Philippines. The perfect way to end it after a dominant performance, stamping it with a wipeout.
There was a lot that Team Colombia brought to the table. Bit of a throwback, a little bit of flashy mechanics here and there, but in the end, they may have thrown back a little too far.
Yeah, a little bit. Not having any basic attack damage. At that point, you're probably thinking, you know what could have been great for them? A Ling. At least that's your sort of marksman with a basic attack. But then they needed that tanky presence.
Very little scaling.
Very little scaling. So it was spicy, a little bit too spicy, though, for the Philippines. And yeah, you said it perfectly. It was the presence of the Melissa in the lineup and in this game, keeping the Philippines in check.
With that said, how else can the Philippines level up is because I think for majority, right? I think they've done everything that they needed to do in groups. Next thing we know is, next thing we can expect is for them to show up in the playoffs.
Next step, it looks like here for the Filipino squad. Again, Team Philippines looking different in the last IESF MLBB World Championship. It was a completely different lineup.
That's right. In
Now,
Bali.
In Bali. And they were able to reach second place. Silver medal finish. This time around, let's see what else Team Philippines can bring to the table as now they eye the playoffs. Colombia, and again, the LATAM region. A lot of respect for that region there.
Muchas gracias.
The passion that they show for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. All our friends, of course, also in the LATAM League, MBL Brazil.
Some of the most talented and passionate community members, broadcasters I know in the esports space. We're talking about Central America even, right? I'm excited to see them come up, and this was quite the show.
Yeah, let's see what else, though, Colombia and, of course, the other teams, the other regions that we have. There's still a lot of games ongoing. So as we go throughout the day, as we go into the second half of the day for us, well, our friends later on will be able to dish out some updates on what's been going on in the other groups. But with 2 wins, it's really looking like, if I'm not mistaken, that is already a playoff secured for the Philippines, or at least they're one more step there. They're out of the red zone, though, rather.
For sure.
At this point, I think they're now thinking about, are we going to get top seed in the group or just secure the playoffs?
Gunning for it.
Gunning for it, yeah.
Yep, so with that said, I'm excited because this is Group D, right? I'm still looking at Kazakhstan, man. The other groups are so spicy, I gotta say.
Yeah, let's see what else the IESF World Championship 2023 MLBB has to bring for us. Again, my name is Reptar. This has been Leo, who is always at your service. Thank you so much for joining us. Day's not over yet. We have 2 more series coming up after very quick break. Don't go anywhere. IESF. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IESF 2023 World Championships. Right now we are in the third series of the day. It is going to be a match between Philippines and Egypt, and we're going to be bringing you the action here. My name is Midnight and I'm with Rockhart here. Rockhart, these two teams, we've seen Philippines play already beforehand, actually before this series. Now we will witness Egypt for the first time in our broadcast.
Yeah, Philippines. A lot of our viewers really are looking forward to how this team is going to play out. Their second consecutive game right now. And we're so excited that we load those straight into the draft. I love it. And of course, it's Egypt, man.
Yep.
It's not a stranger for us here in the international scene to see these guys play.
Oh yeah, this is the first time we'll witness Egypt play, but these guys are not strangers to the viewers and audience out there, because we've actually seen them perform in international stage. We've seen them during M4 when they were still Team Occupy Thrones back then. Now I think they're just Occupy. But these two players on their side, Maro and Speedy, we know these guys.
Oh yeah, I love watching these guys play. You know what, Speedy, very much to his namesake. He plays quick. He's got some pretty good mechanics, and he's actually picked up a lot of fans here, the local scene as well.
Very definitely very interesting to see. Definitely for Egypt to especially against Philippines, right?
Oh,
so now
yeah.
we are on the first game. It is already underway, the draft. 3 picks already for the side of Philippines. Fredrin, Paquito, and Farsa.
All right.
Arcangel seems to be on a very good position right now, as he has his hands on his signature Farsa pick.
That's right, and I actually really like watching Arcangel in heroes like this compared to maybe heroes like the Valentina, where he had mixed success. On the Farsa, I feel like this is the hero pick that you go for if you want to go fast, you want to go decisive, and you want to go for that straight up damage.
Oh yeah, definitely packing a punch here on the side of Philippines. Meanwhile, on the side of Egypt, you have Terizla and Novaria. Now, these two combinations, we haven't really seen much of them yet, but we did just witness Philippines utilize the Novaria really, really well on the on their previous series. But a high loss pick from Egypt. Now, Rockhart, what do you make out of this?
So straightforward, right? Their lineup right now for Egypt is so straightforward, and a lot of emergent regions have actually been using Terizla a lot. I guess watching and all the research, it all points to Terizla just being really, really good right now. Diving into compositions, as long as you know how to use that flicker combo with the penalty zone, you're golden. I mean, you can do some pretty solid damage. And imagine all of 3 people compressed into one on the debuff from the Astral Echo, and then you hit it with the Astral Recall, that huge chunk of ball with some pretty good damage in AoE. I think you can. It's so straightforward. It's so transparent. At the same time, it's not a good thing, right? I mean, sometimes you can block that with a Lolita Bulwark.
Oh yeah.
So it's still a kind of a 50-53.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a walking team fight tool for Egypt, but there's definitely a lot of counters here that can be picked up on the side of PH. But Valir ban on Egypt now, this is really interesting, considering that they've already have their hands on the Farsa.
Yeah.
They still think of the possibility of Philippines picking up the Valir as a roam, specifically to counter the Hylos and Terizla. So it tells us that the Hylos and Terizla is, kind of like a fundamental pick for their strategy, in a way that they don't want it to be countered, so that they're allowed to play this game. So expect more combinations to come out from the side of Egypt, but I love this. Beatrix and Claude Ban from both sides, really, isolating the gold lane heroes here for both teams, as they know that these are the crucial heroes to be picked up on the next phase.
Yeah, it's so telegraphed as well. I was surprised by the Valir pick, but I'm Valir ban. But if you really want to make sure your high loss doesn't suffer, if you really want to make sure that there is a can pull off those penalty zone flickers, you gotta make sure no one pushes them back.
Yeah.
Right? Positioning is so crucial for the lineup right now of Egypt that I'm actually a little worried.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried for them right now.
It's like you want to pick up a composition that really benefits from good position.
Yeah.
But as well, if it gets countered, like game over. But now Bruno pick coming out from Egypt.
Let's go.
Let's go, definitely indeed.
I love that. Yeah.
You know, high damage, and it can punish positional-based heroes as well. You need to find a pick-off hero on the side of PH. Now they're looking at the Regiciano carry, actually, a very classic and signature pick for the Filipino gold laner. But we also need a roamer from their side. Probably a Grok, or a Joe, or a Kufra even.
Yeah, again, these are things that kind of has to deal with a high loss. You got to keep that in mind. High loss and Terizla. Expect a lot of dives on that one. Would not be surprised by heroes like the Diggy, but very much becoming a classic. Possible is this Edith Rome. Loving it so far.
Yep, definitely loving it, especially on the hands of Regiciano. We haven't really seen much of other heroes on this player's hands, but now we're gonna be witnessing the first time Clint appearance for PH. Now Egypt, they might be locking at the Minotaur pick, so this might be a Hylas jungle.
Oh my
We don't really know yet. They did just show up the Hylas red tree on 7 Oda, but man, what is this draft, Rockhart?
Oh my gosh. All right, imagine 3 huge bouncers just diving in on you.
Walking meat shields.
Walking meat shields, and they're not just like meat shields, they are the top tier, some of the tankiest heroes you can actually think of in MLBB.
Yeah.
And they're free, there's 3 of them. There's 3 of them right there in front of you. What are you gonna do about that if they're in your base?
Well, you mentioned Speedy earlier. Maybe they want to play fast. They want to play speed MLBB. And now PH, they do have some of their signature heroes on their side, but it's going to be interesting for them to try and stop this kind of death ball ambush team fighting lineup from the side of Egypt, and that is what we are going to be witnessing here in Game 1 as we head on over to the land of Dawn. Game number 1, Philippines versus Egypt. Let's head on to the land of Dawn. Really great stuff on the side of Egypt. We did not expect this at all. It is kind of, I would say, in my perspective, it's kind of cheesy for you to pull off these kind of strategies because you know how Egypt wants to play this, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's Egypt's lineup. I mean, I'm harping on how tanky it is, but at the same time, it's just linear. It is so one-dimensional.
Yeah,
There's only one way to activate this lineup, and I know that the Philippines knows that. I mean, they've faced off against teams that kind of pull off similar maneuvers here. I know Omega will definitely be pulling up a lineup like this. You know, some really crazy stuff, and like you said, cheesy.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it is. You know, like you said it. You said it best. Like it's one-dimensional. There's only one way Egypt will be playing in this game, and you know what it is. It's towers. They have a Bruno. You know, 4 minutes, 5 minutes in, they might be just grouping up as 5, choosing a lane, picking up targets, and just mowing down towers.
Yeah, actually, Egypt has a very good lineup as well for tower diving. If they want to go and dive those towers, a lot of them can really take some tanky hits. Bruno doesn't need to go near as much, right? You mentioned it. Bruno's one of the longest range heroes as well in terms of marksman, where you can pull off some fadeaway shots, fadeaway crits.
Yeah.
You know, shoot that ball and go back, then go back in. So you can really kite very well and take out those towers quickly as well. I think the biggest worry here is, all right, that's a great plan, but what will you do if the enemy is in your face? If there's a Fredrin on your face, if the Fredrin kind of peels for these very tanky heroes because of that taunt, because of the energy eruption.
Yeah.
How's that gonna look like? What's that gonna look like, right?
And it's not like looking very one-sided for Egypt, because you did say that there's some answers that can be provided on the side of PH, like the Fredrin, very, very tanky hero as well, can actually sustain the front line against Minotaur and Hyras, especially with the Terizla being on the side of Egypt. They definitely have to sustain, and some poke damage that can come out from both the Farsa and the Clint. So PH, they definitely have a good chance of trying to silence this kind of strategy coming out from Egypt. But I do want to say, Rockhart, it all boils down to execution. And I want to know what your thoughts are with regards to Egypt, because this lineup, it's kind of easy to execute, because what you just need to do is put heroes on the side of the Bruno. While
right on front.
On PH, you have to hit a lot of things, like, you know, the skill shots from the Farsa, hit some poke damage from the Clint, and also try not to die on the Fredrin.
Yeah, that's the thing. It actually is so easy to not die to the Fredrin. And the Fredrin, the problem with Egypt's lineup as well, in regards to the Fredrin, is normally you need really bursty heroes to take it down. If you just normal attack the Fredrin, normal, it's just gonna take HP back.
Yeah.
If you try to attack it slowly, with the normal hits, with the skills of the Frederick, the HP normally, naturally recovers because of the gray health. So you can't just attack it non-stop and hope you win. You gotta burst it down. You gotta really burst it down. You gotta work on it. You gotta hammer on it. You can't just like chip,
Wait,
chip, chip, chip.
They do have a hammer, you know.
They have a literal hammer.
The Terizla.
Yes, but again, it doesn't really hurt as much
Yeah.
as you should. You think a hammer should hurt, right? But Terizla is kind of like it's like a soft hammer, soft-tipped hammer. It does whittle you down, right?
Oh,
The
yeah.
chip damage on that is really strong. But like I was saying, you need the Bruno crit, and that's gonna happen maybe 15 minutes, 18 minutes in the game. 12 minutes if you're really good. If Egypt gets a really good early game, you're gonna get that around 12 minutes. Really hurt crit, and those are things that Saison can't really deal with.
Yeah.
But if the Bruno doesn't get there, oh my God, this Frederin's not gonna die.
Yeah, you know.
No one can kill the Frederin.
It's like Egypt, you kind of have a good composition when it comes to dealing with towers, but dealing with Fredrin is also one thing that you have to be concerned about. So Saison literally here is a walking win condition for PH. He can put a stop to whatever Egypt wants to do. Because again, we talk about some poke damage that can come out from both the Barca and the Clit. These are the tools that they can use to kind of stop the push strategy. So going past 5 minutes, like Egypt, yes, you can farm. You do have late game scaling with the Bruno, but it's just the Bruno. But if they do have that late game, the crits, yes, it can hurt, but PH has late game as well. Like, when it comes to a late game battle, Egypt, they have a terrifying Bruno, but they also have a terrifying late game comp on the side of PH. So it's not like a very straightforward approach from Egypt. They need to do a lot of things here in the early game. Now, talking about that, what do you think are the course of action here for Egypt?
Well, if you bring a lineup like this, you make sure the Bruno doesn't die. The moment the Bruno dies, Novaria cannot deal with 5 heroes. 4 heroes, no. You have one big skill shot, and then you gotta reload. You got some time to reload that, right? You have to walk a certain distance for it to reach maximum damage, the Astral Recall. And after that, yeah, good luck. Right, if the Bruno dies, you go down. So if you're Egypt, you throw these free bodies in front of the Bruno. There's just no way around it.
Yeah.
And for the Philippines, they gotta reach that back line. No excuses. Don't peel on the front, because it will take some time. It will take a lot of time to peel on that front. So gotta be careful of that. And again, all of this is kind of determinant on whether or not they're gonna go quickly onto laning phase, out of laning phase, right?
And you know, that's the sad part about, I think, when we boil down to how both dynamics on both composition actually comes to be. Because if you look at the side of Egypt, again, it's very one-dimensional. Even though we're talking about things that they can do, it still is the plan. Like, majority of what Egypt wants to do is to mow down towers, and they do that by allowing Bruno to just snowball out of the laning stage. And you do that with, with 3 meat shields, bouncers, basically, going to that gold lane. But for Philippines, they have a plethora of options. Like, number 1, stopping Bruno, Frederick, poking damage, Farsa and Clip. So they just have so much access.
Even the roamer hurts. The Edith.
Even the roamer
you
hurts.
don't need items. You don't need damage items on the Edith. The moment you go Primal Wrath on that Edith, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hit. It's gonna attack so fast, and then it's gonna hurt. So all you need is tanky items, right? And which is exactly what you want in a roam Edith.
See, they have so much access to so many stuff, like damage. Even the roam provides damage output for the side of Philippines. So again, very, I would say, very versatile lineup versus a very goal-oriented composition on the side of Egypt, and that is going to be interesting to see here in game number 1, because it kind of tells us a very good story of a team that wants to play in order. Like, they have a blueprint of how the game should look like, and a team trying to break that systematic approach. So PH now is in a very interesting position, because when we watch Philippines play, it's usually them playing the systematic approach. But now they have to break what Egypt has, because it's a very one-dimensional strategy. But if you don't break that, you're just allowing Egypt to take over the game. So PH will have to do a lot of things here in game number 1 to kind of stop that Bruno deathball from Egypt.
Personally, this Bruno, as much as we're trying to find a good what do you call that? The most suitable scenario here for Egypt, right? It's actually very difficult to just pull off right here, because of the moment that Ogwen, you know,
Unigo.
the moment Unigo goes down there, it's so easy for him to just get these stuns. The moment you hit that that stun, that knockup,
Yep.
that's not gonna stop. That Bruno's gonna go down, and with a Clint is just so good in the duels. For Egypt, obviously, because of the Minotaur, you got some healing. That's something that you always we rarely talk about the healing that comes from the Minotaur, but you don't notice it. The healing is actually so good on the Minotaur. It's something no one talks about because everyone just looks for that the Minoan Fury,
yeah.
right? But
The
yeah,
setup, the setup.
the healing is actually, when you calculate it, it's almost at par with Estes heals, even more. So watch out for that, especially if you're like a group together, which is perfect, right?
Yeah.
It's exactly what Egypt wants to do.
Yeah, very, very, I would say, talking about it in a macroscopic sense, like, it's kind of easy for PH to deal with Egypt, but when we go down to the nitty-gritty, like all the technicals, if they are able to abuse the fact that they have 3 meat shields here on the side of Egypt, like the Minotaur and the Hylos can actually provide so much for the Bruno. Like I said earlier, it's a very easy-to-use lineup, very straightforward, and it's kind of hard to mess up. Now, for PH, their lineup does have a lot of mechanical requirement, like the Farsa, even the Clint. You have to be really good at hitting the the mini stuns, and of course you have to target. You have to target your basic attacks.
Yeah.
Because if you miss that, then suddenly you're missing out some damage out from the Clint. So Egypt does have a slight advantage, I would say, because there is a handicap on the side of PH, and using a strategy can actually be a very good thing. Because if PH is not able to punish, then again we go back to the the original discussion wherein Egypt just snowballs in the early game.
On the other hand, that's exactly how Philippines likes it. They want heroes.
Oh, they
that-
want challenge.
They want really
Interesting.
high mechanical heroes that they
Yeah,
can abuse.
for sure.
Because if you're given a hero that has high mechanical requirements, that means the ceiling as well for
Even a
for
Frederick.
damage is high, right? So same with the Frederick, right? It's very difficult to stay alive with just a sliver of health. But if you can do that and then pull off a good Appraiser's Wrath, the reward is so big.
We saw that
It's so
yesterday.
useful.
We saw that yesterday from
Yeah.
Saison. They pulled it off against Ukraine, wherein he was able to
That was
land.
close game, by the way.
Yeah, it was a close game. He was able to land a very amazing Appraiser's Wrath onto Smetana and was able to mount a comeback for PH. Now, he is kind of in a similar position now, wherein he is also the walking win condition, no joke. Like, the spreader needs to do a lot in this game for it to work for PH, but we've definitely seen him to be very capable of that role.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I said they like these kinds of heroes, right? You give some maneuverability, you give a lot of sustain, and you give them other opportunities, like other avenues to work. Don't want to go one-dimensional, that's exactly what Philippines wants.
Yeah, game 1, really interesting. So definitely a lot to expect in this very first game between Philippines and Ukraine. And that is what we are going to be witnessing after a short break. So don't go away, we're going to be right back. this Egypt that can utilize their early game lineup to kind of establish a window where they can just allow the Bruno to, be a death ball pusher for Egypt, while Philippines, they have a huge task at hand of trying to prevent that strategy from becoming ever, a possibility for Egypt.
Yeah, all eyes on Speedy right there. His name is even Speedy. That
Easy
means
Speedy.
it's so easy for Speedy.
Top lane, however, a lot of pressure lane because they are both contesting for the turtle. Saison, however, is here. Ooh, Egypt was forced to reset that turtle.
It's actually very critical, so you have to watch out, right? So this turtle, you can't really ignore it, just like like what you usually do.
Previous
before,
turtle,
right?
yeah.
It is so massive right now, and that's what we're trying to
Inigo!
do right now. Inigo with the initiation, you're straight into Alpha. And again, that tankiness of this lineup is really becoming very apparent here. Saison ready for the retribution. Of course, he's gonna hit it, and there you go. Arcangel with sides has some nuking on that Farsa, and overall, I would say Egypt, they're showing off their hands very early on.
Yep.
The power of their lineup, they're showing it straight to the face of the Philippine team.
They didn't have the Bruno at that specific moment, but Egypt, man, they can frontline and they can provide some tankiness against Philippines. And we did see that, Philippines, they do have a, they do pack a punch, but you have to hit all the spells needed for you to be able to actually contest Egypt. But they did, however, secure the turtle. Saison was there on the Fredrin, and it's kind of hard to out-Fredrin a Fredrin jungle.
That's right, and right now, I feel like that's one of the reasons why Philippines is still in this. But imagine if the retribution went the other way, right? I mean, it could have so been easy. 'Cause it was a 50-50. Everyone was in retribution range there. So overall, Philippines actually might have been a little lucky on the red tree, but obviously, Saison really slowly becoming one of the best junglers in the world right now. I would say that, if you take a 50-50 on that one, it's usually 60-40.
Yeah, for sure.
Against that guy.
Philippines now grouping up in the middle lane. They are the ones who are doing the group up rather than Egypt, because they did prevent some, some group ups happening on the goal lane earlier, as they have put some pressure on Easy PD. But now Katashi, they see more heroes here onward by the Edith.
Man, Retribution was actually, the Flicker rather, was really committed by Inigo, so that's going to be one crucial battle spell. Going to be going on cooldown for the Philippines. And, Egypt really read into that one.
Ganon, so deep, cutting the XP wave near actually behind the tier 2 tower of Egypt. Now he will follow the Trisla wherever he goes. He's not gonna be able to clear the cannon.
Whoa.
There was some HP left on the
boy.
cannon XP wave, so he is a level behind compared to the Paquito. They will not join in this turtle fight. Now Egypt, they are with the Bruno, however.
Yeah, huge fight right now on the bottom side. Half health on the turtle, and Easy Speedy is in position. There goes Inigo with the onward knock up straight into Kakashi, but he's the one going down on first blood. Of course, turtle will still be taken by Egypt. Oh my goodness, they are taking everything right now on the map.
Yeah, complete zoning out by Egypt against Fredrin, and you saw the damage from Easy PD coming out earlier with the Haas Claw completed, and he does have some physical damage reduction with the armor that he's getting from that, from that physical defense item, and he is able to frontline as well for Egypt alongside these meat shields. Now we're starting to see the problems come out on the side of Philippines. They cannot sustain this damage output from Bruno.
Yeah, and Onigo has to hit all the skills. If he misses even one of them, the combo's just ruined. And the damage is lacking. As you can see right there, that healing coming in from this Mentor is holding on, but not for long. Here comes the 4-man dive here behind the tower. It's going to be Saison as well in front of Speedy, just ignoring that Bruno altogether. Even under that tower, not going to be able to do that much damage against Fredrin.
I mean, we did say earlier, when you bring in 3 meat shields from the side of Egypt, it's hard for Philippines to sustain the kind of fight.
Yeah.
But when Philippines brings 4
boy.
against 2, Egypt loses that skirmish, and suddenly FPH is able to find a bounce back on that gold lane skirmish. But they did take out the Edith on the bottom lane in the trade of the Clint, also taking out the Bruno. Kind of favorable for Philippines, because now you're limiting the window for Egypt to work with Easy PD in terms of taking down towers. Philippines has 1, while Egypt has none.
Yeah, Easy PD might have actually been overconfident dueling with a Clint. He said, you know what, I'm under tower, I don't care. You go ahead, hit me. And Requitano, you know what? He called his bluff and he took him out.
Yeah, but bro, I have range. Like, if you read my passive, I have range.
Yeah.
I can hit you under the tower. But all the while, Easy PD, even though he died during that skirmish, he was able to take out the Edith. But again, in a macroscopic sense, it does not matter for Philippines. As long as we are putting a lid on this Bruno, we are doing just fine.
Yeah.
Even though, as we say that, we are still against a Bruno. Now for PH, you have to worry about still the damage output that can come out from Easy PD, because we saw earlier how Saison quickly got his HP deleted by the Bruno. Even though he has some energy from the crystals, late game Bruno is a different story.
It actually is. Right now, you only have to worry about, you know, the minimal life steal, which is actually, it's going to just increase every time that damage stacks up on Easy PD. It might actually be more difficult to take down the Bruno later on because of the Haas Claws.
Yep. Especially with the next item coming up for Easy PD. He does have a lot of options, like the Berserker Fury is on the table. Even the GDS, the Great Dragon Spear, allows him to move around much quicker in team fight in coordination with the Quantum Charge. But Kanon has been doing a fantastic job of fighting waves.
All right.
To make sure that Egypt has no waves to push. Because Easy PD, the only waves that he sees, Philippines is also there.
And again, the eyes of the Philippines are straight onto that win condition of Egypt that we talked about earlier, which is, of course, that Bruno. As long as Philippines has vision of where the Bruno is, they don't need to be worried on other parts of the map.
Yeah. They're willingly joining the fight against Egypt, like they're putting 4 bodies in front of the Bruno so that Egypt is forced to also do the same thing, while Kanon kept cutting the opposite XP, the opposite waves, and that is just the role of the XP. Now, Philippines, they have a fantastic understanding of how to play this game. Egypt, they need to adapt. If they want to be able to, get out of the clutches of Philippines, they need to find something for their side. Maybe a team fight, or maybe winning a sword fight.
It just felt like the Philippines was just trying to feel out, how are we going to deal with this guy, right?
Yeah.
Although, of course, EasyPD already locking in the
Kanon.
Berserker's Fury. Kanon just diving in on here without a care in the world.
Oh my goodness, IDC Gaming, like,
Man.
I don't care.
The what they call, what's the term they say right now? Unbothered, the unbothered Kanon.
Kanon.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Right now, Saison seems to be so confident dealing with the Terizla.
Look at this stain coming up from Saison. I say that laughingly because like 3 heroes tried to go on the front and Saison was like, okay, come, let's try. Hit me. Hit me.
It's just the Philippines calling the bluff of Egypt, right?
Exactly.
Every turn right now. And it's not looking good if you think
For the
about
Bruno
it.
top lane.
Oh, what? Oh, man, I want to watch that one, but Kanon takes him out! You know 1v1 with Kanon, man. He's a master of 1v1s. They're fighting under the Lord right now. There comes the red carpet coming in from the highlands, but will it do much? I don't think so. Saison on the front. Oh, Inigo will be going down, but look, it is still going to be a very healthy Arcangel and the Requitano on the side, which is very important right now for the Philippines. That's exactly the way they want it. And that's going to be Egypt falling back for now. Although Smile still on the sides. He's waiting for an opportunity to hit Requitano with that Astral Recall. Will it arrive though? I don't think so.
Oh my goodness, the unbothered Kanon. Ex-billionaires joining Lord. I don't care. I'm taking down your Bruno. And Fredrin, did you see how ridiculous that was?
That
He
was insane.
So damn tanky. He tanked 4 heroes on the side of Egypt. And he was like, okay, I'm still half HP. I can use the praises that gain some HP back, even though Inigo died from the very wonderful penalty zone of Alpha on the back. Arcangel was also with Philippines with a team fight with a Feather Dare Strike.
Yeah, that's right. And right now, with a 2v4, make it a 2v5, I don't think they're going to be able to take out or defend that tower right there. And like you mentioned, I think we mentioned this before the game started. Without the Bruno, Saison is alive, no matter what.
Yeah, Philippines, they were, this brethren is literally taunting Egypt right now. Why wouldn't you say so? The brethren standing on the front line. Why wouldn't you say so? Come on, let's go.
That's exactly. I love that. Nice try, Midnight. Nice try on that one.
I mean,
but yeah,
it literally is the name.
It's on the name. It's on the name right there. I know.
You saw Alpha try to, duke it out against the Predator earlier, and Predator was like, okay, you hit me twice. Now let's try hitting me again.
Yeah, it's a fruitless effort, right? It's a futile effort. And in the end, it's also about mastery, right? Saison has been playing this hero since the beginning of this hero, since the release. I remember that for a few seasons ago. And I have to say that the mastery is just right there. He just knows. He can estimate when his HP is going to kick in.
Yeah, look at this. 5 heroes trying to defend the purple buff from PH, but Saison is going to be able to take that away.
Look at that.
From the highlights. Now, quick item check. Bruno does have the Berserker's Fury, 7.6 versus the 9.3 of Rekitiano.
Yeah.
He does have Berserker's Fury of himself, and also an endless battle, and mind you, a Malefic Roar, and nearing the completion of the BOD.
Yep, that's right. That's gonna hurt. You know, you don't want to be in front of Rekitano no matter what you are. Even if you're like a Terizla, even if you are a Minotaur, you can kind of take some hits, but not for long.
Yep.
And as long as the front line of the Philippines holds, which is we're talking about Saison, we're talking about Onigo, they're gonna be fine.
Yeah, they do not really care as long as they are able to like make a box that Egypt cannot fight into, and that makes the game awkward for EZPD because all you want as a Bruno is to stand your ground and hit the balls. But even that he can do because Saison right now he is rocking a blade armor which reflects 30% of all damage taken. And that's gonna hurt against EZPD.
If you're EZPD, you're gonna have to think twice if you want to hit Canon. And we're gonna see that right now. EZPD, what you gonna do? Canon with a full combo! Just deletes it without a care in the world. The unbothered Canon just taking out the win condition of Egypt.
Holy smokes. That is what definitely happened there. On the side of Philippines, Bruno just got deleted by the unbothered cannon. That was literally a cannon worth of damage coming out from the Paquito and Philippines. After that, they're going to be able to secure the Lord on their side. In Egypt, they're running out of steam. Even the Bruno does not have the firepower to deal with a single Paquito, mind you.
Yeah, and you're calling it right now, Midnight. I mean,
look at this.
Look at that. Everyone has to think twice before hitting Canon right there. And he can survive. He can outmaneuver 4 heroes from Egypt.
Onigo was like, okay, conceal. Let's try to make some play. Okay, Canon is doing everything. Just get out.
Yeah, just
Canon is handling bottom lane. That's Canon lane.
Yeah, maybe he just, he was just calling, just give me vision. Everyone was like, you know what? Let's protect him. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need protection.
Leave him. Leave him.
Just leave him be.
He is his own army.
All right, so we're going to see here the split. The Philippines are making top side and bottom side. We have kind of on the bottom. And Lord with the 4-man squad, the Philippines on top. Waiting for their opportunity. There's the Lord going in. What's going to be the call here? What's Egypt going to do? They're trying to whittle down that Lord as soon as possible, but the tower will fall eventually. Bottom lane is cleared by Egypt though, so that's good. They only lost 1 inhibitor turret.
Yep, taking it slowly for PH. They did not have the Fars at that moment, although they were able to take out the tower on top lane. And tower mid lane comes second. Egypt needs to do everything they can to hold this push from Philippines. Last tower remaining on the bottom side. Better airstrike just to secure some damage on the Smile. And not allowing any single hero on the side of Egypt to defend this bottom lane tower. Onigo comes in.
Yep, Arcangel just untouched in this game right now. And there you go. The last ditch attempt of Egypt to go and take this fight. Saison once more in the front, right down, trying to do some damage in the middle as well, but pretty good damage. There goes Canon, just going insane on the back line, and everyone just broke formation on Egypt. And that could be it. Just a few minutes until 7-0 to try to clear it as fast as he can, but Canon is just going crazy, and that will be game number 1.
Canon. Might as well add an end there, as it looked like Philippines brought a cannon in this game. We don't need a Beatrix to snipe out the Bruno on the backside. We need a Paquito. We needed a backline puncher.
Yeah, he was literally the cannon event. The cannon events are the important parts.
Yeah, the cannon
He's the
event.
important part of this show, and that's exactly what Canon is in this one. I mean, where we kept talking about, no, you gotta take care of that Bruno. You gotta take care of that Bruno. Nah, yeah, Canon heard us loud and clear.
Took it personally.
He took it personally.
Like, we kept talking about Bruno.
Yeah.
And Canon was like, talk about me.
Talk about me.
We're still talking about Bruno. And he said, okay, Bruno.
And once they set their target, I mean, it was just so difficult to peel against him. I mean, I know you have 3 big tanks with lots of crowd control, but what are you going to do if the timing is just off? You can't always have 3 people around that guy, right? He can't farm.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Canon went in despite of the 3 people.
He didn't care.
Cleared Easy PD, and
Yeah.
Easy PD will have nightmares from this Paquito. But let's see if they're going to be able to bounce back for game number 2, as this is really important for them to be able to put pressure on Philippines and force out game number 3. That is what we are going to be witnessing after a very short break. To go where we're going to be right back. back, folks. You're still watching IESF 2023. We are in the middle of the series between Philippines and Egypt, currently now on game number 2 as Philippines won game number 1. We are gonna be bringing you the action here for game number 2. My name is Midnight, and I am with Rockhart here. And Rockhart, let's not wait for game number 2 anymore, as we are ready with the draft, I believe. And game number 1, again, it was kind of an interesting affair between these two teams. But Egypt, what do you think should they, should they adjust on game number 2?
No, they had a good idea. I'll be honest, it could have worked a little bit of tweaking, maybe. Maybe change up the jungler a little bit. I mean,
The high-lows.
yeah, that jungler was not the jungler you want. Other than that, maybe if they kind of just balanced out the damage a little bit. There's no shame in balancing out the damage. Teams do it for a reason, right? Because you don't want to be -1 to Bruno and then you lose. Which is exactly what happened to them, by the way. And obviously still good. Big props to Kadon. I'm pretty sure he was MVP on that game, regardless of how well everyone else played, right?
Yeah. So, it's kind of like hard to kind of blame the lack of damage because of when you lose. It's a big example of putting all your eggs into one basket.
Yeah.
But it also is just Philippines playing the Paquito really, really well. Like easy peasy, as much as he wanted to carry that game, he was literally the target of the Paquito. Like he had his goals, his life mission set on that Bruno. So that was the story of game number 1. And let's see here in game number 2 if Egypt does adjust that kind of gameplay, because right now they know that Philippines are fully capable of dismantling that kind of composition.
Yeah, I mean, he even went for the house clause first, so you can already think, you know what, oh my god, sustain right away. And he got it pretty quickly. So overall, I think we got to stop with that. Stop with these shenanigans. Nice try, though. Again, maybe if it worked, you can try it again or try something else. But right now, the Philippines just not falling for it at all. So right now, I would say that I would love to see more of the vanilla picks of the Philippines, right? I feel like they're doing exactly what they normally do. And I want to see Arcangel maybe go back on heroes like the Farsa, since they did ban out heroes like the Pharaoh Mist, like the Kadita. Kadita usually just really good against the Farsa, but this time around, not available right now. Love the steal on the Frederick.
It's got a foresight son to pick up a different hero here. Another choice for Philippines. Artists, however, is still open on their side, but they have their eyes set with the Valentina. Going to Arcangel, I believe, but they definitely have a lot of options here to go with. Because Farsa is still open. They can actually go for a Farsa versus Valentina matchup. No, they prioritize the Valentina now alongside the Teresa. Now Egypt can actually pick up the Farsa themselves alongside probably a marksman and carry, maybe even stealing some of the golden hero pull away from Regediano.
Very early pick on the Terizla kind of it kind of telegraphs certain hero pick. So that's something that maybe Egypt has to think about right now if you want to go ahead and avoid being a 5-man penalty zone. You kind of want to deal with heroes that can kind of work around that. So what if they go straight for some really sustainable marksman heroes? I'm not sure about that, but yeah, okay, all right, we've seen this happen. I was saying sustainable heroes, but no, they want to go and this is that's 2 steals.
Yeah,
2 steals from the previous draft. Interesting. Why is this?
Game plan for Egypt in game number 2 is not let Philippines play their game. That's basically it. Remove all the heroes that they played till now.
Which is pretty smart.
Yeah, it's really smart, but it's kind of dangerous in a way because you're now playing into unknown territory. Like Philippines, they can now start pulling out some cheese strategy of their own. But knowing Philippines, they might just go back to the classic Claude of Regediano. Matchup versus both the Paquito and the Varia. Actually, all 3 heroes on the side of Egypt. And it is a classic Regediano hero.
I don't mind carry as well. And if you know Regediano, if you've been following the way that this guy has been playing, his carry pick in the previous seasons almost never died.
Yeah.
He had like, in one season of his MPL, he had like 10-0 win streak on the carry or something like that. It was insane.
There was a time wherein he played carry for 3 weeks and he only died 2 times.
Not 2 games, 2 times.
That's damn impressive.
So I don't mind the carry. It can deal well with heroes like the Frederian. You're gonna have to be a bit more creative against the Paquito maybe, but then again, if you pick that hero early on, or later on in the draft, you can deal with other roam heroes just like, you know, I mean, I would have thought Edith might be a problem, but if that carry is present, it's not that much.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, think about it. Maybe ban out some of these gold laners, because right now your gold lane is just not having fun.
I'm liking this. I'm liking this. I'm liking this from both sides, you know, and they fully realize that gold lane matchup will have to come down to whoever is better on that lane. They're not banning out any
No bans
on
at
both
all.
sides.
Yeah.
They rather force out some rather particular picks here from both sides. Like Egypt, they're banning out the Lancelot, maybe trying to ban out the Link of Saison, or even the Fanny, because at this point it's been untouched. And Philippines, they are gonna let Rakitiano have a fantastic time on second phase, probably even last pick for Rakitiano, because now they're setting up for a huge counter against the Paquito. So this just means that Philippines, they are fully aware of the threat of the Paquito. They're playing around it. They got the Kufra, and at the same time they're banning out the Minotaur to allow Rakitiano have a good time on you know, on the gold lane. But now they are starting to ban out some unorthodox heroes. Maybe they're eyeing at Claude again. Still.
Interesting.
So they did still ban out the Ling on the side of Egypt. Now Philippines, they can get the gold laner now. Beatrix, Gary, and Claude, they are all still open. But I think they might just go for the last. Oh, never mind.
Brody, that's not the most. That's not the first thing I would have thought of.
I mean,
it's
you're up against a Paquito, so why not?
Yeah, you're gonna survive for sure. At the very least, against the Paquito, if you're gonna survive against the Frederian. At the same time, you kind of have to focus on just one hero most of the time, right? So
They listened to you, Rockhard. They heard you. And they were like, okay, we have to deal with the Paquito. They pick up the Kufra, but they double down. They go Brody. And it's a good choice, because if you think about it, what else does Egypt pick against this Brody? He wins all lanes. Iristel, he wins against it.
Yeah.
Leslie, he wins against it. He demolishes Brody. Beatrix is kind of a 45 scenario, but it's still a Brody favorite matchup.
last game's Paquito was insane, and it was so much. It could move around freely. This time around, good luck. Even your gold lane dives, you're gonna have some hard times.
Yeah.
So I love that they're doubling down on that as well.
Oh!
Let's do it. I have been
him
itching
dirty.
for some fanny picks here.
Doing him dirty, ladies and gentlemen. We did say that this might come out, but I did not expect that the Philippines would do so. Oh my
This is
goodness.
fun. This is gonna be fun, guys.
There's a reason
It's
why
gonna be fun.
in Philippine ranked games, you don't see Fanny Ling when you want to pick up Navaria.
And the Filipino leagues, right?
In the Filipino
You
leagues.
just don't see that
And
fanny.
you don't give Saison assassins.
You just don't ban it out against that team.
And Saison took the Fredrin Steel personally. He was like,
Yeah,
guys, they got my Fredrin. Pick me some assassins.
there was a touch of like a grudge, right?
Yeah.
It felt like a little bit of a grudge pick.
He was spamming the Fanny show. Show Fanny. 98% win rate. I don't know the win rate.
It's
actually.
probably around that.
It's probably
right?
around that, you know, because that is just how good Saison is in the Fanny, and we are gonna be witnessing that in this game number 2 as we head on over to the Land of Dawn again. Second game in this match between PH and Egypt. And this is gonna be a very hot game. Saison, we hype a lot about his Fanny. Now, Rockhart, I wanna give you the spot here to explain why it's kind of a hot topic when Saison picks up the Fanny.
Man, aside from the fact that the way that he moves on this hero is just so decisive. He doesn't he doesn't cable for no reason, and that's one of the reasons why he's just so respected in his home country of the Philippines in terms of that Fanny pick. But at the same time, in this very specific matchup, this Novaria, you're gonna hide in a mountain. You're just gonna hide in a mountain all day long.
You're playing hide and seek.
Yeah, you just gotta. There's just no way you're gonna survive against this Fanny. I'm calling it right now. Maybe if they had that Kufra, I might have given them the benefit of the doubt.
You have Angela though.
They have the Angela, but it's a half measure, right?
Yeah.
This Fanny overall, there's very little that Egypt can actually do to stop it.
They don't have stun. They do have go away from the Melissa, but that's about
That's
it.
it.
That's I mean,
And
they
a good
have-
time energy eruption, maybe.
Yeah, a taunt from the Fredrin
Yeah.
and probably an enhanced knock-up from Alpha, but you know that's kind of just wishful thinking at this
Yeah,
point.
that's wishful.
Saison
So hard to hit
may
that.
have just been given a free fanny game, so let's see if PH is able to abuse that and get an advantage in game number 2. Because Egypt right now, I'm seeing this draft as a very mid-game centric lineup where, again, they're still playing around easy PD in the guise of the Fredrin being able to protect this Melissa.
Yeah, right now that Melissa obviously still going to be the the most win condition here of Egypt. And there you go. That's top lane going down. I mean, the camera didn't even catch it.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we know. That's exactly the Saison that we know from the Philippines.
That's a fanny, so it's kind of hard to catch up.
Look at this. Look at the mid lane. Oh my god.
Smile is getting low.
Oh,
Arcangel,
man.
The mission for the mid lane here is not to clear the
Here
wave,
we
it's
go.
to harass the Novaria. Now, Fredrin threatens the Valentina, but Saison shows himself, and Egypt was like, okay, get out.
Actually, I think Arcangel called it. You know what? There's a Frederick in front of me. Just abort that Novarium for now and just help me.
Yeah.
That was close. You saw Saison. He literally drove past it.
Yep.
It was so funny.
And you know what's sad?
Yeah.
Smile lost some minions in the mid lane. He was not able to
Oh,
get
yeah.
the HP and the XP as he got poked down.
Frederick absorbed some of that HP as well, or
Yeah.
XP as well, rather.
Turtle, okay.
Okay, Semnoda. That's good.
Yep, Frederick
Good
gets
start.
turtle. But Saison, he's getting his purple. He is on par with the level of the Frederick. Canon here is trying to make sure that Frederick gets the
man.
lane.
And there he goes. Kakashi is going down, and that's also going to be the purple stolen by Saison. Oh boy, that's double. That's double trouble right there.
The delay from Onigo and Canon, they knew that he had the
Holy moly!
bottom lane though.
Arcangel stole the hard guard.
Stolen hard guard. You have an Angela.
Oh my
we also have an
goodness.
Angela.
That was insane. That was so funny for me because I was expecting Kakashi to go for it, but then I remembered, wait, Kakashi's dead.
I thought so too. I was like, okay, the hard guard is there, but is it on the side of PH? It is.
Arcangel, man. Arcangel.
Melby's
Goes
on-
insane. Look at that. Look at that. He's just he didn't even have the effort.
Dude, he flickered back. He styled on the Paquito.
Styled on it.
Canon styling on the
That's
Paquito right
insane.
there. And Philippines, they're now feeling the energy, the momentum
Oh, yeah.
on their side because they're having a a field day, getting their hands on these signature picks on their side. In Egypt right now, they're trying to find something out of the map, but they're not given any because again, the threat is on the Fanny. Like this Fanny, all across the map has huge kill threats.
Look at that guy. Look at Saison just move on this Fanny. It's insane. And right now, Alpha has to call for the hard guard for that healing and that shielding. And while all that's happening, good things are happening for Egypt. They are in crisis management, but they are managing quite well. Able to get a lot of gold from the outer turret energy shields on the bottom.
Yep.
And surviving on the top.
Yeah, Canon, however, is behind the tower on the top lane, guarding the the path to defend this XP lane, and Saison is already on the turtle.
All right,
Egypt, they need to contest this rock card.
Yeah, although they did get the turret on the bot side, I feel like that's also easily countered or easily answered by the Philippines here. They need to get this turtle, so important for Egypt to keep this cash flow, this gold flow coming into their lineup, right? And right now, again, their win condition, their major win condition is back on it. And there it goes, turtle. A big thank you from Saison for all that work that 7 Oda put onto that turtle right there.
I mean, Inigo happily giving his life
Happy,
away.
yeah, happy trade.
Setting that turtle up for Philippines, even using the ultimate, just to make sure that Fredrin is not able to use Retribution on him, and while the hard guard has been also exhausted by Egypt, so that means no hard guard for the next good 40 seconds of this match. And PH, you're gonna be able to play again aggressive with the Fanny.
Yeah, right now that Fanny and
Penalty
as well
zone!
as Canon with a 4-man penalty zone, just enjoying all of that damage. And here we go once more. It's Arcangel going insane after the hard guard. It's a very, very aggressive Valentina we're seeing here. And combined with Canon's Terizla is just so good right now on the mid lane. Look at that! Oh man!
They're just pulling out highlights after highlights on the side of PH. You thought it was Ganon just with the penalty zone. Arcangel was also there with his stolen hard guard and dish out so much damage coming out from the Valentina. And after that, Onigo said, okay, Paquito's here in mid lane. Let's jump on him as well.
Yeah, the Philippine team right now looking like a walk-in highlight reel all across the map. This observer is having a hard time finding where he has to go. Look at this guy.
So many stuff to cover.
Oh my god, that's so good. That looks so good. I gotta say.
I mean, if you're Egypt, it's kind of hard to show up in the map right now because Philippines, all 3 lanes are exposed as a kill zone. Like Egypt, the only way you can play a lane is if you put bodies there. But there will be a casualty on the opposite side of the map because Philippines right now, they don't care about, you know, controlling their own jungle or pushing down towers. All they care right now is trying to shut down whoever wants to farm these lanes.
Yeah, and I don't want to toot my own horn, Midnight, but that's exactly what we said. You know what? That Novaria, yeah, you're gonna die over and over again this game because of the Fanny.
Smile is definitely not smiling right now.
Oh,
Nigo again, jumping in, hard guard onto the Fredrin.
Beautiful engage, and Nigo gets that turtle actually. Riquitano and Arcangel very safe on the back line, but the front line is actually suffering right now for the Philippines. Man, the damage coming in from EZPD is something you cannot shrug off if you're Team Philippines.
Oh, Egypt definitely bouncing back after that turtle fight. Philippines, they did not expect that EZPD can output so much damage in such a short amount of time. And that was because I think 3 heroes were linked at that moment. Oh, wrong target probably. Still going on to the Melissa. No energy, however. Oh, Alpha on the back line.
Oh, that was close.
Getting the panic kill. But Egypt, they're now feeling the momentum themselves.
Oh, man, that was super duper close right now. Arcangel, nice try on the assassination. Will be able to kind of survive here. Will get Astral Echoes. Oh, Alpha, very, very low right now. Canon, very good on the front line, but we'll have to deal with this hard guard on 7 Oda.
Nice setup
down
there.
right now.
Nice setup there by both Onigo and Canon. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough damage to take out Paquito. I would say it is also a little greedy for Canon to go for 2 more targets when they needed to burst down Paquito. So Alpha is going to be able to live out of that skirmish, and Egypt again gets away with W.
In those situations, it's actually really good to just focus on one sometimes, right? And I mean, it's always so tempting to put 3 people on your penalty zone, but it's not always the #1 play.
Yeah, because at that moment, the most important priority for PH was to take out the Paquito, and that means Philippines will kind of have to reset and get a composure back.
Oh boy!
Another jump.
That's a -1, and once more, the big hitter of Egypt will fall to the assassination of Onigo.
Oh, easy P, what were you doing there?
That was way too forward.
Yeah, and Onigo was like, okay, free Melissa kill. He didn't even need to use the flicker. And again, not happy in the mid lane.
Explosive.
I mean, even Kakashi is not having a good day as the Angela.
Yeah, overall, they're going to get this Lord 100%, but at the very least, Egypt will get that 2nd tier turret on the top side, but that's a consolation prize. Is he able to finish it off? Yeah, I think he can, though, but will abort.
He left because, you know, the Fanny.
He knows the Fanny's there,
zone.
yeah.
Everywhere, kill zone.
Kill zone, all boxes all around where the Fanny can hit you.
Oh, Canon. Very good spot to be in, but Brendan jumping in, but on top lane,
Alpha
Getting
needs
poked
that
by the
hard guard,
Fanny.
but even with the hard guard, he's having a hard time surviving.
Oh!
They're not done, they're diving in. Canon with the penalty zone straight under the turret, but will he be able to survive? I don't think so. Has to force a flicker out.
Oda.
Astral Recall will be there. Oda, not enough damage on that penalty zone, and Smile hits it from downtown.
There's definitely a smile on his face right now as they hit the killing blow onto Canon. Little greedy for the side of PH, and Egypt is able to find a kill. And Terizla, but almost taking out Angela. Kakashi sitting at 1/4 of HP. Saison also has to go back, and Lord is marching on the bottom lane. Philippines, they're not going to be able to utilize that Lord. So Egypt can actually breathe for the next 2 minutes until the next Lord spawns.
small minor miss on the cable there, very rare issue for Saison, actually will cause him to miss out on the assassination. And topside is going to be their consolation prize. Will they be able to hit on Alpo? Can't really move with a cool for a bouncing ball in your face. That's a big problem. That means that's going to be a free kill going over to the Philippines and maybe a turret if they stay for it.
I mean, that's the downside of showing 4 heroes, 3 heroes on bottom lane, right? Like, Philippines, they knew for a fact that the Paquito was solo on top lane. However, Egypt is looking for a recovery kill.
Oh, man.
Getting low here.
Kanon's getting punished and there's just no answer.
Oh,
there's
jump!
a straight to the face. Oh my goodness. Saison with a shutdown and he is on fire right now. Where's the damage coming in for Kitana right now? 7-0 against 3 people from the Philippines. Able to make Easy PD and Kakashi just get away from this. But they're re-engaging and it's just not the right call. And that's going to be Oda going down.
So much damage on the side of Philippines, man, and I swear, even without the Fanny, they can actually fight just with the Brody and the Valentina. Now Alpha, a lot of protecting the purple buff. Just make sure that the Fanny is not able to steal it away, but Inigo with the flicker jump earlier on. Easy PD almost had a panic attack. Fortunately for him, he still had the last proc of the go away before the visual actually disappeared. So Inigo was actually knocked back still and was not able to land the ultimate on the Melissa.
The Fanny actually feels like just icing on the cake right now, the way that he is working. He's not the main star of the show right now, as we can see. Everyone's just trying to group around Arcangel right now, and Inigo, who seemed to be the one who is finding these targets, who is calling out these targets for the Philippines. But right now, Egypt is actually playing very, very defensively. Easy PD locked in the golden staff right there.
Adding more attack speed and making sure that he pumps out more damage output on this Melissa. But speaking about the Fanny, he's not a star of the show, but he is a deterrent to Egypt, the deterrent of Philippines. Making sure that the opposite XP lane cannot be pushed. I mean, the XP, the lane where the XP lane is, the XP is, cannot be pushed. And Egypt not going to be able to contest this Lord away from PH. As the Brody gets it. And Egypt, they have to go back to their own base. Again, they cannot even walk out because everywhere is a kill zone for PH.
Yeah, the Philippines actually playing more confidently right now compared to a few minutes ago. They're just gonna wait for this Lord for sure, but they're still not out of. It's not a free game just yet, right? I feel like Egypt has so many re-engage tools and so many defensive options compared to the last game. The go away is actually very confusing for Kanon to play around. He's getting pushed around all the time.
Yeah, like the setters on the side of PH, Kanon and Inigo, definitely getting frustrated from the Melissa, but Oda jumps in.
Oh, Inigo! Man, that was actually a very, very scary position Inigo was in there. He could have gone out. What
Oda used? Oh my goodness, Kakashi used the hard guard.
He did. He used the hard guard. That was a little bit too fast on the trigger finger. And that's going to be Lord going on the top side to take out that turret. Saison's on the hunt. He's looking for someone who is not with a buddy here. Buddy system will save you if you're Egypt, at least for now.
Yeah, no choice for Egypt but to go back to their own base. They're now sitting ducks here as Philippines will take all the resources on the map. 10k gold lead for PH. I mean 9k, but it's almost closing out to 10k. And 95 seconds till the next Lord spawn. So Philippines, they're happy to just play relax, you know, get all the resources, not overcommit and not overextend. But Egypt, they're trying to find a way to get out of this base, but they're PH not letting any errors be get punished. Saison on top lane, however.
What? Ooh. He's re-engaging? Oh, that was scary.
I mean, you see the confidence from the kid, right?
Man.
Saison, again, he's still acting like the predator from game number 1. Oh, you're trying to gank me? Try again.
But yeah, he's basically doing the same function. He's dealing with multiple people at the same time, which is, of course, it's taking attention away from the other members of the Philippine team.
Look at this, 11.7k farm on the Brody, while the Melissa sits at 9.2. Huge difference when it comes to farm. Even though Rakitiano hasn't had a kill to his name yet, the damage output coming up from this Brody, especially with the Torn Apart memory, you know, it makes it hard for Egypt to actually fight because they don't have that innate sustainability, that innate drawn-out fighting capability, unlike Philippines.
Yeah, the Mana Eruption are actually not going to be able to be used here. Oh, there you go. Saison finally being punished here by Egypt. What's it going to be? It's going to be a 4v5 for sure. Penalty zone goes down. And that's going to be the front line of Egypt actually holding on steady. But the damage that we're talking about there, Midnight, Rekitano's damage on that Brody, you cannot shrug it off, man. It hurts like a ting.
Yeah, seeing how Philippines still try to fight Egypt, it feels like even without Saison, they know that they have damage. All it took for the Melissa to die was the jump from the Kufra and one torn apart memory from the Brody.
It's a 2v4, but I'm surprised Onigo's actually still on the middle of everything, re-engaging.
They don't have retry.
Playing out, no retribution available for the Philippines, which means it will be Sevenoda taking on that Lord, but the kills are going to start coming in here. Saison is here, and he is coming back with a vengeance on that Fanny. 2 remaining members here for Egypt, making a run for the hills right now. Kakashi, he's going to go down. Immortality will save you, but only for a few more seconds, and that's going to be easy BD all alone on the map. Lord goes to Egypt, but will they get the win?
20 seconds before the next hero spawns, Philippines, they have a small window to work with, but they have to push against Melissa. Easy PD does have a lot of ways to kind of clean up the way, but conceal play.
1v5!
They're hunting for the Melissa. They have a cannon! They have a cannon!
They have a cannon! I don't think the Melissa can defend. And here comes the rest of the minions, and that's going to be Philippines with the finish. It is a 2-0 against Egypt.
They had already a cannon, but they also had a cannon going inside.
So many
their base.
cannons.
So many cannons. We're not talking about the explainer. We're talking about that specific cannon that survived the Lord and 15 seconds to work with. PH was like, guys, this is endable.
That's endable, and they call it correctly. Yeah, I think Egypt just overestimated themselves. They threw everything they had on that Lord take.
Yeah,
They did get it.
it was the right
They
call.
did
Like,
get it.
in theory, it was the right call because they didn't have Fanny. But after that, they tried to take a fight. And PH, they were also bamboozled. Like, why are you fighting here?
You
We're
overstayed
actually
your welcome.
stronger. And the
Yeah.
Fanny is respawning in 1 second. And after that, PH, all their minds are synced. All they wanted was just to fight Egypt and just get down the numbers. But we didn't expect for Egypt to drop all 4 players.
Yeah, that small moment of, it's just this decisiveness, being indecisive, just cost Egypt that game, which could have been actually turned around if they just completely backed off against that Lord take.
After that Lord, right?
Yeah.
Just back off. Cut your losses.
Interesting.
Even if somebody dies, just, get back. Because they're going to be able to push with the Lord. And PH took advantage of that. When Egypt tried to fight, you saw how PH was also committed on taking that fight, even jumping again on the backline. Rekitiano was actually microing 3 heroes on the Brody. And after that, Egypt felt like they were walking towards, the death of this of game number 2.
Yeah, good game here for the Philippines for sure. And everyone just shuddered against the power of the Philippine team right there in Romania.
Yeah, really, really great stuff coming out from both teams. Egypt, again, it was a fantastic game too. Game 1 was a really interesting draft, but the experience showed for PH, specifically on that last Lord fight, just the composure to take that fight, and they did not back down because they knew after that it was the game-winning play, and they saw that from miles away, and we saw it as well happen and come into fruition in game number 2, and that was what allowed PH to actually bounce back after Alpha had a fantastic kill on that Fanny. Man, what a game.
Yeah, that game. I love it. We'll have to wait and see more, of course. We still have 1 remaining match. So guys, don't go anywhere. This is still the IESF 2023 coverage of the World Esports Championship in Romania. See you guys in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone. You're still watching IESF 2023 World Championships. Now, we are in our last game for day number 2, the last game for the group stage, and it is going to be a battle between Indonesia and Kazakhstan, and we're going to bring you the heat of the action here in our English broadcast. Again, my name is Midnight, and I am with Rockhart here. Now, Rockhart, being at the last game, I want to see hype, I want to see action, and I think we're going to get it, because these two teams, they just came out of a win.
That's right. Kazakhstan, actually, if you guys, obviously, you would know that, but, or you wouldn't watch it, rather, but you would know from news that they actually got a 2-0 at the very start of this day. It was off-stream. It was one of the postponed games that we have from yesterday. So they've been sitting pretty all day long, and they've been itching to probably play here, especially against a team like Indonesia, considered one of the powerhouse regions of MLBB.
Yeah, also got a 2-0 in the very first game that we casted for today, and it is going to be an interesting affair because right now we are looking at two hot shot teams, and Indonesia being a powerhouse of Southeast Asia now facing up against Kazakhstan, and we've seen Kazakhstan perform before as well. These are not unfamiliar faces for us. These are players that have performed in the international stage even, and I think there's a lot to be expected with the upcoming matchup, and not just about the players, but also the the meta that is shaping up to be here in IESF. We've seen a lot of Novarias, we've seen a lot of Terizlas, we've even seen a lot of Lancelot and Fannies, but the talk of the game is the Fredrin. The Fredrin in the jungle. Do you think that will be a factor in the upcoming match?
Yeah, it seems to be at the back of everyone's minds right now. Everyone's looking for a more stable jungler, it seems. We're already shying away from these alpha jungles that a few teams have attempted throughout the previous few weeks.
Completely died after the nerf.
Completely out, yeah. So right now, everyone's on the hunt there, right, for a very good jungler that can actually still juggle. And it seems like most players seem to be just rotating or revolving right back to where we started when Fredrin was released when the mainstay jungler. Seems to be the case here as well. Yeah. Although, again, it's not perfect, right? I mean, last game, the previous series, it was a nice attempt from Egypt to bring it out, but it's obvious also that there are also punishments available for this hero. And now, I would say that the supers of the Indonesian squad, they're super Sorizo and everything in their home. The supers are actually looking like the favorites here, but Kazakhstan, man, this region seems to be on the rise here right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are kind of warranted to be expected from both sides, but I'm really looking towards into nuances, like specifics on it tells us of the individualities of these teams, and I just want to highlight the presence of exotic hero picks here on the side of Indonesia, because I think Indonesia has been the most off-meta team out of everyone in this IESF stage, because Sorizo has been really on point with the Pakido picks, but Super Ken has not shied away from the assassins, even the Joy Jungle, the Lancelots. There's a lot to be expected for this team, and I think that's going to come into factor against Kazakhstan, because if you are a newcomer into a league, you would expect to know how to beat these teams. And right now, as I say that, we see Kazakhstan banning out the Joy in this game.
That's very smart, actually. And if you're talking off meta, Indonesia, they love that. They're one of the few regions who actually put Fredrin on the XP lane.
So that's true.
You can never really know what to expect, rather, from teams from the Indonesian region, and it serves them well. So far, they have been winning a lot of international tournaments lately. And it's still up on the it's still a toss-up here so far. There you go with the Fredrin ban. I think Kazakhstan already went into that one.
I love it. This is the talk of the town. Again, the topics that we've discussed, it's now laid on the table. Not shying away from assassins. Kazakhstan banning out the Fanny and the Joy, removing the Fredrin. Now, Pakido is still a hot commodity for both sides. I think if you're Kazakhstan, that's something that you also have to be worried about, because Sorizo is a standout Pakido player.
Yeah, and on the other side, you're talking about junglers. You can also pick up the Pakido on the jungle. People keep forgetting that sometimes. But you also have to think about the sustain meta that the Angela does enable, and that's, again, we are in the days where Angela first pick is a thing. Yeah, it's not like a weird thing at all.
Yeah.
A lot of teams love this Angela first pick.
it provides a lot of things, you know, the sustain, the ability to catch as well when you use the hard guard, the slow coming out from the strings. It's a very good kit to have in a team, and it's not easily counterable. Although I would say Esmeralda still is one of the hardest counters against the Zero. Some teams would actually opt out of that Esmeralda option to just go for the Terizlas. And again, as we've said, the Paquitos. Now,
There you
Chorizo is on that Paquito. Rock the rival, but not just of yet. You know, he's actually going for the sprint. And Vin on the Kadita. Is this a roam Kadita
It
for
probably
Indonesia?
is. You know, Indonesia loves those very aggressive, hyper aggressive roam picks here. Kadita, one of them. Obviously, a Cho would be, you know, if this was a player like you know, Kiboy.
Oh yeah, Kiboy.
I would not be surprised, but yeah, basically most of the teams in Indonesia basically going over that. But we're looking for junglers. I feel like I was just about to bring up the Baksha, man. It's one of the picks that really are making a rise right now. And pair it up with an Angela, I feel like it's a formidable force.
Indonesia knows this pretty well because they also ran this kind of strategy. They've ran this strategy beforehand, so they know how this works. But now, it's surprising that we still see Eve to this day. He has been nerfed down to the ground, but Kazakhstan still picks him up. And I do think that it does fit the current characteristic of this composition. Like the composition of what Kazakhstan wants is the slow and the control. When you lock down a hero with the Baksha, you want to make sure that he does not have the capability to go out. But in response, Indonesia picks up the Claude. Albeit it is picked on Super Ken right now. He is showing up the Retribution. We don't know just yet if this is a jungle Claude. If this is, it's going to be an interesting fight.
Yeah, especially against a Baksha, because teams rarely pick a Claude against a Baksha because the Baksha's passive, it blocks it reduces every hit of the Claude. In the Claude, the Blazing Duet, it's multi-hit over and over again.
Yeah.
The normal attacks are multi-hit, so basically every tick of damage gets reduced by the Baksha passive. So normally you wouldn't want to pick a Claude into a Baksha, but somehow Indonesia, they think they can handle it.
Yeah. Oof, Indonesia removing the Terizla as well.
That's so smart, by
Making
the
sure
way.
that you know, there's not so many tanks on the side of Kazakhstan. Because again, you are rocking that Claude. Even though you also have a Paquito that can deal damage, you don't want to be overridden with ridiculous tankiness from Kazakhstan. So that Terizla ban is a little bit warranted on the on their side. Now they are first pick on second phase. They still are in need of a jungle or a roam or a mid, and I think that's what I like about Indonesia's draft. It's very flexible. Now they're about to reveal the role of the Kadita. They can pick up the Cho here. It's a really good choice against Baksha because Baksha is not known to be really mobile in terms of team fights. He's mobile when it comes to map movements, but he's not really mobile in team fights because one kick, that's it.
And I love that Indonesia recognizes that, guys, we need some tools to deal with this Baksha here. We just can't let it dive in. That's why you consider the Cho. And they end up with a Kaja, which is obviously one of the best ways to deal with, to peel. If you have a Claude, if you have heroes like a Kadita, right, you want heroes to deal with that.
Oh, I like this. I like this so much from Kazakhstan. The Yuzong is already a good matchup against Paquito.
Yes.
And now you're doubling down on the fact that even if Indonesia punishes this Baksha with a Divine Judgment onto their jungler, you have another avenue of entry into the team fight, and one jump from the Yuzong can actually interrupt the entirety of Indonesia's team fight. And I love the fact that they picked up the Brody.
It's so cool, yeah, I know.
Exactly. It's a lane demolisher versus the Claude, and it's also such a good tool to fight into the early towards the mid game.
And I love that Kazakhstan is using the Indonesian special in the XP lane, this Yuzhong. Every Indonesian team loves to pick up this Yuzhong in their XP, and they're using it against them. Now, I love the glue. I love the glue. This can actually survive a lot, which is something that Indonesia doesn't really have right now. They don't really have that front line, which might be a problem in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, they have initiations, but they don't have front line survivability. Oh, Indonesia.
I don't know. I don't know about this. That's maybe way too much damage. But they go for it. All right.
Wait, is this a gold lane Benedetta? Gold lane Claw. Okay, never mind.
Jungle Benedetta.
Jungle Benedetta.
All right.
Again,
I mean,
not shying away from the assassins, but I think a Benedetta jungle versus a Baksha is just a tad slower.
It is, yeah, it
I
is.
would have preferred a faster jungler, but I get the point. I get why they wanted to pick up the Benedetta. They wanted a hero that can actually fight in the early game, knowing that
It's
the Midas
fine, yeah.
was out. It's fine. It's an okay pick, especially on the hands of Super Ken. But I do have concerns when it comes to the fast rotations coming out from Kazakhstan.
So overall, in the terms of team fighting, yeah, they do have pretty much tools. But yeah, you're talking about jungle clear speed. That's something that the Vendetta might struggle with, especially in the early game. I mean, I know if you farm well enough, Vendetta's going to do great.
Yeah.
But then again, they don't really have that front line that Vendetta's going to have to tank so many hits.
Let's see in game number 1 who would be faster here, because I think movement is going to be really key here for both sides. As we head on over to the Land of Dawn. Some people would argue Jungle Benedetta has a Season Hunter. Guess what? Baksha has a Season Hunter as well.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing, but don't forget the Baksha just unleash. The skills are unleash.
Unleash shields.
Unleash shield throws over and over again. So, I don't know, man. It's this Vendetta's gonna face a level 4 Baksha while it's level 3.
Yeah.
Think about that.
It's going to be hard to contest
gonna be hard.
objectives. But I do think that they picked this up. They picked up the Benedetta for the sole purpose of being able to play around the Angela and the Eve. Because one problem that you're facing as a jungler is if you play heroes that are static, like they just walk, you're gonna be susceptible to the slows and the the box control of the reload manipulation. Even though the slows were nerfed, it's still a huge concern for Indonesia. So what this Benedetta allows them to do is be able to move around the map, but again, Kazakhstan just does it much faster.
Yeah, everything's faster here inside the Kazakhstan. Even their XP lane can rotate faster onto the other lanes because of the Black Dragon form. So overall, expect a better early game, I guess, from Kazakhstan with this lineup. If you want Indonesia to win, if you're a big fan of Indonesia, you will have to wait a little bit because this lineup, it's going to ramp up quite a while.
It'll take some time, I would say the Paquito would need to take some time because there's a lot of builds that Chorizo can go to, the Fury Hammer or the Warrocks or Rush.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's also a lot of sustain.
Yeah, the
on side
kill
of Kazakhstan.
potential, right? The kill potential against Al Yuzhong and the Paquito. Maybe if it was other XP laners, maybe you had, but the Paquito will be slow because it can't really kill the Yuzhong in the 1v1.
And burst damage, even though they have a Kadita, it's not going to be reliable in this game because they have an Angela on the side of Kazakhstan. So the saves aren't going to be there. Now, we've laid out so many problems for Indonesia.
Yeah.
How do you think they should go in this game addressing these problems?
Bro, I guess the like we said in the previous match, it all boils down to whether or not this actual is really good on the timing.
Yeah.
Again,
At the end of the day, you have to press the buttons.
you gotta press the buttons, man. You gotta press it properly, or else, no matter how well your composition is working, it's just not gonna activate. These
That's
skills
true.
that you
That's true.
these really good skills, you need to activate them at the proper timing. And I think that might be the only breaking point here for the lineup of Kazakhstan. If we put these two in a vacuum, they're gonna do great. Kazakhstan's lineup is gonna do great. But they gotta ramp it up. They gotta catch up to the mechanics here of Indonesia, which again, Kazakhstan has proven that in the first match of the day. I wonder if they can do it against one of the top tier teams in MLBB right now in the world.
I like the way you put it. Like the mechanics of Indonesia is actually part of the challenge. Like the task at hand for Kazakhstan is to be able to play at the same level of the mechanics in Indonesian side. And I think that's also one of the factors why they're so powerful. We've seen that from Canon earlier on the Paquito and Chorizo as well, handling these XP laners. Finn as well on the Kadita. It is a little problematic for Kazakhstan that these players will have a field day in this game because they are handling signature picks on their side.
The way they handle it is so key, right? If, for example, you put an Indonesian player with Layla and another Layla.
Me.
Yeah,
Put me.
put Midnight there as Layla.
I'll lose.
This Indonesian is gonna go so crazy. It's gonna go really ham on you. It's gonna go so aggressive that it's gonna beat you into submission. That's usually how they play. Even with the same picks, normally you would lose.
Yeah.
That's how good Indonesian players
Knowing my skill level, I agree with you.
Yeah, even if you're one of the best players, let's say in Singapore, right? The Indonesians just really click different.
Yeah.
They press different.
Dude, even Filipino coaches, they're just amazed at how crazy good these players press their buttons. and that's a that's a testament to the strength of the entire region. They have very talented players out there, and I think you're right. Kazakhstan, even though they have such a good draft here, they still have to play the game. They still have to execute. They still have to time things perfect against Indonesia. Because if you don't, Indonesians, they're known as one of the team or the region that punishes so damn well.
Oh man, I cannot just overstate how many times I've seen Indonesian games just, no matter how well the casters or the analysts predict their draft works, they just do some really unexpected stuff. And that's usually how they win there in that region. But again, it's always been like a 50-50 against the Philippines, who seem to be more prevalent in terms of their discipline.
Yep.
Anyway, let's load up in the game and let's see if these Kaliki fingers are going to come into play here.
Yep, loading up definitely here for both teams, Kazakhstan and Indonesia.
Look at that.
Getting their fingers ready in Chorizo.
Isn't this what I'm
already
talking about, right?
Cutting at the X speed. This is what you talked about earlier, Rockhard. Instant clear from Chorizo, and now he is in front of the orange buff. Granted, that was the Angela leashing the Baksha, but now he completely shuts that off.
Wow, Chorizo. Again, it all boils down to how differently they play. Normally, you would face it off on the lane. Some people, I mean, normally Paquitos wouldn't cut like that.
Yeah.
Especially against a Yuzhong. Yuzhong's a big threat. And right now, Chorizo doesn't care.
Yeah, and you know, man, well, Claude just took a kill in top lane with Vin. I was about to say, if you are an experienced and seasoned explainer, you would always check for XP cuts. But now, Indonesia is in a spot where both plays didn't get punished. Saken already has a kill on the top lane, and they're setting up the squad for success on the side of Indonesia.
Hey, did we talk about on the draft? Oh my gosh, this Benedetta is going to play against a level 4 Baksha. Nope, it's a level 4 Benedetta against a level 3 Baksha.
And that's also the credit.
Just because of the play.
The credit goes to Chorizo, delaying the Baksha from getting his level 4. And Super Ken is already on his way towards level 5. Bottom lane, though.
Oh, Chorizo, man. He's going to be able to
what
survive
is
this with a sliver of health, and everyone else is going to be able to dive on into there.
One claw hit from the Yuzhong.
Yeah, just
took him out.
you could just blow into his ear and he'd go down. And
Oh
just
my
like
goodness.
that, you know, they kind of neutered some of the pressure that, or the effort that Kazakhstan's put off.
Well, Kazakhstan, they have a level 4 Baksha sitting in the turtle. Super Ken is level 5, however, he sees the turn. Back dragon form has been committed by the
right.
Yuzhong.
That's pretty good teamwork here right now being done. It's a 2v4.
What?
Force Turtle will go over to Kazakhstan right there, and Vin is going to be suffering because of that.
Well, talk about pressing buttons. They're pressing the buttons, right? First of all, Baksha gets the retribution, and the layering of the spells have been perfect for Kazakhstan.
Yep.
So Riza goes for the punish, as the Yuzhong does not have the Black Dragon form, but at the end of the day, Kazakhstan already took the objective away from Indonesia.
I love how Kazakhstan plays. Nothing fancy, you know. We're not going to outplay. We're not going to out-micro. We're just going to go with 4 people. Let's play with teamwork here.
Yeah.
That's exactly how they're getting it. And somehow, they're fighting toe-to-toe against the Indonesian Micromasters.
This is the order, right? This is the order that we expect from a lineup such as this coming out from Kazakhstan. So Rizzo trying his best to poke out the Yuzhong, and the Yuzhong sitting at half HP right now. And what is important is Rizzo is going to be able to get out of XP lane as quick as possible to help out his teammates. But Kazakhstan, on the other hand, is already on the move on the top lane.
Yeah, Kazakhstan, of course, is going to be on the offensive this time
Vin.
around. Again, Vin, it's his second death right now. He is giving him so much leeway for Kazakhstan to do their thing. And Kinesis, they're taking advantage. You know what? You give them an inch, and they're getting the miles.
Yep, look at this Yuzhong. Full level, a level that is equal for both Paquito and the Yuzhong, but the Yuzhong still had an XP wave still to clear. So
That's something.
he has more XP than Chorizo. That was because of the turtle taken by Kazakhstan earlier on. Now top lane still, Kazakhstan hot on the tracks here. Vin might die for the second time this around. Saka with the blazing to it.
That's good damage, but then again, it's not going to be a big problem for this Baksha, who seems to be very happy to just not join the fight. And on the bottom side, is it traded? Yes, it is. That's going to be a pretty good deal, I would say so. But KYY, oh man, what are they doing? Anyway, Turtle's going to be coming up. They're buying so much time.
Both of them were, were keen on trying to get a jump on each other, but both of them missed their spells. Indonesia, however, does not have the Purify on KYY, but again just took out the double kill on the top lane, but Kinesis is already on the tracks here for the Retribution, but no, Supergen gets it.
A little bit way too late. Man, Sorizo is getting value right now on that Paquito. Just buying some time for Kinesis to not reach the turtle in the right moment.
Yeah, Indonesia getting the advantage after that initial double kill on the top lane. It was not a valuable trade for Kazakhstan as they lost the Brody, while Saken again is just completely success here, missing the full combo, but it does not matter as they're able to take out the Eve. Red dice here on the side of Kazakhstan, and that opens up mid lane.
Third time's the charm for Vin. Finally, he gets the target he wants, and that is going to be Red going down. And on the bottom side, again, they are going to have some minions. They can get some pressure on this turret. And right now, Sake just playing very confidently on that Claude. I'm loving the way he plays here.
This is a good swap from Indonesia. They're putting the Claude here on the bottom lane, knowing that the turtle is on the top lane. XP should always be where the turtle is, and now even the Yuzong cannot handle the Claude. So that means Indonesia won't have to worry about two lanes. That's both the side lanes, while Kazakhstan needs to answer up, because this Brody, he's not going to be safe against Paquito.
Yeah, no one's actually safe from this Paquito right now. I would say not even the Baksha if you properly time it with KYY, right?
I mean, nobody's safe against Sorizo.
That's
Petrify!
Right. Oh, beautiful rough wave combo! But again, will not really be doing much against Kinesis right now, especially with that Heart Guard.
Yeah, but they did take out the Brody on the top lane. Black Dragon Form committed by the Yuzong. That means no Dragon Form in the turtle fight. Super again!
They're gonna be
Uses
super slow!
eye for an eye! Oh my goodness!
No way. The mechanics, man. Wasn't this exactly what we were talking about?
You were right. You were right. Mechanics are coming out from Indonesia. That eye for an eye from Super Ken. Oh my goodness. Wasted ultimate from the Yuzong. Now,
Huge.
3 seconds before the turtle spawns, and they don't have the proper tools to contest this on the side of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, no Heart Guard and no Black Dragon Form, which means Indonesia will take the lead in the engage here. Although, again, they're not really going for it. They're buying their time. They're biding right now.
Petrify?
2v2 right now on top side. Knock up on the Chorizo. KYY close by, but Angela has that Heart Guard now. So that might mean that Indonesia will slow this down with a push on the bottom side as well.
Yeah, just a split push, Again, Saken just wants to be able to out-farm this Brody in this game. IDC about objectives. Kazakhstan, you contest this to your heart's content. I don't really care. Saken is getting a lot of the resources out on the map right now. It's also forcing the Brody to be choked on the bottom lane while he just goes mid lane, gets double wave, gets double the resources, and top lane Kazakhstan, they want to fight.
It's a 4v5, but you know what? They don't mind. They are taking the bodies
Sorizo
right now. And Super Ken might be in trouble here. Again, nice mechanics here coming in from the Vendetta, but that's going to be the Heart Guard Master. The Angel going down. And that will also be Kaza QQ going down soon as well.
Oh my goodness, Sorizo on this Paquito is just something else. Even Super Ken, he tried to go for the turtle, but he was like, okay, I will just be providing support for Saken, because this Glot, again, this is our win condition. Now that the team fight is over, they're taking turtle once again. Sorizo, again, holding down Kinesis, not letting the Baksha get any chance of inserting that Retribution onto the turtle.
Oh, that's going to be it. That's going to be KYY going down. Finally, this Brody really doing the number here. But it's going to be a 2-for-1 in the end for Indonesia.
It is a cloud game for Indonesia, honestly. Rockhard Saken has been really set up for success here by his team, and he is now performing for his team. Did you see the damage earlier on?
Yeah, it's unreal.
Like, he died in under 2 seconds.
I guess that's exactly what happens, right? When you have a player like Saken on a hero like Brody with so many ways to move around. Oh, sorry, the Claude, right? So many ways to move around with that BMI. And it's just so easy for him to just go in, especially with with Vin here.
Yeah, everybody's scared of the Claude.
Might be in trouble. Kinesis dives on Kaja. That's going to be him going down. There's a flying Heart Guard once more in the Black Dragon form. And finally, you know what, Kazakhstan just picking up the pieces here, but they are behind by quite a big amount of gold.
See the skill level of Indonesia. The Saken did not commit Purify there. He knew perfectly well that Purify is on cooldown on Yuzong, so he didn't even try to commit to Purify and use BMI. He just walked away,
Yeah.
used BMI, and just chill.
Again, small things, right? These small things
These
that
small things add up, man.
is adding up through the course of this game, which seems to be the case in every lane. Not just with Sorizo, not just with Sakin. Every lane is just maximizing every inch of power you can take from these heroes. And they're doing that right now here. Just exerting dominance
my
on the
goodness.
jungle of Kazakhstan.
Jungle control for Indonesia. They are fully capable of contesting these resources away from Kazakhstan. 8 seconds before the Lord
8
spawns.
seconds.
They have a Guardian's helmet on the side of Kinesis. The Baksha is really, really tanky, but how tanky can you get against this Claude?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, because right now, no one really is safe. Especially with I think one more item from Sakin will mean that he can basically do anything. Flicker in by Vin. Hard guard goes in for
Dragon
Kazakhstan.
form?
There he goes with the Black Dragon form. Is this going to re-engage? Going to be worth it, though. Kazakhstan really trying their very best to zone everyone out. Sorizo is on the top side of the Kazakhstan base. And that's going to be the Brody going down. Oh my god, they're winning this Lord fight as well.
Kinesis got the Lord, however, but Super Ken is on the chase. They're not letting go of the Subashi. Sorizo closes the gap, and Indonesia wipes Kazakhstan. Although the Eve is able to defend top lane and they have the Lord, Indonesia
Oh boy.
wins the overall team fight.
4 members down for a Lord. I am not sure if that's worth it. This is going to be negative gold going over to Kazakhstan on that Lord take.
Yeah, speaking about gold, 6k already for Indonesia, 6k gold lead. And mind you, they have the Claude. They scale well to the late game, and we've already seen the damage output that he is capable of dishing out for Indonesia.
This Brody actually might be hitting its ceiling right now, if what we can tell. You're plateauing. The growth of this Brody is minuscule compared to the growth with Claude.
Yeah.
I completely see what you say here.
Sagan still has a lot of floors to take us to. And Kazakhstan, Brody is already at the top floor. That is basically the ceiling that we're talking about here. The scaling, it has stopped.
Yeah.
Like, this is the peak of Kazakhstan's lineup. While Indonesia, you also have KYY. The Kadita
yeah.
can also scale up as well.
Wait
And
for the Divine Glaive and the Holy Crystal.
We saw that earlier. He was able to burst down the Brody himself.
All in zone. That's so easy for him right now.
Yeah.
It's going to be Kazakhstan on the defensive.
He's going to be a big problem here for Kazakhstan. KYY, both KYY and Sakin. Super Ken is again having a field day on his Benedetta.
Oh!
Flicker in.
Okay, I don't know who baited who there. I guess both of them baited each other.
Kinesis?
Right now, Kinesis is going to go in. It's going to be Kazakhstan with going for broke right now on the mid lane. Kinesis is actually quite low, but
Sakin?
will be able to play around it. Here's Sorizo coming to the party right now. And that's Kazakhstan thinking, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't have fought is right now. KazaQQ is in trouble. Super Ken actually playing a bit more conservative than I thought it would be. But he will be still on the chase. They're not really safe quite yet. That's going to be it. That's a reset. And so far, with all that happening, I would say the gold not moving is surprising for me.
Yeah, I mean, Kazakhstan, even though it looked like they were going to lose a team fight there, Brody just flickered in and stunned the Claude. After the initial Purify hasn't been used and they were able to take out Sakin with the damage output from the Brody. So even though the damage has, has hit its peak for Kazakhstan, as long as he put it in one hero, you are able to eliminate the win condition of Indonesia to win team fights. If you remove the Claude, suddenly half of their team's damage output is gone.
Exactly.
Sorizo did an ample amount of damage there, but it wasn't really enough to win a team fight for Indonesia.
So somehow, of course, there is going to be scaling on the Benedetta as well, but we're not quite there yet. So if you remove Saken, who is basically the most farmed on this lineup, I mean, you're going to have some problems here if you're Indonesia. So right now, it's good that Kazakhstan actually is able to hold on here, but they will probably not be able to contest this Lord.
Yeah. They are in position, however, both XP laners are on the top lane. So this is a battle of jungle, and gold laners. But they've been already ahead of this in terms of steps, using the Divine Judgment on Kinesis, making sure that Indonesia gets the low for free, and Vin sets up against the Baksha.
That was a huge mind game. You know what? Saken, he BMI'd out. Then he said, you know what? You're still gonna die. You don't back off, you're gonna die. They got a Lord and a kill.
And Kazakhstan is in a position wherein they need to must defend their base against all 5 players of Indonesia while they don't have the backshot. Even though the Lord is still walking towards bottom lane, the tower is already gone. In Indonesia, they're going to choke out Kazakhstan right here, forcing them inside the base.
So right now, it's going to be up to the minion wave management here in Indonesia. They need to make sure top and mid are pushing so that the Lord can go on the bottom. It looks like they're going to go early with the conceal here. Just to get into the base. Vin still threatening there right now on that Kaja, but I think he will be the first victim of this fight. That's a 4v5 right now in favor of Kazakhstan. Will they be able to get anything here? Right now, there's a Black Dragon flying in, but Vin, he's going to be able to, KYY rather, he's going to be able to take out Rook Red. And look at that. I think that's it. As long as Saken survives this, it's a 3v4 right now. A 3v3 rather.
Oh, Saken!
Saken! Oh,
almost gone! Almost being burst down by the Brody.
And he goes down!
Our memory!
Oh man! Kazakhstan, they're holding on here! What is happening to Indonesia? They're slipping here one by one.
That was a very good play from Rook Alim. The Brody, he saw the wind chant and he waited for the perfect opportunity to use the Thorn apart memory, and it caught a Claude off guard. He was able to use BMI out, but the last hit from the Brody was already on its way to take out the Claude.
So smart.
So smart, definitely.
I love that. I love that from Ali. You know what? He's just looking at the looking at the Claude. You know what? This is my job. Once you pop your wind chant, you're going down.
I mean, you're a Claude, but it's gonna be hard if the Brody makes you his life mission. Saken not really having the best of time in terms of this late game team fights, because Kazakhstan's focus has been always against the Claude. And the Yuzong has been perfect at doing a fantastic job of forcing out the Purify from Saken.
You know what? Midnight, this is still anyone's game right now. I think either team, if you get wiped out, I mean, Indonesia might also be in trouble here, especially if they let go of this Lord.
Yeah.
So right now, that's going to be priority number 1, but it's a fake. They're on the left side of the map.
Ooh, 25 seconds for the Lord spawn, and you're right, Indonesia, they're on the left side of the map. They might be eyeing at this Yuzong, because for the past 2 Lords, they have been battling it out on the the opposite side. Both Sorizo and Kazakyukyu.
They're hunting
and
down.
There you go.
They're hunting down Kazakyukyu, and it's going to be a 4v5 with a Heart Guard on cooldown. It's 3v5 now. Now
Top
the
lane,
Angela
it's
has
open.
fallen. Oh man, they don't need the Lord, I guess, Midnight. As long as they're able to take out the
first
Kazakhstan
down.
members one by one, it will not matter. There goes the real world, but look at this Super Ken just making sure that Red will be going on the cancel.
Brody.
Brody got some good damage here. Alim, the shining ray of hope for the Kazakhstan team.
Yeah, Vin was staying out by the Brody on the backside, but Indonesia, they now shift their focus towards the Lord. That kill on the Yuzong was really critical, and this is the level of experience that Indonesia is bringing into the table. They know for a fact that they can win that fight. Oh, nice microplay from Saken. Now they see the Baksha. They're not gonna rush into things. They need to wait up for Vin. They need something against this Baksha and the Yuzong.
Okay, you see what we're talking about, right? Indonesia just doesn't play by the rules. You go for a Lord take, they're gonna go on your XP. That's how they play. Right now, Hardcore will be committed. Alim has it. Oh. And it's gonna be the Angela taking the Lord.
Angela taking the Lord versus a Baksha and a Benedetta.
It's a love wave hit.
It's a love wave hit indeed, and Kazakhstan definitely is loving it right now. They get the Lord and they get to live for another day. In Indonesia, they might have more of the maneuvers that they pulled off earlier, but now they have to defend against the Lord.
It's still quite a mountain to climb right now, but it is a step in the right direction for Indonesia. Super Ken being hunted down by 3 members of Kazakhstan. Does he have the skills? Yes, he has fine. He seems to be fine. He has immortality as well. Yeah. But right now, it is going to be that Lord going down, so no value going to be taken for that Lord for Kazakhstan right now.
Yeah. Even though we said Kazakhstan is going to be able to live and breathe for the next 2 minutes, still you are fighting against a lineup that naturally just scales. But as I say that, late game Eve is also scary, you know, with some damage items on his side. Indonesia is in for a treat come ultra late game.
Yeah, Indonesia, you better be prepared, because I think Kazakhstan also has something right there. They have a good idea of how Indonesia's lineup plays. You see them go for the commit with the Black Dragon form. I mean, they're not faltering. I mean, they're committing when you see a target. They're calling it. They're diving it, and they're getting some kills.
Yeah, definitely Kazakhstan has a lot of resource available here on their side. Purple buff is not spawning because of the the lizard that is just waiting there for his dad to come back. And Indonesia
It
is
can happen, but yeah.
freezing the map. They're freezing the map.
Well, to be fair, if it's Kazakhstan kind of likes it, right? Because the gold's not that far. And you know what? If you're spread around the map, you kind of open yourself up to people getting 1v2, 1v3. So Indonesia at the same time has to be careful, but you know they're still in the driver's seat here in this game.
Yeah. You know, the state of this game is kind of like the serpent that is left on the purple buff. He's just waiting for something to happen.
Yeah.
And Indonesia is just waiting for the Lord to come back in this game. Now,
We're all waiting for a big daddy.
yeah, we're waiting for the big daddy to come back. And Kazakhstan still inside the base. They need to be creative in terms of contesting this turtle from Indonesia. They do have the Baksha, and this is one of the wonders of Baksha. You know, when you want to contest Lord, even if you want to do it from your base, you can do it because you are mobile enough to walk towards that area. So Indonesia needs to cover a lot of the tracks that the Baksha might be able to run to.
You can basically jump 4 walls with one skill, and that's not something any hero can do except for maybe a Ling. So he can really reach that Lord area even while on the defensive position right now. But again, it will be risky. So let's see what Indonesia's gonna do now that the Lord has spawned. So we do see Sorizo still on wave clear, wave management duty.
XP duties, and they left their Lord to Socken because he is a Claude. He's gonna be able to take the Lord by himself, but Super Ken actually helps out. And this doesn't mean that nobody is clearing the left side of the map, but Vin,
there's a full commit.
Judgment. Oh,
He goes down. No retribution for Kazakhstan. It's a 4v5, so Riza also threatening on the bottom side of the map.
He did not expect that. Okay, well, why
Alim?
specify?
Oh boy, Alim he's in hot water right now. That's a lot of members from Indo. And that's going to be the Lord going over to the red side. Although right now, the backup, the cavalry has arrived. And here comes everyone else. Will it be enough? There goes Alim's wind chant. And I think that will be a signal for Kazakhstan to back off now.
Yeah, the death of Vin is kind of like an unnecessary death. They had a split moment to decide whether to fight or to go back. And Vin kind of wanted to fight, but his teammates wanted to go back. So he was left all alone.
Yeah.
So only bias, that's why he died. But Kazakhstan, again, they did not expect that play at all. Like with the Divine Judgment coming out from Rakaja as early as that. Now Indonesia is pushing with the Lord.
And how are they going to control this? There goes the real world. That's one way to do it. That Super Ken going down. Immortality will be popped. And that's going to be the buy time with the Winter Truncheon will not really result into anything. And that just means that's going to be, I think that's Lord number 4 going down.
Kazakhstan is doing a fantastic job of defending the push from Indonesia.
Oh, look at this.
The Eve and the Brody is definitely, you know, a huge threat versus Indonesia when it comes to team fight, and now they're pushing their advantage.
Starting to push on out of there. There's no pesky Benedetta for them to worry about. Kinesis already has a hard card, so that's going to be on cooldown for the moment from Kashi. But again, they're finally out of the base. They're starting to get their influence on the map.
Yeah. For the first time in this game, in Kazakhstan actually has managed to close the gold gap against Indonesia. We're starting to see Super Ken scale down on this Benedetta, but the catch is there!
Oh!
They get the Eve kill, and that is crucial. 60 seconds without the Eve. They might use this, Indonesia, to push the base. Because last time they pushed the base, the Eve was such a huge problem. Even though they will have Eve for the next Lord, but it is 60 seconds where Indonesia can actually try and attempt for a base push.
1 whole minute of 4v5. What you gonna do with that, Indonesia? Kazakhstan now, they're kind of balancing it out. They're looking for a play. KazaQQ, will you start to fly here? That's going to be Kinesis. He's going to have the hard guard, but I don't think it's enough. He will pop the Immortality, and that will mean Torizo's on a field day here looking for bodies to hit the floor. It's going to be the Angela going down first. There's a Sorizo as well. Alim still got some of that sharpness.
The Brody, however, is doing so much damage in his team, but he has immortality, but he only has the Baksha as his teammate for now. Indonesia has 4 heroes, 20 seconds for the
2v4.
Lord. Even spawning in 5 seconds, Indonesia might just wait it out.
Yeah, they're going for the conservative play here, which is a big sign of respect if you think about it from Indonesia. A team that really likes to go in your face every time you give them the opportunity to do so.
Man, Alim on this Brody has been phenomenal. Like the positioning and his capability of dishing out damage has been detrimental for Indonesia. Now, they are playing for the Lord. Sakin is sitting at 10-10. This is a Claude that was very, very successful in the mid game. But now, I would say all these stats, all the success in mid game has been gone out of the window.
That's
Kazakhstan, this is Kazakhstan's game to play because Super Ken has been scaled down. He is literally just a tank now for Indonesia.
Right now, Indonesia, they're kind of spreading themselves around on the map here, and they're making Kazakhstan guess. They're not visible. They can't find KYY, they can't find Vin, and there goes the hard guard on the Alim, and that's going to be the Divine Judgment, not resulting to anything. This is a free hit Brody right now.
Sakin?
Oh, the damage is just real here, and Sakin's low. He can't really go forward anymore. The turtle, the Lord, who's going to get it? It's going to be Kinesis! I can't believe it! Oh boy. Kazakhstan gets Lord number 5 of this game.
Boy, if you ever wonder if somebody outside of Southeast Asia, well, to be fair, in Asia, can actually out-retry an Indonesian player, list down Kinesis.
Yeah, that's amazing. Hats off to Kinesis right there. Obviously, the rest of the team did a very good job, but Kinesis, I mean, he had the guts to do that.
Yeah.
That's
Man,
amazing.
Kinesis on this Baksha has been performing really, really well.
Sakin! Sakin again for the second time in a minute. He's going to be super low that he has to back off again.
Oh, Super Ken, this is not where you want to be. This is not where you want to be.
Oh boy.
This is not where you want to be.
That's a big trouble now, right
You're playing
now.
against a Neve, you're going to go home.
What is happening? Oh man, the Kaza QQ playing it around
they're
with
getting
Super
sandwiched.
Ken right now. It's a sandwich play, but because of that, people have started to go for the chase and they let go of Kinesis. I'm not sure if that's worth it though.
I don't know what happened. It looked like a sandwich play from Kazakhstan, but the communication might have been
It broke down. Yeah.
Broke down because Kinesis was left alone.
Oh, that's a
He wanted to push.
It's a misplay. They weren't able to utilize the Lord because of that. They went on the chase. They hunted down Super Ken, and it did not really result to anything.
Now we are in a reset. A reset for this game. Kazakhstan and Indonesia. Even though the gold lead is on the side of Kazakhstan, everything that happens in this game boils down
Super
to
early
how
hard
well they execute. Now Indonesia is inside the base of Kazakhstan. Black Dragon form has been used.
Yeah, they're hunting down Sakin right now, and they used up everything in the arsenal. Everyone's ultimates are on cooldown, man. What's the fight gonna look like here? That's gonna be the Divine Judgment used as well.
Alim,
A lot of low members here. Alim, he's left alone. That's gonna be him going down.
Oh, he got baited.
That is
he
huge
got
bait.
Baited. They thought they could actually take the fight, but Indonesia just bought the immortalities when the torn apart memory came out. And Sakin out-microed the Brody, and when they saw Alim in a very dangerous position, all of them went in.
You know what? Kazakhstan's not playing the lineup to its maximum efficiency so far, but you gotta admit, it's so darn impressive that they are keeping Indonesia on their toes.
Yeah, 28 minutes. Even with the start that Indonesia has got, Kazakhstan has been holding their ground really, really well, but they just commit a fatal mistake losing on Brody.
That's it. That's a GG push right now, I think. Now that Red is going to be forcing a flicker out. There's a real world. Sakin! Oh no! Oh, Sakin! He's in trouble! He's down! The Claude is down! That's a lot of damage going out from Indo right now, so Rizzo falls as well. What is happening here?
This might just be it. This might just be it.
It's a 4v3.
Red! He was really, really low, but he saw the Claude. He had no BMI.
He went for it.
Oh my
goodness,
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, man, they are playing out of their minds right now.
People were surprised when they beat out US. now they're about to beat out Indonesia, and game number 1 has been gets caught out.
That's going to be Vin going down for sure. Immortality buying just a few more seconds. And Indonesia, oh man, 2 members are remaining against the 5 of the Kazakhstan team.
30 seconds without Sorizo, 25 without Saken. They have space to push. They have space to take the Lord. They need to clear the minions inside their base, however, but they're already prepping. The Yuzong is already cutting the wave in the middle lane. They have 10 seconds to do this. They only have 1 wave, and it is against the Claude.
I don't know, man. Indonesia just... Kazakhstan's thriving on the chaos right now.
Oh, KYY clearing the remaining wave, but the cannon is still left. This is going to be enough for Kazakhstan to try and still make an attempt.
All right, it's Saken versus the world here on this one. What's it going to be? KYY is going to be falling here, but looks like Kazakhstan are playing it a little bit safer. It's a 5v3, and I think they will go and prioritize the Lord instead.
Yeah, they have Retribution on Kinesis. Super Ken, however, is already walking towards the area where he can get some form of vision for Indonesia. And
Nice
nobody
try.
sees him.
All right,
Nobody
nice
sees him.
step here.
Okay, they see him.
They see the minions, but right now I don't think they can do much except for try to clear it. Alim, very early hard card. I love these preemptive hard cards from Kashi.
Yeah.
They're working. They're working so well right now. And here comes the Lord take. Who's it gonna be? That's gonna be Kinesis! Ah, no way. No way for the nth time right now. They are winning it out against the jungle battle of Indonesia.
Saken is also out. Kinesis, he did this twice before and he did it again. Mind you, he was able to out-retry a level 5 Benedetta being level 4. He was able to out-retry Super Ken in spite of the 4 heroes trying to control him. And now he walks scot-free from this Lord fight, getting the Lord. Super Ken on the bottom lane.
It's a base race.
He's gonna be able to defend, but no.
Oh, no, it's going to be the fullback here. Oh, I thought it was going to be a race at the end, but Alim right now already using the hard guard Akashi. Lord's going to be taken out soon. Oh, no, Lord's actually quite full here. All right, so KYY. Oh, nice dodge, but it's not going to be enough. I can't believe my eyes. I am dumbfounded. I am speechless. It's Kazakhstan taking the win against the Indonesian squad. I
am speechless. Rockhart, I cannot believe what I just saw. Kazakhstan mounting this defense against Indonesia, breaking what was a streak for this team. And this is such a good showing for their country.
That's amazing.
Kinesis, man.
They have so, you know what? The power of Kazakhstan, they have just so much trust with each other.
Oh my
Every time someone makes a call, you know what? I don't care. Our brace is gonna break. Let them go. Let's just do our thing. They did their thing and they won. They win the retreat battles. They win the skirmishes. I mean, it was chaotic. And sometimes, you know what? Most times, Indonesia would come out on top.
Yeah.
But in the one fight that mattered, Kazakhstan won all the trades. The last 3 fights.
All the odds were against Kazakhstan. Late game, Indonesia wins. Retry battle, I mean, the level was for Super Ken. But Kinesis every single time says no.
Every time there was a 50-50, Kinesis won.
Kinesis wins. And they
no
mounted
way.
the comeback because of that one Lord Steal. They were allowed to play for more minutes in this game. Alim was also fantastic on that Brody.
That was insane.
And I cannot say more to the fact that Kazakhstan, this is a testament game for them.
Yes.
The resilience of this team.
Before the game started, weren't we talking about who can press buttons better? Oh my gosh.
Well,
apparently we were just wondering, I wonder if Kazakhstan can stay on par with Indonesia in the micro. Holy, they won over it.
Now
they
we know.
won the macro.
Now we know
the micro.
who presses the retribution better.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like Kinesis, oh
bro.
my goodness. Like, I cannot stop talking about it because it was just damn so crazy.
Was
so
it-
damn crazy.
It's insane. It's insane.
It's insane, you know. We have a lot to expect in this series. It is a crazy game number 1 for Indonesia and Kazakhstan, but we have more in store for you when IESF comes back. I know you're all still smacking on that snacks, but I hate to be a bearer of good news, actually, because we're now heading straight towards game number 2 of this best-of-3 series between, again, Indonesia and Kazakhstan. Again, we are your shoutcasters. It's midnight, and it is going to be Rockhart on my side. And Rockhart, it was a crazy first game, but now we are going to be diving into game number 2. Some expectations.
Yeah, I expect the Indonesia to be in a hurry here because, you know, we were supposed to wait for 5 minutes. They want to go right away. I don't think they can actually, they actually accepted that, you know? But yeah, I love what they did here. You know what, they fought how the way they knew how. But Kazakhstan, they played their own game as well. They didn't really try to keep up. They did their own thing. They went full chaotic, and now we're going to the draft here.
And you know what's crazy? Indonesia now, they go back to the typical meta composition. Like the meta heroes, they go with the Fredrin, they go with the Claude and the Faramis. But Kazakhstan, they're adding a flavor of their own. They are going with the Kadira Rome probably and a Valentino support while picking up the Brody once again to match up against that Claude on game number 1. Saken did have a fantastic time in the early game, had a wonderful record as well, but late game, he was literally fighting into the micro mechanics of the Brody. Again, we talked about the mechanics of Indonesian players, but Kazakhstan bringing out their own game and knowing how to fight around this Claude maybe is the idea why they pick up the Brody once again.
Yeah, Kazakhstan basically broke the mold. They broke the status quo of what we thought, you know, was possible with these drafts here. And I love what they did. I love what they're doing. But at the same time, you know what? I'm not a big fan of a single target hero like a Brody going straight into a lineup that has the Nether Realm. I'm not sure if that's gonna work out in their favor, but you know what? I've since that last game, I will give them the benefit of the doubt, right?
Yeah.
I think they kind of really worked hard for that.
They deserve the chance.
They deserve the chance to make whatever they think works happen. If that works, you know what? They
still have game 3.
Yeah, let's have a game 3. So
you know, Kazakhstan definitely is in a room wherein they have some, I would say, some leg room, some room to wiggle with.
Yeah.
That's why they're kind of allowed to, you know, just bring whatever game they want here in game number 2. Now, Indonesia removes the Lancelot and the Uranus, 2 of the heroes that I think are really, really good against the composition. And Lancelot can just escape both the Fredrin and the, you know, the Faramis, while Uranus is going to be hard to deal with, considering that you don't have that great early game damage on your side. But now they'll pull out a Bane, something like this foretells us, Rockhart, that Kazakhstan is definitely playing their, you know, their game right now. They want to be able to put their identity out here.
they came to play here, bro. They came to play.
That's right.
Yeah, basically full damage lineup. If they add in, what do you call that? What's missing here? XP lane.
Yeah. Paquito.
If they add a Paquito here, I am gonna throw my hat in the ring, and I'm just gonna say Kazakhstan.
Ooh.
They're going for something insane, and they deserve the benefit of the doubt. Right now, though, Mincetar, finally, we're getting some sense of control here into the chaos. But Indonesia might be...
Okay.
Yeah, okay, there you go. They might have... I was about to say they might be leaning too much into control.
Yeah.
Which they might lack damage later on. So I'm glad they went in for this route. Not sure about the Navaria, though.
I'm not sure about the Navaria as well. And the fact that they brought out the glue to specifically play against the Bane and the Brody, you're now susceptible to this Esmeralda last pick, which I think is fantastic for Indonesia. But they're switching up to the Lapu Lapu. They believe that they already have good magic damage, so they're doubling down on those physical damage. By the way, they already have a fantastic physical damage as well. Now going back to the
There
Paquito,
you go. Do it.
this
Pure
is-
damage!
this
Tons
is-
of damage!
This is just Kazakhstan
Let's go.
showing confidence to Indonesia. The XP laner right now is telling Sorizo, hey, I play Paquito too.
Who's gonna play better though? We'll have to find out. Oh man,
I mean,
Kazakhstan,
he
you're
does
playing
have a
with
good
my heart
matchup.
here.
He does have a good matchup, like
Yeah.
Paquito versus Glue. It's actually kind of okay for the Paquito, because you know the downside of a Glue is he doesn't rotate as fast as a Paquito, and when the Paquito is able to cut your wave, it feels horrible for the glue because you also have to clear a wave, which is super slower compared to Paquito.
Paquito just clears it. We saw that on game number 1. So Rizzo with one combo just cleared the entire wave.
Yeah.
So the early game will definitely in favor Kazakhstan overall. I think across the board, every lane, it's early except for the jungle.
Yep, Bane versus Fredrin. I think it depends on what the tank support does with their jungler. But again, it has to be a 50-50 because both of them clear their jungle waves in, I would say, the same fashion, right? So Kazakhstan definitely on a roll here after winning game number 1. It is Indonesia's responsibility to kind of bounce back and force game number 3.
I'm a very big fan of the control of Indonesia, right? I love it when they pick up the Faramis heroes like this. Really do kind of, if you're a highly mechanical skill, you'll always be given a second chance to make another play. And that's why I love heroes like the Faramis, especially in a team like Indonesia, who loves to take those risks.
KYY is here to contest the little one. The retribution has been forced on the Bane. But so far, everything has been quiet aside from the middle lane. It is Valentina that is playing against a Paramis. Yeah. Not really, the lane that we kind of usually see because Valentina usually dominates against these types of mages. But KYY, being a proficient mage player himself, he knows his limits. He knows how to play this match well, but he is forced to go back to mage. He is still level 2, while Red is sitting at level 3.
That is something. That's really something right now. So, aside from the fact that obviously there's passive, the Valentina, I mean, the fact that you can do this against KYY is actually pretty good.
Well,
pretty cool.
That's the downside of rocking a Navaria +5, I guess. So, Turtle is going to be up in 10 seconds. Both teams are positioned in that spot.
Right now, they're playing it around here. Kinesis, not really, the optimal way to engage there with the Bane, but you know what? It's the one down, and that's going to be Turtle going down. So all the lead that Kazakhstan build up is going to go down drain because of that play.
I mean, that was really deep for Kinesis. He was trying to get the steal onto the green on the left side, but you played into the hands of the glue.
That was excessive, yeah.
That was really excessive from Kazakhstan.
So right now they gotta be aware of their limits as well. I feel like they are they're in a good momentum here from game number 1. You don't want to throw all that away just like that. I feel like keep your eyes on the prize. You gotta keep in mind that there is still gonna be a very scary amount of damage on the other side of the map, and you don't want to fall victim to that one. Especially as Kinesis, you're late game. You're a Bane. Just accept it. You're a late game. Just farm. Just farm.
There's no harm in farming in
force
this game. Yeah, Alim is going to be able to clear the wave on the bottom lane with the help of Finn. The Navaria and the Claude is able to control this lane and make sure that the Claude is getting the farm that he needs. Ooh, that's a very aggressive PMI.
Yes, it is. 3 heroes already have Fury Hammer on the side of Kazakhstan. All the heroes that do need some of that burst, the penetration is going to be real.
Yeah, by the way, 3 Quantum Charge on their side. Brody, the Bane, and the Paquito, everybody wants to run. It is this, actually, it is the same story on the side of Indonesia as well. 3 Quantum Charge.
Oh yeah, definitely one of the best.
They have the same emblems.
Across the board, yes they do.
Oh my goodness, Lethal Ignition on the supports, Impure Rage.
So what does that mean, right?
I mean, this is probably what the, what MLBB emblem system is evolved to. Look at the knockups coming up from Paquito.
That's a double Dempsey roll here right now, and that's going to be everyone in Kazakhstan falling back for now. And I guess they're actually just, I guess they kind of listen to what we said. They kind of just have to buy their time here. They don't want to face against a Faramis with NetherRealm with Indonesia complete. They have to start picking them off one by one, which is exactly what they do to Finn, and they do get a kill for free.
I mean, that's kind of an aggressive position to be in, knowing that the Kadita was at the bottom lane. Finn had Flicker, but he did not react in time. Woo! Paquito getting zoned out by the Glue and the Fredrin, but Super Ken actually being poked as well by the Valentina, and this is the typical matchup we see with the supports. Valentina and Promise both have
4v3.
NetherRealm.
Oh boy, there's gonna be split. Kinesis might be in trouble. There goes Cold Altar as well. You gotta remember, both teams have this skill. Right now, there's just no way that Kinesis can Retribution. That's gonna be him going down to power of the Navarian.
I love the fact that Indonesia, even though Super Ken was near the turtle, they stopped hitting the objective and they shifted their focus on the Bane. They wanted to remove Kinesis before he was able to take out the turtle himself.
Oh, there it is. That's a beautiful combo there from Alim, knowing that Kashi can't really take down the Fredrin with a single rough wave. Gets a follow-up damage with the torn apart memory.
Adjustments are now being made by Indonesia. I love the fact that they have this respect towards Kinesis. He is basically like a walking win condition now for Kazakhstan, and Indonesia knows it. They focused on trying to take out the Bane, and immediately after that went straight towards Kinesis buff. Unfortunately, Super Ken was just taken out by Kashi at that moment. And Saken forced to use a Purify. That means for the next 90 seconds, they have a chance. They can crack this Claude.
That's still pretty big, right? I mean, even if it was just Purify, that's going to be the Claude vulnerable for the next few moments here.
Yeah.
And that's something to be proud of if you're Kazakhstan able to pull that off against a player like Saken.
And I think nobody talked about the Purify cooldown on the side of Indonesia, because at that moment, he didn't have it. He used it on Fredrin, I believe.
Oh, there it is. Interesting.
Never mind.
Right.
Okay, never mind. He did use it on the clock.
He did use it, yeah. So right now...
I was checking the cooldowns.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I looked at that as well. So right now, Turtle is, surprisingly, Indonesia still gonna have control of Turtle, right? Because maybe Kazakhstan might be waiting in the bushes for way too long here.
Yeah. Well, Kazakhstan is
It's a risk, yeah.
still holding the ground. They are behind by 600 gold. Just 600 gold in Indonesia. If you're, if you're a fan, you might be cheering for the Claude late game again. But we saw what happened in game number 1.
Bam! What the heck just happened there?
Oh my goodness, I was just talking about it, and the Claude was taken out on the bottom side of the map.
As you called it, right now it's going to be Turtle going over to Super Ken once more, but the team fight, what's it going to look like here? Kinesis, again, he's just in trouble. He cannot let go. He cannot push off or shake off this glue here, and Chorizo's just having a field day right now.
Yeah, not having the best time in the world here for the jungler of Kazakhstan, as Indonesia again playing their objectives right. They want to take out Kinesis first before actually taking the turtle, but again, Kazakhstan was just able to take out the Claude on the bottom side of the map, and right now the burn from the lethal ignition takes out Saken.
Oh man. Everything. I mean, Indonesia keeps winning some of these trades, but they're even on the gold. What does that tell you, right? That's interesting. They're getting the objectives. They got, I think, the last free turtles of the game.
I mean, Indonesia, they win the macro, the macro gameplay with Kazakhstan. They're winning these things that you don't really expect, like taking out the Claude. You are hampering the timings of Indonesia's side. And compared to game number 1, wherein they had a fantastic time in the mid to late game, Kazakhstan, they are neck and neck with Indonesia. And they have so many damage dealers to the point where I would even say, to hell to the objectives, I just want to scale up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're neck and gold, that means Kinesis, he has time. The rest of his team is buying time for him to farm up those items.
Yeah, because Indonesia will be farming up those items.
Flicker by Vin! Oh, that is massive! That's gonna be Vin going down as well! What is happening right now? Indonesia's micro is falling apart!
Kazakhstan doing wonders here in game number 2. Even though we are in a territory wherein the Claude would likely scale up, it is not a problem for Kazakhstan, because in terms of damage, they have so many. And when it comes to objectives, they are able to mow down these towers because of the Bane. So Kazakhstan, in theory and in reality, they're not really rushing anything.
Yeah, they can scale for days here. Kazakhstan asks, do you want damage? They say yes. How much damage?
How much damage do you need?
Yes.
How much damage do you want? Definitely
yes.
And
Tons.
Now, Chorizo not in position to contest the Bane, but they get the vision from the Echo. The Astral Echo provides so much for Indonesia, but such that they suck in Esses, they let go of the Lord.
But of course, that's going to be overall fine. I mean,
My goodness.
I guess respect begets respect right now. Alim on the side.
Ken, he saw that Kinesis was near the Lord and he's not getting poked by the Lord. He's not getting poked by the glue. So he
Grin.
resets the Lord.
Sorizo with the flicker. Alim, he's the target. He's the target. He's making the run for the hills. And he, I think, can't really get out. But Vin able to get double kill right now. I think Sorizo's buying all the time that they need with that play. That's going to be one by one. Kazakhstan players are falling.
Super Ken, low on HP. Paquito versus 3.
Paquito versus the world. Oh, that's it.
Sorizo,
It
man.
looked so good for a moment.
Sorizo with the zone out. Again, I keep harping on the fact that whenever Indonesia sees Kinesis near the Lord, they reset it. There's no way we're giving you the chance to outright be Super Ken now. And Kazakhstan, they're feeling the pressure of actually contesting the objective because Indonesia is turning their team fight towards Kazakhstan. Like the focus is bait out the Lord and fight. When Kazakhstan comes in, we fight. We don't care about the Lord.
It's funny because they don't care if it looks good as long as they're getting the results that they need.
Yeah.
They're winning out these trades, and somehow Indonesia, they're back in the driver's seat. But as we say that, Kashi just casually takes out KYY. Of course, traded it very, very well. It's a 4v4, but don't forget, there's also a Lord walking on the bottom.
Yep, and Indonesia right now, they have a poking mechanism in the form of the Novaria with the COD lightning traction. She hurts.
As long as they take care of KYY, though, they're going to be fine with these team fights, especially with Deadly Catch right now. Good damage. Sakin, though, does not really care that much. Just outputting, just wailing on that tower.
Man, the economic damage that they've done to Kinesis right now. He only has a Fury Hammer, a Thunderbolt, and a War Axe.
Oh my god.
Needs to do a lot of catching up. But Kazakhstan only lost one tower on the bottom lane. Paquito is still definitely healthy to fight for Kazakhstan, but Indonesia, they will be backing off. Again, they are playing for the quad to scale up. They are playing for the late game. They have damage, but the question is, can they actually close out the game?
Can they actually buy? Actually, can they buy time? That's a question for Kazakhstan here, who seem to be just on a warpath right now. And I guess I don't blame him. Right now, I'm not really sure what the plan is. Like, they have so much damage, they can't touch anyone.
Yeah.
Because Indonesia, they're just keeping their distance.
Yeah.
They can't give any target out.
Again, there is the fact of the Nether Realm, where we haven't really seen much of it, because again, majority of these fights, it hasn't come into the damage battle. It was always Sorizo zoning out the key players on the side of Kazakhstan, and I think that is the thing that Kazakhstan needs to override. Like, how do they deal with this glue? Do we actually shift our focus to trying and taking out this glue before we actually contest Indonesia?
And how does KazaQQ, so how does Kinesis catch up? That's the biggest question for
how does he recover?
How is he gonna get
damage?
How is he gonna get gold? He can't even walk out of the base. That's a big problem here for Kazakhstan.
Yep, Indonesia right now playing it slow. Again, no need to rush into things. 8 seconds before the Lord spawns. And again, the game plan is still zone out Kinesis.
Essentially the same.
But if we see Kinesis with the Astral Echo, reset the Lord.
Yeah, so
we're not giving him a chance to outright Super Ken.
So Riza's a target lock right now. Oh my goodness, man. KazaQQ. He's playing it around there. He actually cut it very, very close. In the end, they will have to concede this board. Oh boy, but it is getting... The gold lead is starting to grow here in favor of Indonesia.
Yeah, 6K and 13 minutes. Sakin definitely is the key player here for Indonesia, as well as Vin, because these Astral recalls has been hurting Kazakhstan.
For sure. I mean, they don't really have... That's the problem with damage.
Yeah.
You don't really have anyone that can deal with the Astral Recall.
No front line.
If you get hit with a flying Vin Meteor or a Vin Recall, you're going down.
Yeah, that hurts, man.
You're going to get at least half HP.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a closer game between Kazakhstan and Indonesia. But right now, the game is shaping up to be very heavily favoring Indonesia.
Absolutely. Right now, it is going to be Kazakhstan with their backs against the wall. Lord's walking on bottom side, and the push is happening on top. Indonesia's got full control of the game.
Lord already inside the base of Kazakhstan. They still have ultimates, they still have damage in taking out these Lords, but the Astral Recalls once again
Oh, there it is.
are a huge problem. Nether Realm's been used.
KazaQ's damage just forced the Nether Realm, but they're able to still get these kills. Man, the Bakito becoming the hero of this game right now.
My goodness, and the Claude didn't even manage to take out the Kadira.
Oh boy.
Kazakhstan once again.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They're holding on. And again, KazaQ, he's just carrying the whole team right on his back right now.
Yeah, dude, the damage output coming out from the spiders, no joke, like 2 hits, half HP. Imagine a full combo from this pack.
It's 1-1-0 right now, but don't let that fool
Oh, no,
you.
no, 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 no.
Oh,
Super
no.
Ken, you're not allowed to do that.
Oh,
he
boy.
outstretched you three times. You're not allowed to
No.
do that.
Please no, bro. We're not done yet. We haven't gotten to 50-50 yet. But yeah, Kinesis is definitely the weak link right now in the Kazakhstan lineup with a 1-4-2 Bane. And the goal is just, his damage is, they just shrug it off.
Yeah.
Indonesia doesn't care about this.
And then in the
Oh,
with the
Kashi!
weak link, Kashi might be the link for Indonesia that they need to pull on to. But Kazakhstan manages to get away. And I do understand it. Kinesis is kind of like the the anchor that is weighing down in Kazakhstan, but it's mostly because of Indonesia's change of game plan. Like they wanted to focus down and damage the economy for the Bane, and Kazakhstan is feeling the the effects of that play from Indonesia.
It's moments like this I wonder, what if Genesis was a boxer right now?
What if you didn't change up anything, right?
What if you just stuck with what you know? I know, I mean, it's just obvious, right? Genesis is not comfortable right now. And aside from the fact that Sorizo is on the glue, by the way, great adjustment if you think about it for Indonesia.
Yep.
Man, that glue is stonks.
Yeah, Sorizo has been playing out of his mind right now. Talking about Kazakhstan, Kinesis, right now level 15, maxed out on the XP. Just needed to get some farm, but when it comes to the Lord, experience matters.
There's the dive, and there's the Nether Realm. And I think that's Kashi going down. That's Kazakhstan, just member after member. You can't play defensive with a lineup like this, and I think that could be it.
That's it, yeah, that's it. Indonesia, 5 players still alive against the Paquito, and he cannot defend this. There's 2 waves that are incoming inside the base of Kazakhstan, and all 5 players are down. Indonesia forces out game number 3.
We call it in the draft there, though. I mean, they got way too greedy here with the lineup they drafted, and in the end, it's gonna be 1-1. Indonesia making up for that game.
I mean, I kind of like it because Kazakhstan is bringing out the identity to the table. Like, they are showing who they are. But at the end of the day, Indonesia, they know how to beat out these kinds of lineups. And it's hard to, I would say, execute these cheesy compositions against very experienced teams. And you saw that earlier, like, they knew how to play against the Bane. They knew how to play against this damage-heavy composition. Just zone him out, send Sorizo on a suicide mission, and suddenly nobody is willing to frontline for them.
Fighting against a team like Indonesia, who are very used to beating out very veteran players of MLBB. You cheese them once, all right. Cheese them twice, you can't really.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they're going to punish. You make a very greedy play, you make a very greedy draft, they know how to counter it. They know how to answer. That's actually super impressive for a team like this. But yeah, Kazakhstan, I hope they learned their lesson for that one if they want a chance to win out on game number 3 at all.
Hey, still, we get game number 3. So, I mean, that's kind of a reward for us and the audience because we get to witness one more game of amazing MLBB. Again, I gotta say, I loved this matchup between these 2 teams, Indonesia and Kazakhstan. It has been really a story of showing the identities and the experience of these players. Indonesia getting a comeback on game number 2 just shows how strong and resilient these players are, and I cannot wait for game number 3. Expectations are already out of the window. I want to see Kazakhstan play the typical game that they want to play.
Yeah.
And Indonesia, sticking to what they know.
Because it's very obvious, right? These two teams representing two completely different regions, you see a big difference in how they play.
Yeah.
And I would say that, you know what, Indonesia's starting to get a read. They're starting to get a read on how these Kazakhstan players are doing. And yeah, they're getting very much rewarded for it.
Yeah, not just reading, the respect towards Kinesis. Again, not letting him play around Turtles and Lords. Like, the coach was like, okay, guys, come over here. Read this notebook. No Kinesis on Turtles and Lords. That was the game plan for game number 2.
Yeah.
Every single time the Bane is walking towards that area, 5 players focus on him.
Nice effort from KazQQ to try to play to compensate.
Yeah.
But in the end, they were playing 4v5 for the longest time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just not. That shouldn't happen.
The Paquito wasn't really enough.
Yeah, I mean, Paquito wasn't enough. Maybe he was 1.5 person, 1.5 gold. I don't know, whatever. His value is 1.5, but it's not 2.
He's trying to
He
compensate
can't
for.
completely compensate for Ken.
He was compensating for the Brody
Yeah,
and the Bane,
and the Bane.
lacking some form of gold in in their inventory.
Too much.
And well, he did play fantastic in this game.
Yeah, KazQQ, man. What the heck?
I mean, maybe it's the hero, maybe it's the player, I don't know. But all the Paquito players that have played today have been standouts. And I would say, if we don't see Paquito game number 3, that's gonna be hella weird.
I would be surprised. And I would say Paquito definitely try it out, guys. It is so good.
Yeah.
It's so good right now.
Paquito, the Fredrins, the Bakshas, we're kind of going away from the assassins. We're shying away from the typical assassins.
And they had a few weeks to enjoy their meta.
Although some teams still prefer those typical typical assassin junglers
The
that we kept on seeing, the Lancelots, the Lings, the Hayabusas. But here, I think it has been a solid proof of the existence still of tank junglers.
It's stamped out. It's right there. And they're very solid. Especially heroes like the Fredrin, the Baksha. I mean, Hylos even made an appearance, right?
Oh, yeah.
So,
I mean,
nothing's out of the question here.
yeah, we're seeing a lot of great stuff, and I hope to see more in Game 3. Maybe even surprise picks like the Hellcurts, maybe some Zask. I wanna see some Zask or even a Gord. You never know,
You
and
never
that
know.
is something that we might expect on game number 3, which will be right in the corner after IESF comes back for Game 3. We are back for the last match of the day, and it is a crazy affair between two amazing teams, and we are in the middle of a heated war in game number 3. Again, we are your shotcasters, and it's midnight, and this is Rockhard. And when I say war, it is really a battle of great teams. We've seen the identity of both Indonesia and Kazakhstan. And I would say, if I am gonna put a headline onto this, this is basically a powerhouse versus a person with a vendetta.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia's out for blood right now. I think they were. I said this game too. I think they kind of, took that game one personally, which maybe they felt like they should have won that, and they really were not hitting the brakes at all in game number 2. And here as well in game number 3. It's a little difficult, they've got some of the strongest heroes right now in Rome, in POS 4, and in the XP. That Uranus, so underrated, by the way.
Yeah, again, really a strong XP laner, very tanky, very sustainable, and you are in the face of an Irithel pick right now for Kazakhstan. Again, the flavor is still there, the identity of this team is bleeding out in the picks that they want to get. Now, Indonesia, they know for a fact that this Irithel matchup is going to be great for them because they still are yet to pick a gold laner, and a lot of the gold lane counters are still open, like still the Brody.
Oh, well, Indonesia, they're more the team that does the counter compared to Kazakhstan, who doesn't seem to really mind. I mean, they think, you know what, we say that A counters B, they're going to pick Z. That's how they draft. Kazakhstan, that's how they draft. They don't care. They love what they play. And there goes Indonesia, again, more of what we kind of know here. What we know.
Very fundamental.
Very fundamental. Right now, you have an Irithel. Let's make that guy's life hard.
Ooh, this is out of nowhere. Indonesia. This is research. This is research, I would say. I think because, again, being a very fundamental team, Rockhard, Khalid beats Uranus in the XP lane. So I think Indonesia knows that somebody on the opposite side of the team plays Khalid.
Yeah, it would be so funny if they also banned out an Esmeralda here. Although, again, it's kind of unlikely. There you go. All right, better. I think better. For me, it's better. Esmeralda, Uranus, I don't like forcing counters there. Terizla actually is more meaningful in the team fight, so it's actually better for it.
My question is, does Kazakhstan play Glue?
Would it be great, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Glue is looking like a great hero right now for Kazakhstan. They still ban out the Lancelot of Super Ken. Joy is also removed. No Fanny as well.
They've already got some hard hitters.
Yep.
With the Irithel and the Valentina.
Yeah. So Indonesia, they still are yet to pick a jungler for Super Ken. And I think Martis is still up for the taking on their side. Yeah. But there's the Baksha. Okay. 4 jungle bans and 1 club ban. 1 Sakin ban, all Super Ken.
All right. I have a feeling we'll probably see an assassin jungler here for Indonesia. They have drafted very good laners on all lanes. Yeah. And maybe they can kind of take more of a risk on the jungle because of this.
Kaja is open though still for Indonesia, and we've seen this from game number 1. Kaja and Kadida combo from both Vin and KYY. So I think that's still a possibility. Great against the Fredrin and the Irithel. Not really great because not really that excellent because you're still giving the Divine Judgment towards the Valentina. Now this makes more sense. The Kadita and Novaria is such good counters against the Valentina. Ooh.
What an explosive choice here. Indonesia's mid lane is going to be explosive, but on the other side, the XP lane for Kazakhstan could be actually really good. Not jungle, not jungle. Yeah.
Well,
or could be.
Oh, wait, is this Valentina room? Is this Fredrin room? I don't even know at this point.
I personally would love it if this was locked in.
Okay,
but
yeah, Florine. Oh my goodness, we forgot.
I don't even know that they actually picked that up yet. No, Florine doesn't seem to be.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
I thought the world was turning upside down for a moment. Yeah, we're back to normalcy.
This is gonna be hard for the Brody, man. I would say Brody is gonna have a hard time in this game. Now they pick up the Ling for Super Ken. It does provide a lot of early game potential for Indonesia, because the amount of things that Link can do in this game will be like a lot. Being a Link player myself, I see this draft. I can do a lot in this game.
The big plus is there's no hard CC aside from Energy Eruption from the Fredrin, as well as a targeted stun coming in from the Florian, which is very difficult to hit.
My only concern with this Link pick is that you double down on the fact that late game is a little problematic for Indonesia, because Kazakhstan, even though they have they have a Novaria and a Kadita, two heroes that can burst down the Irithel. If you don't have anything against Irithel in the late game, she will shred through a lot of these heroes on the front line.
That's right. And at the same time, you also have a threat of Valentina, so which makes it very difficult to hunt down this Irithel, because you're going to be so busy dealing with the Valentina in the first place.
Yeah, and imagine like Valentina, Fredrin, Yuzong, and you also have to worry about the Irithel with the added benefits of having a Florin in your lineup. Just global pressure all across the map. But again, early game, I would say Indonesia has kind of a small to medium window to work with, because they do have the Brody that can utilize, that can win the lane versus the Irithel and can be utilized alongside the Link. So again, this boils down to how Indonesia plays the early game and how Kazakhstan is able to kind of prevent Indonesia from snowballing.
That's going to be a tough pickle, right? Stopping the snowball of Indonesia seems to be a very difficult feat right now, especially considering that their XP lane or their gold lane is going to be so much better. That Brody is going to beat that Irithel 1v1 any time of the day if you don't run interference, which they're doing right now. They're running interference. They're sending the Valentina up very early on.
Already one step ahead, but Indonesia is going to follow suit with KYY, Petrify!
Oh, if that recall hit, that would have been it. But yeah, that's going to be first blood denied so far. Oh no, it's a flicker in! Vin, man! That was a very, very brave play.
Yeah, first kill goes to Indonesia. That was a Valentina, so that means she's going to lose a lot of XP in the middle lane. KYY already trying to freeze the wave.
No way.
Really pushing the middle lane, and Alim on the top lane is getting poked out by Indonesia.
So brave of Alim to just walk into that bush without any
Link,
knowledge. That would have been close.
Okay.
Ooh, super kill!
A second too late. A second too late.
0.5 second too late. Yeah. Sheesh, that would have been a kill again. And again, you don't want to scale up that lane too much, especially if it's all buffed up and ready to fight.
This is the strength of the lineup of Indonesia in the early game. Kazakhstan, they still have a friend in Kinesis, is already poised to contest the turtle on the bottom lane. Ling, however, still needs to take this orange buff. It's not needed, however, but I think he rather opted to go for the farm instead of the 50-50. Chorizo already in the hunt for Kinesis again. The game plan for Indonesia is not let Kinesis take over during objective takes, but he still is going to be able to take the turtle away from the Ling, and I think that was a good choice by Super Ken, because you need the purple buff.
That was interesting. That's okay. Let's start the counter here.
Yeah,
50-50 red trees. That who takes the 50-50s? So far, 1-0 for Kinesis, which was exactly what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah. By the way, Yuzong died during that turtle game. He died to KYY, so Indonesia still getting something on the map.
Yeah, quite stonks still. So gold is going to be even. XP also going to be equalized a little bit by that, with all the time they spent zoning it out for that turtle take.
Yeah, Kazakhstan again using this gold lane. I mean, helping the gold lane to be able to scale towards the mid and late. Bottom lane, however, Kashi did not fully burst down the Uranus, and this is how this is why Uranus is such a strong hero. He is just able to sustain so many stuff in the early game.
Yeah, like I said, super underrated, especially since you can actually deal with so much. Not just your own enemy on the lane, but also anyone else who will try to intercept you.
Yeah, 3 heroes on the top lane for Kazakhstan, but they cannot touch this Brody. While bottom lane,
QQ with the 1v3.
Out the dragon form from the Yuzong. While Super Ken is just going to take the green.
Not falling for it. QQ, that was actually a very good decision. But overall, I think that was a big, what do you call that? a big a big move to just try to survive.
Yeah.
It wasn't really like a big outplay or anything, but so far it's still Indonesia who seem to be in the driver's seat, especially on the map. Good thing for Kazakhstan is the gold is actually very close.
I mean, you would expect that Indonesia at this point would have been grouping up and trying to punish the gold lane matchup, but rather they wanted to, they wanted to pressure this Yuzong, which has also been in the mind of Kazakhstan, which is why we saw the Valentina on the bottom lane earlier with the copy from the Kadita. But the overall story for Indonesia was just playing with pressure on the XP. And I think at this point, yeah, sure, you're happy because if you're Indonesia 2-0 at the moment, you are in the lead in terms of gold, but the Irithel has not been touched. Although I did say earlier that they sent 3 heroes towards the top lane to try and take out the Brody. But what it does is even if you're not taking out the Brody, the Irithel is safely farming.
Yeah, and it's not for lack of trying, right? I mean, Indonesia, they've tried to hunt down this Airfell over and over again. That top lane, actually, I think it's not the Airfell dying. It's everyone who's trying to protect the Airfell who is taking the punishment here. So, Indonesia's really trying to attack that Airfell on the top, but there's just so much roadblocks, and somehow, he's dodging, Alim's dodging. He's even survived the face check.
Yeah.
He survived the face check in a bush.
It's a layer of protection for the Irithel. Like, you have to go through 4 walls first before you come into in contact with the Irithel first. So now we're gonna be going back into the game after a short pause. And again, top lane is the primary focus for Kazakhstan. They did hit Kashi with the Astral Recall, but that's not going to stop Kinesis from trying to take out this Brody. But nice second skill from Sakin, able to dodge away. But again, this is all for the namesake of getting farm for Irithel.
It's not supposed to be survival mode for the Brody. I have to just put it out there. He's supposed to be the guy on offense here, and somehow Kazakhstan forcing him to play defensively. There is going to be a trade on the bottom side, at the very least.
Free turtle for Superkin. Forced to use Retry because the Yuzong showed himself, but Red, however, dies to the Kadita. KYY getting a nice pick-off on the jungle area of Kazakhstan. But again, Indonesia is getting majority of the control of the objectives, and so is the pressure, but they are not doing anything against this Irithel.
Yeah, this Airfell is still getting all the XP. I mean, it's not super, 100% optimal. Maybe around 90% gold intake, right? So, somehow, it's still viable for him to fight. But on the bottom side, I don't know why the camera's there. There you go. I would love to see it if, if Kinesis can do something. But right now, they can't really touch a lane. That lane's just going to do whatever he wants. And no one can really stop him.
Yeah, this is, like you said, a roadblock for Indonesia. Even the bottom lane, they cannot even push. Because the Yuzong and Uranus, all they want to do is cut waves and get out of that lane, but they can't even do that. So both of them have been sitting in this lane for 5 minutes now. And the mid lane cannot be pushed because Valentina is the aggressor in that matchup. But the top lane, however, KYY rotated and has gotten the kill onto the Florine, but again, Alim is the target here.
Ooh.
But Kashi gets the return kill. He dodged the Astral Recall, and Kinesis gets for the taunt here on Vin. No damage, however, but with that Princess Wrath, he is able now to take out the Kadita. I mean the Navaria.
Interesting emote there. Straight with a combo with the Praiser's Wrath. I've never seen the team do that against Indonesia in an international tournament, except for maybe Philippine teams like Echo or... interesting. Anyway, confidence definitely playing out here for Kazakhstan because of that, and rightfully so. I mean, they're behind, but not even by 1,000.
Yeah, Alim still is surviving that gold lead, even though he's 1 level behind. Again, Red dies. Kadita, KYY, always expect that when he has Petrify.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah,
it's gonna happen.
It's a Florine with a Flicker, so what else could you expect? Now, turtle fight. Kinesis, Sorizo, KYY, and Super Ken here in the turtle top lane. However, Brody versus the Irithel. He is left alone here, Alim, but Kinesis gets again into the turtle. 2-0 versus Super Ken.
Not again, and Super Ken, he's left hanging there with the Fake
he's
Force.
purple.
He's going for the purple. He wants that buff instead. Will he making time on the top side though? I think Ali might still be in trouble. KYY, he's close by, but was not able to pull off anything.
they're giving up the top lane now. KYY is aggressively positioned on that area, so they know that they have to give it. I mean, they have to give it the tower to Saken. He can definitely follow up, take down the Irithel. So Indonesia is cracking the map here against Kazakhstan. They're breaking these towers, and what this means is Indonesia, their territory gets much larger.
Yeah, and keep in mind though, of course, Kazakhstan hasn't really joined these fights yet, so it might become different when he comes out of laning phase. Question is, when is that gonna happen? We'll find out in a few moments. Because right now they're still busy cutting. Cutting these waves.
2k gold lead for Indonesia. Again, both cutters on the XP lane has not
Flicker
towards any other area, but Saken.
Oh no! Oh, Saken, he's in trouble, and there goes the kill going over the red here, and that sustain coming in from the Florin. You have to give it props here.
Okay,
it's doing so much for Kazakhstan.
Super Ken has been able to clear the mid wave. That means no climb for 20 seconds. Gonna be taking his orange buff, while the Uranus is just cutting 2 waves at the same time. This does mean, however, that both Novaria and the Kadita is not getting any form of gold, but this does stop Kazakhstan from pressuring the mid lane any further.
Yep, and pressure will be on the other side though. KYY, despite the bigger hitbox, actually misses out on Kazakhstan.
Yeah, nice reflex coming out from the Yuzong. 5 seconds, Lord has spawned. I mean, that's until the Lord spawns. And Super Ken versus Kinesis, this story has been really like a side quest for these junglers.
Interesting, right? Who's gonna get the retro this time?
Yeah.
Every time it's 50-50, Kinesis has always won.
We need a counter. We need a counter in the bottom left.
Yeah, and that one turtle that Indonesia got, it wasn't even 50-50. It was just one guy. So interestingly enough, fight will be breaking out. That means Kazakhstan is confident. Here comes the flying Black Dragon form. And where it goes, it's gonna be going to Sorizo. Kashi with the kill all over on the KYY. Fight still ongoing. Kashi on the side, just trying to stay alive here. Doesn't really have that rough waves anymore. It's gonna be Kazakhstan going down. That's damage being forced out. There's no one the front line anymore for Kazakhstan here.
Okay, Kazakhstan and Indonesia, both of them went full force on that team fight, but it was the Uranus that has gotten the Lord. Both junglers were stunned. One was petrified, one was knocked up. So it wasn't really a fight between them. But Indonesia, at the end of the day, they were able to win the fight. Although it was a 1-for-1 trade, I would say still this is really scary for Indonesia, as we saw the damage potential of the Idol earlier. Super Ken tried to fight for 2 seconds, fell pretty low on that team fight.
Indonesia's still playing very confidently here, but you're right. They can't be like complacent here. People can still go down. Although right now Indonesia's clear, or their ability to destroy the front line is actually really high. So Kazakhstan, I don't think they can kind of fight it right now. They have to wait for the Lord maybe. But while all that's happening, they're gonna get hit by recalls over and over again from this Novaria.
The constant pokes coming out from Finn. Sorizo picks up the blade armor as well, so this does help them in terms of front line against the Irithel. He's now able to kind of sustain and give some damage back towards a limb. But Kazakhstan, they definitely have the right tools to defend against the push of Indonesia. Sorizo still standing in the front line, not caring much about the world, because the only way that he dies here is if the Irithel goes in, and that is what they want.
KYY with the rough waves! Oh my god, that didn't really do much. The sustain coming in from red is massive, and now that might be the mid laner of Indonesia going down. Here comes the powerful play of Super Ken.
Kinesis dies!
Kinesis going down, though. That is going to be big. That's going to be, again, no more front line here available for Kazakhstan, which means Indonesia can kind of be creative with the play that they're going to make here on the mid lane.
Oh,
Super Ken going in straight into the 5 Tempest of Waves, get out of turret range, but the target is going to be that turret.
He went on the wrong direction there, Alim, and he was not able to take out Super Ken. But you see Indonesia running away from the Irithel, trying to zone her out, make sure that the space is there between them. Kazakhstan, even though they have a good lineup, those mistakes, that overcommitment from Kazakhstan was heavily punished by Indonesia.
Yeah, and they can't really use that damage if both of their frontliners are dead.
Yeah, exactly.
They can't. Even if Alim's farmed up, even if he has items, even if Kashi's willing to go for the assassinates, if the Yuzhong is dead,
Yeah.
and if Kinesis is dead, Alim can't do anything.
This is going to be a different story. However, it's Indonesia and this next Lord, it's going to be hard to kite the Irithel because you have to be in the Lord pit for you to be able to actually fight. Now, Kazakhstan, they know it to themselves, but they have to deal with the waves first.
More than 70k gold lead, which means Indonesia is going to be definitely a few items ahead here. What's the fight going to look like? Ken,
This low on HP.
low HP, gray health going down, actually very, very low. Oh man! Oh, KYY died before he could let go of the rough waves, and that's going to be a bloodbath here for Super Ken. That damage from Alim really sinking its teeth into the Indonesian squad here, and Sakin's all alone. It's a 2v1 with a Lord to boot.
This is what we were talking about. Even Kashi demolishes Sakin. Kazakhstan is breaking this game wide open for Kazakhstan.
It's a wipeout!
Oh my goodness, I said Kazakhstan twice. This is crazy. But this has to follow the story. Rockhart, the Irithel, has been untouched majority of this game, and now Alim is showing why Irithel is such a powerful marksman.
I don't know, man.
In the face of 3 heroes, in her face, mind you. They die in under 3 seconds.
Kazakhstan is thriving on the chaos. They're loving it. They're loving it when Indonesia's doing their own plays. When every Indonesian member is just doing their own thing.
Kinesis.
Right now, Kinesis though going to be going in for the interruption, pulling back
Look at
Chorizo.
the damage.
Chorizo, he can't really sustain this long. The sustain is in favor of Kazakhstan. And that's going to be Uranus going down.
This is a walking death bomb for Kazakhstan, a walking killing machine. This squad, when they group up as 5, again, this is with the protection we were talking about earlier. 4 layers of protection for the Irithel in Indonesia. The question is, how do you actually take this Irithel down?
Surrounded by red and surrounded by the Fredrin, I think it's going to be so difficult right now. If you think about it, there are ways to do it, but KYY, he's been trying over and over again.
Yeah.
But he's been having a hard time finding these targets.
They have backline access, but the thing is, if we look at how they want to go in, yeah, KYY, he has the ability to do so, but every single time that he goes in, Purify. And even if they catch the Irithel off guard, the Florina is always on point with the heal. So
They gotta take care of this Lorin first then.
exactly, because the heals you cannot underestimate that. It can regenerate the Irithel from maybe 10% HP back to full.
Yes. With one burst.
And
Basically your first and your ult. Yeah.
you also have to consider the fact that every single time Kazakhstan initiates the fight, it's always with Kinesis and Kazakyuku on the front line. They were always the starters. So now you have to consider for Indonesia, it's really scary, but you have to do it. You have to go first. You have to force out these spells, but that means leaving the Ling or the Kanita on the front lines. But it's hard still because
difficult for
Yuzong will
Indonesia,
always
yeah.
be on the back line. He will always be in Sakin mode, Sakin duties.
And somehow Super Ken just a tad bit too late to these parties so far for the past few engages. Yeah, right now, Kazakhstan's lineup, their front line rather, is actually surviving longer now because of the increase on the heal. Because I guess Red's probably leveling up and the heal's leveling up as well.
Yeah.
As time is passing by, it's actually improving. So Indonesia might be fighting an uphill battle this time around.
Yeah, I mean, they are really in a dangerous spot right now. Still 2.5 something gold lead. But at the moment, it doesn't feel like it. Kazakhstan, they just have more damage. They have more firepower on their lineup. And that's crazy to think that there is a Navaria and Kanita on the side of Indonesia. You are lacking damage versus Kazakhstan.
And overall, I feel like if you don't appropriate your damage properly, then it's going to fall off. KYY's already starting to fall off, right?
Yeah, by the way, Kazakyuku, we have damage. Why not buy more damage? Just purchase a Hunter Strike.
Yeah, why not, right? They're able to take out the Chorizo. He wasn't able to survive long. Again, the problem of the Uranus is he's the only front line.
The only front line.
He's the only front line right
Well,
now.
we saw him dying under 2 seconds in front of the Earthful, right?
Yeah, and it was even with his teammates behind him.
Yeah.
They weren't far away. They were right there. They just couldn't do anything about it.
They don't have the same kits as Kazakhstan has. They have all the tools that they need to protect this Earthful with the sustain, tankiness on the front line, the initiation, and the heal. What does Indonesia have? At best, yes, you can control your targets, you can burst them down, you can split push, but that's it. How do you fight 5v5 against Kazakhstan? Because that's going to be an issue for this next Lord, which is going to spawn in 20 seconds.
So in a straight up 5v5, I think Indonesia will start to lose out. But maybe that's how they should play this. Maybe they should start using that link advantage, split up the map. Feels like the best way to do it.
Yeah, you have to play to the compensating strength, right? So, you know, they have to find a play. They have to find something that will provide them, you know, tools in this next Lord team fight. Because at the moment, Kazakhstan, if they charge towards this Lord area as 5 and they don't have waves to deal with, that's going to become a problem for Indonesia. And that is happening right now. The Yuzong is dealing with the top wave. That's why Indonesia signals the mark of this Lord attempt.
Good. This looks really good for Indonesia here. It's going to take some time for Kazakhstan to make it here. And another one.
Ling.
Dodged out there. Their Link's getting hunted down by Kazakhstan. That's going to be a cancel. A possible cancel on the pinch poise here. Lord is taken down quite a bit. Will Super Ken get the 50-50 though? Not this time. Oh my god, no way. They're getting it.
They get the major objective. They even take KYY out of the process. Kazakhstan, it was a good sacrifice for Kazakhstan. They were able to secure the Lord.
Oh boy.
And it spawns now. How unlucky Indonesia is, even though they don't have the Yuzong. Again, it's one layer for the true hero, which is the Irithel. Now Kazakhstan is marching with the Lord. Kashi on the front line. He is suffering some major damage issues in front of Sakin. But Ling, split push duties on the middle lane.
Oh, that's going to be Kashi going down. Oh my god, that's actually huge. And all of that was from a Super Ken play on the bottom side where everyone's distracted. What do we do? Do we go down there or do we go fight in the middle? And they're fighting in the middle. They're absorbing all of these astral recalls.
Yep. It is definitely the right call here for the Ling. Split push is definitely going to be a key here for Indonesia. As again, we all saw that if you fight 5 heroes against 5 heroes, Kazakhstan will naturally just win out. And there was a weird moment where Super Ken tried to block the pathway of the Yuzong, and it felt like it wasn't the right choice because Kazakhstan was like, okay, I'll use my dragon to make sure that you're not gonna be in the Lord for the next what 20 seconds. But even then, even without the without the kinesis factor, they were still able to secure the Lord. But what was important in that fight was we saw how Indonesia was hesitant to fight Kazakhstan because they did not know how to close the gap against this Irithel.
So hard. And it's so hard for them to find these entry points. And what's really bugging me is Super Ken's just not hitting the retributions today. I don't know why.
I mean, Kinesis is not hitting it as
He
well,
wasn't
but
even there.
Yeah.
Kinesis wasn't the one. I think it was Kashi who took it.
He was on the right side trying to deal with a lot of the heroes.
I don't know, man. Super Ken, you had it. Anyway, we'll find out later on if Super Ken can kind of keep up. I guess he's trying to. He's on split. Maybe he's on split push mode right now. I don't know.
I don't know, but I just have to say that, you know, this Game 3 is shaping up to be a fantastic game. But for now, we're going to be heading to a short break. So to witness the final moments of Game number 3, do stay tuned as IESF will be right back. playoffs with a much better stance and momentum. But what matters in this game is for both teams to look at their win conditions. Again, Kazakhstan playing up as 5. They are a much stronger unit compared to Indonesia at the moment because they did just win the previous 2 team fights against Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's all about confidence now. When you're on in a plane like this, when you are in a situation like this, where everything just seems to be even, the confidence starts to make a really bigger factor than it used to be in the previous matchups. So right now, I feel like the way that you play this out is who makes the more courageous play.
Yeah.
And when you make a play that's coordinated with your teammates, usually that beats out goal leads. Even if you're like 5K ahead, 10K ahead, if you make a good play, if you make the right play at the right time, that's going to be the difference between matchups like this.
Yeah, and I think Kazakhstan has been doing it for the past 2 team fights because you're talking about confidence, you are trailing behind by 6K, but you walk a 5. Like, you just know, just this composition, it is what's going to allow you to fight confidently against Indonesia and, just naturally playing out the game. They will naturally win because of the firepower that is coming out from this Iritel. Now, it is Indonesia's turn to find some play, like maybe a confidence play from either Super Ken, KYY. I don't know where it's gonna come from, but they have to make it because at this state of the game, they are just waiting for Kazakhstan's mistakes. What if Kazakhstan does not commit any mistake?
Isn't that like the thing where most teams do when they know they're facing against a really strong opponent? It's like, all right, we're not going to do anything crazy. Let's just wait for them to slip up. And normally, you know what, in like ranked games, that's fine. But in the highest level of play, sometimes some teams can turn that around.
Yeah.
And that's something that Indonesia has to be wary of.
They have to be able to do that. And speaking of play,
there's a play.
I mentioned these 2 players earlier.
Huge kill.
Down the Yuzong.
Oh, no way. No way. They went for it, they saw an opening, and it paid off so far. But right now, of course, there will still be an answer. With Kazakhstan's death, it will be Kashi with an answer right here.
I mean, as much as it was a good pickoff, like the Yuzong kill, Kazakhstan responded perfectly well. They are able to take out KYY, although it is a support for an XP laner. It's fine, because at the very least, you're holding Super Ken as well, and Genesis is still alive. Now, Kazakhstan, 1 layer of protection for the Iritel is down. They can still march towards his Lord area.
Kashi!
Indonesia, however...
No way. That's Kashi going down right there, and right then, it's 3v4. And it is not looking good right now for Kazakhstan. They're playing it out. Olive's going down as well. It's looking like a wipeout here, ladies and gents. It's starting to look really bad. Super Ken's Immortality will be the price, but they're willing to pay that. And it looks like Indonesia seem to be very happy to just forego this Lord. They want to go for the base.
Talk about confidence play from Super Ken. My God. The micro skills and, of course, target selection. They peeled through all of those protective layers of Kazakhstan, and now they're in a position where they can actually take Kazakhstan out.
Yep.
2 heroes are defending.
20
Waves
seconds.
cleared. Can they do it?
They got to buy time. Just 10 more seconds of 2v5. And I don't think they can make it, though. That's going to be the game. Indonesia comes out on top with a reverse sweep against Kazakhstan.
We were looking for the confidence play, and they found it. Super Ken KYY, that first pick off on the Yuzong, it worked for them at the expense of losing the Khanida's life. But the difference in the Lord fight, instead of actually starting the Lord, they looked to fight first. And that was the, that was what spelled the difference here for Indonesia.
And just when we were talking about, right, the difference maker in these games is going to be who makes the confident play.
Yeah.
Oh my God, right after the pause, Indonesia jumps for it.
They peeled through the apple of Kazakhstan, and they found the Iritel alone in their jungle because Kazakhstan made a mistake. After the initial kill on the Valentina, they felt like they could still fight. And Iritel suddenly found a confidence somewhere, but it was the first mistake that he committed. He was over the lines, and Super Ken was like, okay, finally I find you.
And bit by bit, after that initial kill, man, Kazakhstan just fell apart. And it was just so difficult for them to climb back there. And again, the very well executed play there from Indonesia. I guess that's it. That is going to be group stages here in IESF. Playoffs bound, we will be tomorrow.
Yep. And again, Kazakhstan and Indonesia, both of them are making to the playoffs. I just want to say there's a lot more of amazing MLBB actions to witness for the next 3 days. But that is it for the group stages. This has been day number 2 for IESF 2023 World Championship. We have been Rockert and Midnight on behalf of the production staff and our previous casters.